One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess: the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Sixteen players stand at the start of the road that leads to the World Championship. This is the Candidates 2026, the tournament that decides who earns the right to play for the crown later this year. And for 2 of the players here, this will become the second most important event this year. Because after they make it through this field, only one stage remains: the title match itself. Over the coming days, their ambitions will rise and their hopes will be tested, and the shape of the championship race will begin to reveal itself. So this is where their momentum starts and their belief grows, and where 2 of our future challengers emerge. The question is, who will they be? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Sargent, alongside Grandmaster Artur Nightshant and International Master Anna Rudolph, and today we open one of the biggest events in chess. Anna, let's start with you. How's it going? What are your thoughts on this tournament?
I'm thrilled. I think after the video we have watched, how could you not be like at 120% enthusiasm and excitement? Because this is it. This is the event that will determine who will challenge the world champion, both in the open section and among women. So I'm just super excited and grateful to be here to cover it with you guys.
And Artur, welcome to the show. Obviously, this is a very different beast to your Swiss tournaments or your matches. This sort of sits somewhere in a halfway house. We've got a double round robin here. The format's different. The preparation is very different as well.
Hey, John and Anna, of course, it's an absolute privilege to be here. And I think it's essentially one of the most important events, if not the most important event of the year, and I'm just amazed how the time flew very quickly the past months, because it always felt that the Candidates Tournament is so far away, and it just arrived this quickly. So I suppose we're gonna see, but I'm pretty sure that the tournament itself is gonna deliver a lot of surprises, unexpected events, and it's definitely gonna be a treat for the fans.
So, as mentioned, folks, this is a double round robin tournament, which means each player will play each other twice, and there's no big complicated tiebreak rules here. If they finish on the same number of points, a tiebreak day will be had. Here's how the tournament works. Every 2 years, we have the World Championship cycle. There are 8 players vying for a shot at the World Champion. Now, out of these 8, we've got 2 players there in your top left who qualify through the Grand Swiss. That's Anish, Giri and Matthias Bluebaum. Then we have 3 players from the World Cup, split over 2 rows because we like being fun like that. And that is Sindarov, Vachier-Lagrave and Esipenko. We then have the best overall performance slots that go to Pragg and Caruana. And then finally, of course, the highest rating, and that goes to Hikaru Nakamura. All 8 of them will be duking it out in the open section here in a double round robin for a chance to take on Gukesh for the World Championship. Anna, this is a completely different beast. Artur's mentioned some of the reasons that is, but the reality is, because you know everyone you're pairing in advance in what order, the way the players come into this tournament is so different to anything else.
Very different. And also, I think we'll go into the details later on, but some players had more time to prepare than others. And there will be different time controls as well. There's just going to be a lot to unbox here on this broadcast.
That's right. Let's go ahead and show you guys what the time controls will be. They are different in the open section and the women's section. We're not completely sure why. They're subtly different, but it's easy enough to explain. In the open section, we have 120 minutes for 40 moves. That's nice and straightforward. And then after move 40, we add another 30 minutes onto the clock. And from move 41 onwards, so once the time control's been hit, the players get an extra 30 seconds on their clock. And before you reach a time control, you're not allowed to offer any draws. So there's no draw agreements. The players obviously can still have threefold repetition. Now, in the women's candidates, it's 90 minutes for 40 moves instead of 120. And we've also got 30 minutes added after move 40. Cool. The 30-second increments, so the bonus time you get after playing each move, though, kicks in after every move. So you're not waiting until move 40 before you get that extra time. You actually get that from move number 1. I think maybe a quick question to Artur here, because I feel like we had fun discussing this before the start of the broadcast. We're trying to work out which section hits time trouble first, whether it's going to be the open or the women's, and that could make for an interesting broadcast.
Yeah, if my maths are not totally terrible, John, I was actually pretty good at maths when going to the school. I think the women's tournament is going to approach the time scramble a bit faster. So if my calculations are correct, it's going to be 3 hours and 40 minutes. And in the open section, it should be 4 hours. So I think it's a pretty good pace, because we are going to have a chance to follow both tournaments, both time scrambles. So the ladies, we're going to follow the tournament, obviously, also very closely. And the time scrambles are going to start a bit faster. And it's just going to allow us to follow a bit more closely to the decisive action, because typically in the time scrambles, there's so many things happening at the same time.
That's a really good point, that even though we're not 100% sure why this was picked, it's actually beneficial for the broadcast, because we're able to follow the time scrambles in both sections, hopefully broadly one after the other, we'll see. But it wouldn't be a major tournament without having our person on the ground making sure that they grab all of those wonderful interviews with the players, as well as giving us tours of the playing venue, what it's like, and what's going on outside of just the playing boards as well. And it, of course, is Funmaster Mike Klein, who is in Cyprus now. Let's go ahead and hear from him.
We are here giving you some of the first looks inside the playing hall for the 2026 FIDE Candidates and Women's Candidates Tournaments. And if you've been to any candidates in the past, you know what round one means. We have country versus country matchups. And as a bonus, this year on both fields, we also have numbers 1 versus number 2. If you see over here, the double American flags, because the top seed, Hikaru Nakamura, will take on Fabiano Caruana. Hikaru traditionally has done quite well against Fabi. In fact, he scored 1.5 out of 2 in Toronto. Now, I talked to Hikaru before the first round. He said that this tournament is a little bit like the hockey playoffs. In the hockey playoffs, it's not uncommon for an 8 seed to beat a number 1 seed. He said the goal is just to be in the top 4 in the latter half of the event, and then it's a roll of the dice. Over here in the women's, you can see the 2 Chinese flags. We have top-seeded Zhu Jiner taking on Ten Zhongyi. Again, 1 versus 2. Now, we would have also had a double India matchup, but remember that Humpy Kaneru wasn't able to come. She withdrew at the last minute, and they do not redo the pairings as per regulation. So who took Humpy's place? That was Anna Musichuk, and when I talked to her before for the first round, she wasn't in a just happy to be here mood. She wanted to seize her opportunity. Of course, she was so close to qualifying normally, but she gets in thanks to withdrawal. It's anybody's game. Everybody is on level score. Let's see how things shake out in round 1.
Thank you very much, Mike. So here are the pairings. We start with the women's section in round 1 with the all-Chinese matchup on top board. I don't want to go into this in too much detail, because, Anna, I would love to hear where you think this tournament might go, maybe who your dark horse picks are for taking it all, and what your predictions are for round number 1.
Oh, that's a lot of questions, John.
Exactly.
Do I have an
hour?
I guess we could start with the fact that in the first round, in both sections, we will see players from the same country facing off against each other, because this is how they do it by regulation. So that later on in the event, there's no chance or any possibility of players agreeing on a result to favor their compatriot. It wouldn't be the case, I think, with these players, but that's why the pairings are made the way they are. And in the women's section, there's only 4 different countries, so it was a lot harder. Well, sorry, it started with 4. Humpy withdrew, so there were originally 3 players from India. Now it's Anna Musichuk facing Divya Deshmukh here that we see them already ready for the round. Anna, I think, is just really grateful to be there. As Mike said, she was close to qualifying via the normal route. Like, she was so close to on just one game, one final game decided everything, and Goryachkina qualified. But Anna definitely will be taking as many chances as she can. And in the open section, again, it's the same, that there will be all the players from the same country facing off each other, with the blockbuster definitely being Caruana against Nakamura.
Yeah, very, very early on, of course. They're both American, so it makes sense. They face off against each other in round one. Artur, a lot of people are backing Caruana to make it to the World Championship match. It's not something he hasn't done before, of course, and a lot of people are calling him favorite here. But that's also an awful lot of pressure on his shoulders as well. What do you feel like his chances are?
Absolutely, and I think I'm also a bit guilty because I'm one of those people who made the tier list and tried to predict how the tournament might proceed. And I'm ranking Fabi's chances pretty highly because this is his sixth candidates tournament. He already was the challenger before, back in 2018, when he was facing Magnus Carlsen in a World Championship match. But I do not think that Hikaru is very much behind him. And we just, by the way, saw the game is opening up with a ready opening. And then basically pretty much several players can have their claim to fight for the win in the tournament. I would say Javohir, Sindarov, Anish, Giri, and Praggnanandhaa also could definitely have a great tournament. So it's pretty much an open, wide tournament, but I would still rank Fabi's chances, from my perspective, a bit higher.
Okay, well, at the end of the day, 8 superstar players. Yes, you can have a chance that's greater than 12.5%, but even being labeled a favorite still gives you minority odds. This is an incredibly exciting and close tournament to follow. So, Anna, Artur, I will leave it to you folks because the games have begun. Where do we want to head first? Anna, over to you.
There's just so many pretty boards here. We have the brown boards for the open section and the red boards for the ladies section. I'm looking at some of my favorite openings here, and I just don't even know where to go at the very start. Maybe the Bluebaum Wei game calls my attention a little bit more, Artus, just to show to our dear viewers these specific moves on how those central pawns get captured. It's probably not the most traditional opening in that sense.
Yeah, this looks like to be the semi-Tarrasch opening with e takes on d4, and I think that Wei's ambitions here, Anna, are pretty clear. He's trying to equalize, and this particular line that Bluebaum and Wei are playing against each other, it's a pretty known opening line at the highest level, and this queen takes on d4 is pretty much the continuation where White is still trying to fight for something. Exactly, this bishop g5, as Matthias just played, pinning the knight on f6. As you can see, black has an isolated pawn on d5, and then White is thinking to play something like e3, bishop e2, and shot castle, and in the long run to exploit the pawn on d5 as a potential weakness. But if you look at the evaluation bar, Stockfish typically says that the isolated pawn on d5 on these days is not really a weakness. How would you feel yourself about playing this position from the black perspective?
I was always more on the side that would like to play against an isolated pawn. I'm very positional and strategic, and I see a weakness and I'm like, okay, that's a weakness. But then, as you said, nowadays, especially with the engines backing all of these opening lines, this is, of course, very balanced. There's pros and cons for a structure like this. I did want to show to our viewers a cute tactical pattern, if that's okay, because the reason why White cannot win the pawn by capturing the knight with the bishop and black taking back with the bishop, it looks like we can grab the pawn now because the queen and the knight are attacking it. But unfortunately, this intermezzo would lose us the queen. So do not capture the pawn. Don't go for that. And there are beautiful tactical patterns even in the opening phase in chess in such lines. And I think this is very instructive overall.
Exactly, yeah. So there's definitely some early tricks, and also looking at Matthias's speed, he definitely has expected this follow-up from Wei. I didn't really check so thoroughly on what all of the players have played in their opening repertoire, but I was listening to quite a few interviews before the candidates tournament opened up. For example, listened to Hikaru's interview where he said that pretty much when you are preparing for the candidates tournament, you do not necessarily prepare against a specific player, you prepare yourself, because you pretty much expect that all the players will have prepared something new for this kind of event. And that's why, again, for VE playing the semi-Tarrasch, it does really make sense. And I think that Rook D1, it looks to be a bit odd move to me. And as we can immediately see VE's expression, he doesn't really appear to immediately recognize this move. Anna, what do you make of this?
It's definitely that surprise element, and as you mentioned, it will be the story in many of the games in such an event. Now he has made up his mind and plays, of course, the most logical way. He defends the pawn with the bishop, but Rook to D1, now that I'm looking at the database, is not that common. As you said, Bishop E2 is just such a natural way to develop. There's about 150 games I see for Bishop E2, and Rook to D1 only has been played in 55 games. So we're going down each time to a lower and lower sample of games. I think in a few moves time, we could reach a new position if this is the pace.
Yeah, I completely agree. So I suppose we are going to see. I would expect that unless Bluebaum has prepared some grandiose new idea here, I think that he has to proceed with a short side development, Bishop E2, short castle, and then try to play for the longer game and apply the pressure against the pawn on D5. Speaking about Matthias, Anna, I think that he could be essentially one of the dark horses of the tournament, because he is one of the low-rated players who entered the candidates tournament, but he has been showing some very good results lately. He had a very good run in Tata Steel Chess Masters, recent super tournament in January. And also all the players who are asked about Matthias' chances, they're saying that they don't really essentially treat him as a underdog. And I think also having him secured an extra 86,000 euros to help him to prepare for the candidates tournament, this definitely has made Bluebaum an even more dangerous opponent in the eyes of all the other participants.
I fully agree with you, Arturs. And as you were describing Bluebaum and how he's not an underdog and how well prepared he is, he has just unleashed an opening novelty. Bishop to B5 has never been played before. He clearly has come to the board extremely well prepared, and now Wei Yi is going to be tested on how to react to something that has never happened before, and is also not really probably not the most logical in a way. Like the natural squares for the bishop are on E2, or bishop to D3 was the other bishop move that had been tested before, but no one has ever placed the bishop on B5. And then the question is okay, so what does this change in the position? Why is the bishop where? Where is it going? There's gonna be a lot of things here for Wei Yi to figure out.
Absolutely, and I think this is definitely quite a surprise to Wei Yi. First, he has to figure out, does he want to play knight c6, which is obviously the logical move, or does he want to include a6 and target the bishop? And I suspect that Matthias's idea is to put the Lasco bishop on b3 and apply pressure against the pawn on d5. But ultimately, I think that most likely the position is still balanced. Anna, what do you think? Do we go back to the overview of all the other games and see where the other games are taking us?
Yeah, that would be, I think, a great call, because, of course, there's so much to cover here. 8 players in the open section, 8 players in the women's section. The biggest clash of the day is probably the one that we see in the very top left corner between the two Americans, Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. Maybe we could start by unpacking the opening decision of Fabi against Hikaru. These two players, of course, know each other so well. They have faced each other so many times. So it's not easy to surprise someone that you know so well and have met so many times over the board. And yet you need to try. You need to try at least to get to a position where you feel like you will have some chances. This is not the traditional opening we see between these two, I feel, Arturs.
Yeah, first thing, Anna, I would like to mention this was the Reti opening, and every single time somebody plays a Reti opening, I'm feeling much, much better, because that's one of my absolute top favorite openings from the white's perspective. I think it gives the white player chances to improvise quite a bit. But you're right. Let's go back a bit to start with the first moves and see what the players chose in this super critical matchup. Here we go. I'm going to start knight f3, d5, c4, the classical Reti. You know, Anna, these days there's like a debate. What makes the Reti opening as a Reti opening? Because in a classical sense, I think knight f3 and exactly c4 is the classical Reti opening. But ultimately nowadays, I think people just refer to knight f3 and that's it. After knight f3, g3 or e3, this is the Reti opening. Anyway, these are just names. Maybe it doesn't really matter. But what I find it really curious that Hikaru here did not go for the straightforward d4. He played e6, g3, and now he played e4. Now this part actually confuses me a bit.
Yeah, interesting decision to then play d4, because I guess you would normally either go for d4 immediately, or if you pick e6, then you're not planning to push the pawn. So it's one or the other, but he's merging the two ideas.
Exactly. But I think that there might be some lines that he was not super happy to enter. For example, if black plays d4, one of the common ideas for white here is to play b4, stopping black's idea to play c5 and knight c6. And that's why white is thinking in the long run to play bishop b2, apply some pressure against the pawn on e5. And there's very exciting lines. For example, black can play c5, knight c6, black can play knight f6. There's even a crazy gambit to play g5 and sacrifice a pawn. But this e6, g3, d4, I think that Hikaru is just trying to avoid some opening prep from Fabiano, and he just enters a position that he knows for sure that it's good for black, because this bishop c5, Anna, I think it's quite trendy in the last years.
It is, and they are still following about over 100 games with bishop c5. I see that it's as you have mentioned, it's been popular, and it is something that Hikaru is comfortable with, because the comfort and knowing what you're doing, of course, is one of the main factors when you pick which variation to go for. And this knight maneuver as well, that in this case we see the knight heading to e7 rather than to f6, which would be the classical way of developing your knight. So this is a bit different to the other d5 openings that we would see, but Hikaru clearly knows what he's doing. In fact, he even still has a bit more time on the clock than Fabiano. So Fabiano didn't get the surprise in this game. And I'm curious, when it comes to the traits here in the center, Arturs, how do you see the game developing? b4, by the way, I think we probably should pause here. Pause! Freeze! Replay! Action replay!
They're just playing so quickly like it's a casual thing. To be honest, I've never seen this line in my life. Maybe it's something brand new. Let's go back about this moment here. This knight x on d4. Maybe even I would have to go back to the move knight d7 that Hikaru played on. You asked why not a knight f6 and knight e7. I think the big idea is that Hikaru wants to reposition after the couple of trades on d4, the black knight on c6, where it applies some pressure on d4. And that's why here, knight x on d4, knight x on d4, and not e8 on d4, because what would be left with potential weakness on d4, but b4 intermezzo move. And this leads to some interesting hostilities, because I suppose queen x on d4 is pretty risky because of queen a4 check, collect the bishop on b4, and play a gambit.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, you said, Arturs, like you have never seen this, and you have not seen this because it has never happened. Knight takes d4. Just when I was saying that Hikaru knows what he's doing, probably he still knows, by the way, but I thought that Fabi didn't manage to get the surprise in this game. Knight takes d4, and then playing b4 is a novelty, has never been played before, and now it's Hikaru's turn to figure things out over the board, unless he somehow also prepared for this surprise line. Crazy action going on here. We will break this down, but John, I need to hear your thoughts on this moment when Fabi just unleashes this temporary piece sacrifice.
Look, this is exactly what we want to see. The novelty coming out on day one on our top board between our two powerhouses of American chess. This is absolutely fantastic to watch. Caruana, Nakamura, already we have fireworks on the board and forcing them to start dipping into that time. They've both got an hour and 50 minutes on the clock. There'll be plenty of time for them to burn through, but burn they will. Absolutely loving this, folks. We're going to go to our first break of the day, and when we come back, we'll have a nice, long, uninterrupted analysis section for what this might mean for the players here on top board. So early fireworks here at the FIDE Candidates 2026. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Yeah, so I obviously have seen a lot of tier lists that people have made about the candidates. I think for the most part, a lot of it is just trying to create hype or trying to create sensationalism around it. Overall, I think it's actually pretty clear cut and dry in terms of what the realities are.
No, I'm playing candidates. It's not nice to do this. Yeah, I will put myself to last one.
Yeah, I don't really want to rate myself. Other people can do that.
So pretty obvious that, of course, Fabi is a big favorite, like by all metrics you can use. So obviously he's very experienced. He qualified every candidate, often through multiple paths. He's managed to win one. He played Magnus, even in the match he did very well as well.
My favorites are Caruana, obviously.
Favorite, in my opinion, is only one player.
And who's that?
Fabi, okay, he has a lot of practice in this tournament, and of course he's favorite.
Just like last time, probably the old Americans are the favorites.
Obviously, there's Fabiano, there's myself,
Nakamura, and Giri, I think, yeah.
Hikaru has quite high rating now, and also he has pretty good score with all the participants combined, because he has a decent score with Fabi, and he has a fine score with me historically. Although our games, like also with Fabi, I guess they're like all very old, but still it matters actually.
I would probably put like Pragg and Hikaru at very top contenders in general. Very good chances, as good chances as someone can get. It's obviously, very tough for everyone else.
Hey guys, if I make this in one go, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Does an own goal count? Hey guys, new plan. If I make this shot, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Hey guys, last try. If I make this bullseye, we're launching the no ads plan. No more questions. I did it! I made the bullseye! Do it! Launch the no ads plan!
Love chess but don't like ads? Sign up for chess.com's no ads plan and play chess ad-free.
In that moment, remind us, was it relief? Was it exhilaration? Was it celebration? I mean, there was a month of chess that just ended in that final 10 seconds. How did you feel?
It was very stressed, but after winning this game, I was very happy, of course, win this title in this young age. Something which I really don't wait in this 2025, really. I was thinking I should need to qualify for candidates. It's my biggest goal, but with win World Cup, I didn't expect really.
and you had some family members waiting for you.
Yeah.
What did that hug from mom feel like?
Yeah, it's my grandmother, and everyone was very happy because, like, in general, yeah, I think this time was already finished. I should need like more think about my next tournaments because memorize is very good, but I should need to repeat my results also. Yeah, but it was very good moments in general.
And finally, how has your life changed after winning the World Cup? Besides the fact that you're preparing for the candidates, can you get recognized walking down the street?
Yeah, of course. Like in Uzbekistan, everyone was like knows me, and it's very cool. People was coming to take photos, selfies, and it's very nice. And also like not only in Uzbekistan, and also like when I go to some tournaments, people really recognize me. It's very good. People from chess also, like before I'm like a really strong prodigy, but right now I think I become from each tournament like elite player, and yeah, hopefully I will try my best in the candidates also.
Welcome back to the 2026 candidates. The openings have been selected by all players. We, of course, have to mention the elephant in the room, which is we've had some early fireworks and a novelty in the Fabiano Caruana Hikaru Nakamura game. But there are 16 players in this playing hall. We want to check out what everyone has picked as well. So we will end up back at that game. In the meantime, though, I'd love to get an overview of where the games are at, especially in the women's section, and then coming back to the open section with our resident experts. There's a lot to go through, folks, so I won't harp on for too long. Arturs, Anna, over to you.
Thank you, John. I think there is really a lot going on, and what a start to the candidates tournament, both in the open section and at the women's section here with Anna Muzichuk. We have just seen her on camera, who replaced Hampi Koneru. She is the newest member of the candidates tournament among the women's section, and this is my favorite view when we get to see all the boards in the tournament, as well as the cameras. Tang Zhongyi Zhuziner in the top left corner. Arturs is the main clash between two of the highest rated players in the field, both from China, as we mentioned. The players from the same countries facing each other in the first round is by regulation the rule.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these are actually the open tournament boards, but we're going to switch that in a moment. I'm actually seeing quite a bit of very interesting opening choices. For example, here we see, if we talk about the ladies tournament, this is the Zhu Jiner against Tan Zhangyi. That's the lower leftish part. This looks like some sort of Sicilian Sveshnikov. I'm not really sure. I think we're going to get the chance to check it a bit closer, where white controls this very juicy square on d5, and this means that white has a bit some pressure. Then we have Alexandra Goryachkina against Ekaterina Lagno, and here we have a beautiful white knight on d5. It looks like to be some sort of a Ra Lopez game where white is having some pressure, the so-called Spanish torture. And the black is trying to figure out things how to defend. Then Vaishali against Bibisara Asabayeva. And this is, I don't know what this is actually. Anna, help me out. What is it, what we are seeing there on the lower right part? What kind of opening is this?
Yeah, our board is so small. I know, Arthurs, both you and me, we need glasses. So Zenny, our partner, needs to help us out here so that we can see the squares better. But now that we are zooming in, I think, Arthurs, this is when we actually get to dive in and see, even with our not 100% vision, on where the pieces are.
Now, this is actually some sort of Sicilian with an early 92, and clearly Vachier-Lagrave was trying to surprise her opponent. And maybe let's step back a bit from the very first moves and see how we got here. I mean, I was just very confused because I saw this white knight on a4 with already b4 for white having committed. That's why it's not so easy immediately to understand what's going on here. But here we go. Now, I think it's going to make a bit more sense. It's an open Sicilian, d4, knight x on d4, e5 Sicilian Kalashnikov. First surprise. Question probably to all the players of the candidates: how well are you prepared for the Sicilian Kalashnikov? Because it's the sibling variation of the Sicilian Sveshnikov, except black doesn't include knight f6, knight c3, but still plays e5 for some energetic variations.
It's very energetic. It's a very brave decision. And we know that of Baby Sarah, that she goes for aggressive attacking style. Even with the black pieces, she's not afraid of going for something sharp. This is her very first candidates tournament. So to play this brave against Vachier-Lagrave, who, of course, is also there not just by herself, but together with her brother. This is the very first time that a brother and sister, that siblings together, are playing at the candidates tournament. And what a great story it would be if both of them become world champion challengers. So there's a lot here to unpack. Lots of fans, of course, supporting both players. But I fully agree with you, Arthurs, that this is a brave opening choice, and it has led to a very unique pawn structure. Since Vachier-Lagrave has pushed on the queen side with b4, we have a knight on a4. It's not really the traditional setup you would see both for the pawn structure nor for the pieces.
It's very interesting, and I think that we can definitely say that Vachier-Lagrave's opening choice has been a success so far. We have a small help from the evaluation bar, which we try not to look at, but still it gives us a clue that white's position is to be slightly preferred. And if you look at the position as a whole, first things I'm noticing immediately, Anna, is that white has a bit more space advantage at a queen side, and also there's this outpost on d5 that white wants to somehow control. And this obviously begs the question, is black willing to play d5 here to free herself of this weakness on d6, or is this something that white actually would like to see? Because, for example, if you play from the black's perspective d5, how about this white knight on a4? It might jump to c5 and apply pressure against the pawn on b7. Then again, if you do not play d5, what about your dark square bishop on c7? It's a bit passive here, and I think in a traditional sense, Anna, it normally stands on e7 and not on c7.
That's a very good point, Arthurs, and it does look like a very clumsy piece on c7. Looks more like a pawn rather than a bishop, so that's not usually good news when your minor pieces are becoming pawns. In a way, it's passive at the moment. I do think, as you have mentioned, that d5 would be the way for black to break out, but it does have the drawback of giving up the c5 square. I was also quickly glancing at the database, and there's only 3 games left for this position, so we are going into pretty new, fresh territories. Bishop e3 here was played in 2 of those games. Actually, it might be... both of those games are played by Vesely and Topalov against Wang Hao in 2022. And in those games, after bishop e3, h6 was played by black. And I think in none of those games d5 happened, but b5 did. So black tried to get b5 in the right moment, and then try to activate the bishop by playing bishop to b6 next.
Yeah, that's obviously a very interesting thing. I'm not really sure if black should do d5. I mean, we can definitely do it. We are commentators. Let's see where it takes us. d5, and I actually have a major help here. Bishop g5. Oh, this is the idea.
Oh,
white provokes d5 to play bishop g5, lose a tempo, apply pressure here, and you seemingly do not want to take on e4 because of some totally non-obvious idea, queen c2. then play 94. Oh no, what is this? This
Of
is actually
course.
pretty fascinating stuff.
This is obvious, Arturs. Of course, we would all see these moves, right? Easy.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not sure I would notice this, but that's why this explains Topolov's against Machao's game against. I mean that they played against each other this h6, so that there's no bishop g5. But I mean this entire sequence is very tricky, and that's why obviously also here both players are spending a bit more time trying to figure out things. At least none of the players are in a time scramble. Plenty of time ahead of them. So let's maybe go back to the overview of all the other games and see and try to predict which of the games might explode.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely make our way back toward the clash between the two American grandmasters. But before we do so, we also, of course, want to take a look at how the rest of the open section has developed so far in round one. Praggnanandhaa against Giri. We have a queen on e6. It's also quite an unusual sight after the opening moves with an uncastled king. So there's definitely, of course, a lot to unpack on that board as well. But with the overview being this beautiful four-board setting, I'm just also glancing at the bottom of the screen and the Wei game that we were analyzing earlier with Mateusz Bluebaum playing a novelty. And when he placed his bishop on b5, that was his opening preparation, surprising his opponent. We also have, of course, Javoki's Sindarov facing Andrei Esipenko with a very closed center and a bishop retreat just now with bishop to g3. How do you see these games, Arturs, before we go back to Fabi Hikaru?
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of action going on. And one thing, and I'm super glad that we are not seeing 4 Petrovs or 4 Italian games. And this is basically the trend in the last years. And I'm super grateful also as a chess practitioner and as a chess fan, because we want to see a lot of action. We do not want to see these Italian games, Real Lopez's and all the other super solid openings. Here the players are taking risks, and I think it pretty much underlines that's the strategy essentially you need to do in order to win the tournament, because for you to score at least, what is it, like +4 or +5, meaning 4 or 5 victories with no losses. This is essentially very often the score that you need to win the Candidates Tournament. You have to take risks. And speaking about Fabiano's choice against Hikaru, I really like the opening he has chosen, but it seems that Hikaru is feeling pretty comfortable right now. And Fabi is pressing on. He's playing knight c3, and at the moment, Anna, he's just saying, I mean, you want to take the pawn on d4, go ahead. So I'm just very happy to see that there's a very big action in round one between the two top favorites, because I also would not have been surprised if they would just play something very quiet, just feel the rhythm, slowly get in the pace. No, this is war immediately starting from round one. I love it.
Me too. You just cannot emphasize enough how much this matters. The fighting spirit, the attitude of the players in both sections is what we see. There are no boring games. There are no dull openings. And this between Fabi and Hikaru has certainly already surprised all of us with the opening becoming something that has never been played before. Later, I noticed one game online that could have transposed, but I must say, Arturs, even then, Fabi managed to play it differently than that one existing online game, because he's not holding on to the pawn. In the game that I saw online, it was a different move order, but the bishop went to b2 before the knight arrives on c3. So if we look at, yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. This is where Fabi played knight takes d4, which is a novelty. But there is a game in the database where b4, the pawn sacrifice was played to deflect the bishop from the c5 square. So bishop takes b4 or knight takes b4. But in both cases, one of the minor pieces leaves the defense of the d4 square. So this has happened, and after castling, white played bishop to b2. Artyom Skiram against Rasmus Swane, I believe in a chess.com event. But this did not happen. It could have, But it did not, because as you already highlighted, Arthurs, Fabi doesn't care about holding on to that pawn. So let's break it down. Why he doesn't want to guard that pawn? What is it that White's gaining instead with the moves that he chose?
Yeah, that's a very good question, obviously. So I'm not really sure from which moment to start. Maybe from this one. Why knight takes on d4 and not bishop takes on d4? Because I think that then White would get the bishop pair. That's why knight takes on d4 feels a bit more logical. b4, I think that Black doesn't really have any other choice than to accept it. So bishop takes on b4. There you go. And now the big question, the million-dollar question: can Black take the pawn on d4? Because as you can see, this hits the rook at a1, but I suspect there's some tactical problems for Black with this queen a4 check. As you can see, the Black king on e8 is hit, and the Black response, I'm not really sure, is it some c6 or bishop d7, let's say c6, queen takes on b4, queen takes on a1. I think this line is not so difficult to calculate. White plays knight c3, protects the pawn on a2, and with bishop b2 pretty much traps the Black queen on a1, because you can see this rook on f1 targets the Black queen on a1. And that's why for Hikaru, I think this was a pretty much piece of cake decision. He played a short castle, and when we were watching this game live, Anna, I could definitely sense that Fabi was in a deeper thought. And I suspect what was happening, he was not trying to remember something, because essentially when you prepare such a surprise, you have several choices already prepared before the game. And you're thinking, what should I do? Should I gamble and hope that my opponent is not going to pick up the top recommendation? Or should I go for the safer choice where I'm still not risking everything? Because like I thought this was a pretty fascinating moment, and Fabi decided to play queen b3, knight and bishop a5 and knight c3, and it feels like to be a very fighting choice, because once again, pawn on d4, Anna, is up for grabs.
Yeah, it's up for grabs, and one of the main moves here that Hikaru must be evaluating is whether to take that pawn or not, because there is no immediate drawback. This is not one of those cases that we saw earlier that queen takes d4 would have been a blunder. Here, it's a very normal move. Even the evaluation bar just sits where it was, doesn't change. So it's a long-term pawn sacrifice. There's nothing immediate. There is no way of immediately gaining something out of this. But that's why I think, Arthurs, I really want to pick your brain on this, on how would you explain what is it that Fabi is giving up the pawn for?
This is definitely some prep, and if I was Hikaru, I would be thinking maybe Fabi here is playing mind games, because I mean, all of us, we have done this at some point. When you want to make your opponent think that you're out of the prep, you spend like 10, 15 minutes in trying to think about something, right? And actually what you're trying to do, you're trying to choose between the lines or make your opponent believe that you're still out of the, you're already out of the prep. And I think for Hikaru here, accepting the pawn is going to be a very big decision. And it looks like he has already made up his mind. He's just trying to make sure that he can do this, but he definitely senses that this could be a critical moment. And Anna, what could be White's choice? I was thinking initially something like bishop a3 makes perfect sense. Hit the knight on e7, the rook on f8, and play something like knight b5. And if I'm playing with Black, I'm terrified here. And essentially, I'm not playing against Fabi Caruana. I'm playing against the super engine. But you know, I just switched on the engine here. I know what the engine says here. After queen takes on d4, there's another move which does not jump my attention at all. And this is queen a3, a double attack on the bishop on a5 and then knight on e7. Bishop takes on c3, d takes on c3. And where do you put the queen? Queen d8. Do you want to go here?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Is that the only way? So now after queen a3, we're forcing the bishop taking on c3 and the pawn capturing back, attacking both the queen and the knight. There aren't too many options for Black, as you're highlighting, Arthurs, on how to react because of the multiple pieces hanging. So bishop takes c3 has to be played because of what you're showing, that knight c6 doesn't deal with the threat. The bishop can take that knight, and then the Black bishop falls. Now, again, two pieces are hanging. Queen to d6 or queen to f6 would be also squares where it feels like it's pairing the threat. But there's got to be something about those moves, right?
I'm not sure. Without any deep calculation, I don't know if I can make such a decision lightly, but it looked like Hikaru already had made up his mind. For example, why not Queen f6, which feels to be more natural, more active than Queen d8? And I just, again, I'm checking with an engine here because it's so difficult to understand this complex line immediately. Bishop before you play for some pressure, attack the pawn on c7, and apparently e5. You meet bishop takes on e5, queen e5, followed by something like rook e1, rook e7. Yeah, watch
Did you say Hikaru is not playing against Fabi in this moment, but he's playing against Fabi and his whole team's preparation with a very strong engine. This is not something you want to walk into if you're not prepared.
Right. Which begs the question, Anna, what should Hikaru do? Because he could reject it. I mean, who says that he has to take the pawn? And you do not want to also show a sign of that you are intimidated by the first opening surprise. Because when we talk about the opening preparation in general, I think at this level, people expect that at some point the opponent might be bluffing up to a certain moment. And that's why you're having conflicted feelings. I know that it looks scary to accept a pawn on d4, but what if this is the most principled choice that I have to make? And if I do anything else, what if the engine says that in any other lines I'm slightly worse? And this really brings me up the memories. I remember this was whichever candidates tournament was this. This was round one between year 2020 or 22, pardon me, I do not remember, but I remember it was Anish Giri against Jan Nepomniachtchi, round one, where Anish with the white color, it was some sort of a neo-Catalan. He played a brand new idea, and then Nepomniachtchi basically called the bluff, and he accepted the challenge, and he outcalculated Anish. So I was super, super impressed. I remember when I watched this, and then obviously Nepo went on to win the candidates tournament. That's why I could easily draw some parallels here and say that queen takes on d4 at this level, maybe you just shouldn't be afraid and you have to calculate. But I don't know really what Hikaru here is thinking. I wouldn't be surprised that he's going to go for something safer, but it's definitely a huge moment here.
It is a huge moment. And I think while Hikaru is thinking, if we get a chance to also switch to the women's section for a moment, because in the other blockbuster game in the ladies tournament between the two Chinese grandmasters, there's a knight sacrifice right now happening, which I think we need to delve into. Usually when you have your piece attacked, that knight on g5 in the top left board that we see, that knight was attacked by the pawn of black. And White decided, I'm not afraid. I don't care that you want to capture my knight. I'm just going to push my pawn and go for your king. So it was a full piece sacrifice with no immediate gain again. It is just mind-blowing. This fighting spirit and also the bravery, the courage of the players just absolutely going for it in day one, round one of the candidates tournament. Artus, can we break down that moment when h6 was pushed and f4, the brilliancy of Zhu Jiner?
Yeah, let's maybe go back to this moment. This was Italian game, the Hungarian variation. Okay, maybe we do not have the time anymore to go back from the very first moves, and let's just focus on what we have at hand here. White has a great outpost on d5. That's a beautiful knight strengthened by the bishop, and that's why black played this bishop g4, attacking the knight on f3. So you would think that normally you have to respond something like knight e1, knight c2, knight e3, and this is where this knight g5 absolute genius move was played, and here on a h6, f4, which obviously begs the question, what happens if you accept it? Let's go.
Yeah, it's a very natural question that we need to analyze, because apparently, according to the computer, it's not even about taking the pawn back. The engine says that after h takes g5, the best move for white is to push f5, because the knight has been captured, so you could take on g5. This is one of the options, but f5, according to the computer, is even more terrifying. Partially because it locks in the bishop on g4, so you are threatening to win the piece back. by playing knight e3 or h3 and then g4, but f6 is a major move on the board as well. So black needs to deal with both threats of f6 and the bishop on g4 getting logged up among the pawns. It's crazy.
That's really crazy because, to be honest, I didn't even consider f5 at all. I mean, I thought that you play knight g5 f4 with the idea to play f takes on g5, you play knight f6, g takes on f6, play queen h6, queen g7, just go for some very basic checkmate, which, by the way, Engine still says that all of this is still pretty good for white, and after king h7, there's apparently some maelstrom going on surrounding the white king, and all of white's pieces are attacking the black king. But as you're pinpointing it out exactly, Anna, this f5 idea, let me once again show it on the board, was indeed very strong. And according to the engines, it was stronger. Maybe let me show you a couple of lines. G takes, E takes, you could play f6 because you see this bishop on a2 opens up with a deadly power. King h8 and play something like f6 or h3. There's multiple moves for white, and that's why I think that typically good players here sense, oh no, this is not good at all. That's why obviously Tang Zhongyi was too good for this, and she just said, no, thank you, let's just play something else.
Yeah, she sensed it, and she correctly does not accept the knight sacrifice. But I think it was a huge moment in the game for the brilliancy, of course, of Zhu Jiner finding this idea, and also psychologically how that impacted Tang Zhongyi, because you are now on the defensive, and she didn't find the best continuation. It's really tough when there's so much pressure. Your opponent has just unleashed a brilliant move, giving up a full piece. It's a lot going on, so much tension on the king side now, and king to h8 was not the best reaction. Apparently after f4, a very unlikely move, but seems to be the best defense, was to retreat that bishop from g4 to d7 and then avoid all the lines that we were talking about where that bishop gets into trouble. But this is just absolutely crazy, like out of this world, kind of like, okay, so if I can't take the knight, I may as well retreat my bishop. She plays what looks like a natural move to step out of the bishop's diagonal, because you were showing Arthurs how black can never push the f-pawn, and now at least she would be able to. But it's too slow, and the king on h8 is not safe.
Anna, if you were amazed, watch this, because I just checked the top continuation in this line from the white's perspective, and Zhu Jiner has an excellent chance to season her momentum if she finds the move knight e3, which kind of makes sense because you hit the bishop on g4, you also not open up the bishop on a2, you're targeting with something knight f7 to follow, and here black has to play h takes on g5, and again white can go with this idea to play f5, trapping the bishop, g takes, e takes, bishop h5, g4. Wow, that looks pretty amazing, but the question is, can Zhu Jiner find this? Because it takes quite a bit of imagination to get here.
It does, but it's such an incredible line. And I think now the question is, when she sacrificed the knight, did she sacrifice because she wanted to take the pawn back on g5, which was promising? Or did she see the move f5, which was even stronger? Because if she saw it back then it would make sense that she sees it now as well, right? It's the same pattern. But did she see it? We do not know. And she is thinking, this is a critical moment in the game. If she plays knight to e3, white is seizing her advantage. And after knight to e3, the problem for Tang Zhongyi, by the way, is that she cannot just retreat the bishop or simply say, okay, I'm not going to take your knight, because now with the king on h8, the f7 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe the hope here for black is that white also has an easier choice, because it seems that she has already accomplished something. The f-pawn has been pushed forward, and you have some safer moves like knight f3 or knight h3, or maybe even something like h3, push back the bishop, then land the knight on f3. And if I was playing this position from the white's perspective, I would be feeling pretty comfortable. And ultimately, that's the question. How obvious is the sequence of knight e3 sacrificing a full piece and going f5? I think it's very difficult to find it. But if somebody can do this, it's the tournament elo of every Zhu Jiner. We are going to see.
I believe so too. I think there's a good chance that she will find it. She has been thinking for about 10 minutes by now. Tang Zhongyi also spent a good bit of time on the move King AJ. This is absolutely critical, such a sharp position. And we will definitely come back later and see how Zhu Jiner decided to continue here. Knight to e3 here is a huge move. And if she finds it, then she's not only the rating favorite for the tournament, I think that shows that you are in a really, really good spot when it comes to how well you showed up to the tournament, not just in preparation, but your sharpness, your skills, and your abilities to make the most of your opportunities, because not many opportunities are given at tournaments like the candidates.
All right. Yeah, definitely a lot of action ahead. We are back to the overview of all the both candidates tournament in the open and women's section. I also saw there was quite a bit of action going on in Pragg's game against Anish Giri. I think this is also the game we want to check. So that's the game of the top middle board where Pragg is going all in. He is playing some immortal game. I mean, this game is already so fascinating. I think it deserves some separate special attention. There we go. Now we're going full screen to this absolutely incredible game, and it was the Grand Prix attack, apparently, and at the highest level. I don't really know when was the last time somebody checked the Grand Prix, but there you go. There we go. It's on the board.
I think that deserves an action replay, Artus, even if we don't dive into the moves specifically because they are already in the middle game, but we gotta show to everyone why this is not usually seen at the highest level. Artus, over to you. Please explain this variation.
Well, my knowledge here on is really limited. I can tell you only this. It works really well at the club level because the idea is very simple. You play bishop c4, you play d3, shoot castle f5, and you go for the checkmate. And that's why this is a highly successful line. But I suspect that the highest level, it's not that simple. However, in the last years, the trend in opening theory obviously is changing, and the most important thing is to surprise the opponent. So that's why Pragg going for the close Sicily and then for the Grand Prix attack, it's definitely something that Anish did not expect. Here, instead of bishop c4, why play bishop b5, a4? So it's a very interesting mix between the anti-Najdorf, anti-Sicilian, whatever you call it, combine it with the Grand Prix attack. Let me just fast forward to the critical moment. There you go. The bishop goes back to c4, e6, clearly anticipating f5, and after a couple of moves, f5. There you go. It was on the board.
This is, again, like, what a tournament we are witnessing when on the very first day, the guns are out, everyone is going for it. There is no solid play. There is no, I'm just testing out the waters. Everyone is so sharp, aggressive, taking chances and risks. F5, if we look at just at that moment when F5 was pushed, how many of Black's pieces are controlling that square, Artus? You would think that that's the one square that White cannot step onto. You know, it's like there's just so much. Black is focusing on that square, and yet Pragg is saying, you know what? Here's a pawn, take it. So why this sacrifice works, Artus? What's the power behind moves like this?
Yeah, that's obviously a very good question, because it opens up the bishop on c1 and the rook on f1. And the big idea is to expose the black king because, for example, this is what Anish played. E takes on f5, queen e1. And I think it's very scary for black here to play short castle because White's typical idea here is to play queen h4, play bishop h6, play knight g5. As you can see, the knight on g5 together with the tandem with the queen on h4, it's a direct checkmate on h7, maybe even knight g5 immediately. And it just looks so scary. All of White's pieces are literally looking at the black king, and that's why Anish's response, it makes perfect sense. He keeps the king in the center, he tries to protect his king, and a couple of moves later, he was seen running towards the queen side. So this already feels like to be an opening success for Pragg. Queen d7, queen c4, black cannot castle the short side. Long castle is the only opportunity, and this means, Anna, this is going to be an absolutely mind-boggling game because now the both kings are positioned on the opposite sides of the board, but White's chances look really real because I'm looking at some sort of sacrifice at the queen side. Knight b5, b4. If I get to choose this position, I'm picking White.
Absolutely. I cannot emphasize how much this is looking scary for Anish. Even if the evaluation bar is not showing a huge advantage for white, Pragg has the psychological advantage from having surprised his opponent straight out of the opening, going for a very risky, aggressive opening choice. Put a lot of pressure on Anish. Seems like earlier bishop e6 by Anish was not the best move. He didn't find the best reaction. He got into a worse position, not losing position. It's not that the house is on fire, but it's showing weakness in a sense that he was tested in this very aggressive position, and it was hard. It was not a very easy one to figure out if you are not prepared for this. And he did not expect this opening, as you said, Arthur's, the whole opening choice, the surprise element, how much of a risk it is, and yet it pays off for Pragg for his courage to play in this style. And the current position that we have on the board is better for white, but I think it's more the pressure that we have, and also the time advantage is becoming bigger. But that's with all the factors added up, then the psychology behind how Pragg is the one putting a lot of pressure on the Dutch number one.
Absolutely, there's immense amount of pressure against Anish, and I think overall it was a genius choice by Pragg. I'm not really sure if it's going to work for more than one game, and I feel I have to go back once again to this opening phase where instead of the classical move bishop c4, because this is the class in a classical sense, this is the Grand Prix attack to play bishop c4, d3, short castle. I'm pretty sure that Anish knew this line pretty well. I mean, how can you not know what to play against the Grand Prix? Of course he does. But this line, bishop b5 and a4, really confused him. And this prompted him to respond with knight c6, short castle a6. And now we have a slightly different version of the Grand Prix attack. And I don't really know how good was his prep right here. Was he supposed to play e6, knight g7, or was knight f6 the better move? And I think in a nutshell, the idea to play bishop b5, a4, and then bishop c4 made more sense, because now you can see for black to cast the long side, the king's a bit more exposed. Because if we would remove the moves a4, a6, and arrive to the current position right here, let me just show you the current position here. I think that black would very much prefer to have this position where the pawn is on a7, because then he can protect the king. For example, to play something like king b8, king a8, and his pawns are sheltering his king. That's why this early a4, a6, bishop b5, then bishop c4, improving the Grand Prix attack. This was a fantastic prep.
It is absolutely fantastic by Pragg and his team, as well as, of course, we know all the players come to this event very well prepared, but it is him, it is Pragg who got the surprise in this game, even against someone as well prepared as Anish Giri. It's not easy to surprise Anish. It's not an easy task, and he did it. So now Anish is trying to react in the best possible way by removing the rook from the pin. Now the knight on e7 is able to jump away. Interesting, of course, because once you castle queenside, usually you think that, okay, the rook on d8 is already somewhat in the game, while the rook on h8 is not, but he wants to get the rook out of the pin and free his knight.
Yeah, this of course makes perfect sense. I think he also wants to continue improving his position in some way. And looking at this, Anna, I'm feeling that there's definitely something crazy about to go down on the queen side. I don't know what it is. I'm seeing the engine. Engine says rook a to e1, which is kind of a logical move. Like, you complete your development, you play positionally. But if I'm Pragg and I'm playing this position from the white's perspective, I'm looking for some fireworks at the queen side. Like I already said, some sort of a knight b5, some sort of a b4, some sort of a d4. I don't know. Just throw every single piece at the opponent and pray it's going to work. But yeah, it's definitely one of the games of the round, and I think we definitely are in a treat, all of us chess fans, because the first round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament, it's opening with a bang. I mean, there's so much action going on all over the tournament.
It's huge, exactly. And we are not seeing any solid games. We are not seeing any of, oh, I'm going to just play it safe because it's the first round. Let's see how the tournament is starting. It's a very long event. Everyone is playing everyone twice, double round robin, 14 rounds in total. But what we see both in the open section and in the women's tournament is that the players are very hungry to get a first win in, even on day one. Such sharp choices, taking chances, taking risks in order to surprise their opponents. And speaking of the open section, the one last game that we haven't dived into yet also featured a pair of moves that are not the most common when it comes to pushing pawns. So maybe if we go to the game of Vachier, Sindarov and Andrei Esipenko to break down there as well what is happening, I think it's just, again, the same story in a different opening, that the players are coming with some really interesting ideas and they want to try to win in every single game. I love it. I love to see this. There is no solid and safe at this event on day one.
Yeah, this is essentially a fight of the two top three finishers in the FIDE World Cup. This is how they qualified for the Candidates Tournament. Sindarov won the 2025 FIDE World Cup, and Esipenko won his match for the third place. I believe he lost in the semifinals against Giri. So that's the current position we have. Both players have their trumps. It was some sort of a queen's gambit declined. I don't think we are gonna go back to the very beginning. And yeah, the players have to forgive us because we have so much action going on. There's the Jujinner's crazy piece sacrifice in the women's tournament. There's Fabi's absolutely fabulous preparation against Hikaru Nakamura. There is a Pragg's Grand Prix attack, and yeah, there you guys playing the solid chess. Anyway, so what we're seeing here is that White has a very beautiful outpost on e5 for the dark square bishop, and White is ready to reinforce it with the knight as well. And Black at the same time has a pawn majority at a queen side, and I think something like a6, b5 probably is in the cards. What to make of this? It's pretty hard to tell, but I'm a strong believer of the pawn play from the both sides, and I think that something like b3 would be looking very natural to me. And then try to open up the queen side a bit, because I'm a bit afraid from the White's perspective, if I allow Black to play a6, b5, okay, I have this great outpost on e5, but is it going to be enough for me to have an opening advantage? That's why probably this is a balanced game, Anna.
Yeah, maybe this is the most balanced out of all the games we have seen in the open section. And that is with this not symmetrical pawn structure. Pieces are not really on the traditional squares when it comes to things like the knight on h5, the bishop on c2. There's a bishop on e5 as well. Usually we would love to see a knight in the center, but of course this is inviting Black to capture the bishop, so then you replace your bishop with a knight and attack the knight on h5. This is a very rich position as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how Vachier continues now. And is there any way he can take advantage of that knight on h5? You were already showing with the arrow Arthur's that that piece on h5 is hanging, essentially. It's just that we don't really have a good jump with the knight to take advantage of it. But that's a factor to bear in mind for sure. There can be tactics because of that.
Absolutely, yeah, that's why Black needs to watch out what to do with this knight, and probably after the capture on e5, it's ready to jump back to f6. Speaking about both players, Vachier very often was named by many chess experts as a potential winner of the Candidates Tournament. This is basically because of his very good results lately. I mean, most famously, he won the 2025 FIDE World Cup. Also, he finished in the second place of Tata Steel Chess. He's been on the rise lately. He's very young, very talented, very ambitious. And I think Andre, at the same time, is a kind of bit like a dark horse that people didn't really expect him to fight for the win in the Candidates Tournament. But I'm pretty sure he has his own opinion in this regard. But speaking about the tournament schedule, I think that Vachier has pretty good chances to get in the leaders, because he's starting the first two rounds with a white collar against the so-called underdogs. I'm, to be honest, I'm afraid to use even the word underdog, right? I mean, is Andre an underdog, or is Bluebaum an underdog? I don't know. But like, they are still the low-rated players from all of the 8, and Vachier is playing against them in the first two rounds with the white collar. And that's why if he manages to capitalize on it and score, let's say, 1 or 2 victories, this could really make him as a potential favorite to win the entire thing.
And he certainly has the ambition to try, and that's what we are seeing on the board. And that's what has been the story in round 1 so far. John, I would love to hear your thoughts on how do you see our very first day unfolding in the Candidates Tournament?
Well, first of all, a fantastic segment of coverage there, Anna. I think it's been borderline bonkers, if I'm honest. This doesn't feel like a round 1. It feels like a must-win final round on so many of our boards. We've honestly been treated to some fantastic games today. Artur, I want to maybe flip the question over to you a little bit. Sorry, Anne, I feel like I'm ducking this a bit. But
it's okay,
here's what I want to know. Over the course of the last 10 or 20 years, why is it that we used to see candidates tournaments and, in fact, other events where players do play it safe, they feel out their opponents, they get it, they start to get momentum building throughout the tournament. But what we're seeing here is all guns blazing, no holds back from round 1. It's a very different atmosphere, and it's not just on one board. It's very clearly a pattern. Like, what's giving rise to that kind of change?
It's a very good question, and I'm not really sure, John, I have an easy answer. I think it's the general trend overall. And we have the younger generation coming in, like Sindarov and Esipenko and Pragg and all the other young guys against the classical players. And then these young players, they do not take any prisoners, really, and they just want to win every single game. And I think that's the trend that's been transitioning at the highest level in all the super tournaments as well in the past 10 years, 5 years. I'm afraid to name the number, but more players are taking risks. Right. And I think you cannot play it safe in the candidates tournament to win the thing, because you need like +4 or +5, 4 or 5 victories with no losses. You cannot play the Petrov and hope to score to win. That's why they're taking the risks, and that's what we're seeing here.
And to be honest, we're here for it. We absolutely love it. Long may it continue. So fireworks all over the boards, folks. And if you fancy checking out some of the fireworks from your games on a board at home, don't forget that chess.com is supporting our fellow game changers at ChessUp, which is the record-breaking company that takes the chess world by storm with the new and improved ChessUp 2. It's a physical and electronic board, and it syncs directly to your chess.com account, which lets you play rated games, and you can then save and analyze on chess.com later. It's got built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch-sensitive pieces as well. It supports players of all levels, and over 1 million chess.com games have already been played on the ChessUp 2. And we're hooking you up with 10% off when you use the code CHESS. So head over to playchessup.com or use !ChessUp in the chat to unlock this limited time offer. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with more chess from the 2026 FIDE Candidates.
We got Pragg as third favorite.
Pragg? Naka? I think like Pragg, because he won so many tournaments last year, he has the ability to win top events. Hikaru also experience and good chances to win events in general, and belief in himself probably.
There's Praggnanandhaa, I would say, in terms of favorites. You could maybe put Pragg there as well, or not Pragg, sorry. You could maybe put Sindarov there as well, but it's hard to judge. So I think the 3 favorites are clearly the 3 of us, between Fabi, myself, and Pragg.
They both look very good. I think other players are also having a good shot. I mean, I won Vachier-Lagrave tournament once, which is also a top tournament, very long, and Vachier also did that, and Sindarov is on fire as well.
Then I will put myself.
Probably a pretty big drop-off after that. Where he is really good, but I don't think he's capable of winning enough games to win the candidates. So will be interesting to see.
I think Vachier also has a pretty decent chance to win.
Vachier, Anish, probably like Anish a bit above Vachier, because maybe a bit more experience at this type of level, but very similar. And probably maybe Sindarov around the same, or maybe a little bit higher, because he's so on such a hot streak recently. So I would put him like maybe in between like the first and second list.
And then, of course, there's Anish. I'd also put him in that category as well. Very decent chance. Maybe with Anish, since I kind of forgot about him, maybe I would put him up in the favorites here, actually. I think he could definitely win the tournament. I think if he comes in with great opening preparation, and he's very solid, he has real chance. He's going to be very hungry as well.
In my opinion, in this Candidates tournament will be like, in general, 2 favorites is Fabio and Tanaka, and I believe like 5 decent chance, and I think like Matthias will be lowest chance. Like
almost everyone, I think, maybe besides Bluebaum, have decent chances. You know, like Pragg, Esipenko, VE, yeah, Sindarov,
Giri, then Vachier also have like also decent chance, like Kelsey.
Sindarov, he's been playing very well recently. He's definitely improved. I think it was a matter of getting the invites. He clearly has had the level for a bit.
Probably put Esipenko in like I think he can do very well, but not huge chances to win.
Are you tired of losing against strangers in chess? Donating ELO rating points to somebody you don't even know? Feels a lot better losing to a friend who could actually use those rating points and then thank you later. Sync your contacts and get started playing against people you already know in real life on chess.com today.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel.
If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Hikaru is known for his online prowess, but he's a beast in classical over-the-board chess as well. He's won the US Championship 5 times. In fact, he has a higher OTB rating than any other player in the world beside Magnus Carlsen. That rating, 2810 entering the candidates, is how Hikaru got into the tournament. Mostly. He also needed to play 40 games in 6 months, which he did in various smaller tournaments across the United States. This is Hikaru's 4th Candidates Tournament. In 2022, he nearly played well enough to get a World Championship match. Can he do even better this year?
Oh, now that's been a fun talking point over the past goodness knows how long. I mean, Hikaru Nakamura, one of the best players in the world. There's absolutely no doubt about it. It's also his 4th candidates appearance here as well, but it hasn't been without, not controversy, but certainly some amount of debate. I mean, Hikaru had to play 40 rated games in 6 months. He rode the circuit, he played a lot of tournaments, and he had to play a lot of low-rated opponents en route to getting there. But let's not forget, he started from a position of 2800. It's not like this was the easy road or anything like that. He still had to do it the hard way.
Yes, indeed, John. You are so right about what this whole. Sorry, I'm having a trouble with my mic, so I'm laughing at myself. I muted and I muted myself in the wrong moment. But I wanted to just emphasize, of course, that it really has been the case that Hikaru did really well in the top events, but then also, of course, needed more games in order to qualify and make sure that he meets the requirements. And when it comes to situations like this, it really is not the players that we should blame for playing by the rules and by the regulations, but the regulations themselves. It has been the story with the candidates for a long time now that, especially with the rating spot, it's just, it's so, that it's not strange how he qualifies when he just does what is in the rules. Maybe the rules could be different so that players don't have to come up with this kind of a unique way of, I'm just going to play a local club tournament. It's not Hikaru. It's not only Hikaru. It has always been the story, especially with the candidates rating spot. So I think it more highlights that there could be some changes in the regulations.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And there's also a flip side to that argument, Artur, is to say, well, Hikaru is preparing to play against some of the best players in the world. There's an argument to say that some of his prep is, if not compromised, maybe he's had a little bit less time because the kind of games he's playing on the lead up to the Candidates Tournament, they're not the same as the games he's playing today, for example, which has been absolutely fantastic to watch.
Yeah, actually, I think, we are going to see how it's going to turn out because essentially Hikaru has not played many classical games since last June when he played in Norway Chess 2025. I mean, he did play in a couple of open tournaments in the state championships, United States. Also, I think there was one tournament in Canada. Just earlier, he played a training match with Wonder Liang, 2 classical games, and then I think there was a couple of rapid, maybe even blitz games as well. But I suppose we are going to see. And Hikaru himself, he doesn't really believe it's a big problem. I do think it might backfire. That's why initially I was not ready to rank him as a clear favorite of the tournament together with Fabi. But
okay,
the results, they're going to show who is right and who is wrong. And right now, the position he has against Fabiano, it seems to be about balanced, even though the last move, B6, I just checked, John, Engine doesn't like it.
Well, let's dive back into that game because today, for all the right reasons, we are going to have to be studying this game quite a lot. It's the blockbuster matchup. There's some pretty crazy moves and ideas on show on this board. So Anna, Arturs, I will hand it back over to you guys. Let's talk about the live position.
Thank you so much, John. And definitely, this game has been our main discussion from the top of the hour, from the very beginning of the broadcast. Because of the early surprise of Fabi, Arturs, we were already showing those positions earlier. But if you are just tuning in, this is probably the biggest deal when it comes to 2 of the heavy favorites facing each other in round 1 in the Candidates Tournament. And oh boy, they are not going for anything solid, not anything drawish. It was an opening surprise by Fabiano Caruana with a temporary piece sacrifice at the earlier stage of the game. Hikaru found a way to react to it well enough, but he is the one that had to work really hard to not get into a worse position at a very early stage of the game. And even with this last move, B6, the computer is not fully happy, although there weren't too many options for him. Arturs, let's take a look at this moment before B6 with queen to A4. The bishop on A5 is attacked, and it doesn't have many squares to go to. You can only retreat to B6, but then it would get trapped by pushing C5. So if you take a look at how limited the options are, only other option would be bishop capturing the white knight, trading it. But then after pawn takes bishop, the knight on D4 is hanging. And again, it's a piece that barely has any squares.
Yeah, but I think, Anna, this is a very scary line for black to play because the knight on E2, it might just as well simply drop. For example, knight takes on C3. I think something like queen B3 or queen C2 looks just good. And this knight has nowhere really to run. And our dearest engine, our best friend, when we don't know what to do, we just ask advice, what we should do. I mean, Stockfish here says after knight e2, king h1, e takes on d5, c takes on d5, bishop f5, black is perfectly fine. But to be honest, I'm looking at this, there's no way I'm going to go here. Because if I do not see a clear way for this knight on e2 to join back the game, and I might easily miss something like queen b3, rook e1, maybe bishop f3. I'm just looking for more clarity. And that's why this b6, even if Stockfish doesn't like it, it pretty much underlines Hikaru's playing style, because he's also offering a pawn sacrifice. Check this out. White could accept the pawn by playing d takes on e6, targeting the rook on a8. And initially I was thinking maybe Hikaru's idea was to play rook b8. But now that I'm looking at the position more closely, I realize maybe Hikaru is actually willing to sacrifice an exchange. And now it's Fabi's turn probably to turn it down, because now this position looks just a bit too much with such a monstrous knight on the e4 and a weakened white king.
It's a monster indeed, and threatening checkmate as well, because now if black gets to eliminate the knight on c3, knight e2 is not a check. Knight e2 is checkmate if you get rid of the white knight with the queen on the long diagonal. If we just show that moment one more time, Arturs, with how powerful the attack of black is just the queen and the knight you need, because now that the bishop, the light square bishop, is missing from the g2 square, the white king is wide open and caught on the light squares. So this would be a huge attack with bishop h3 coming as well, as you were highlighting. Definitely not something that Fabiano is interested. So I think he probably glanced over at the option of capturing the pawn and definitely senses that Hikaru would be ready to give up the rook, give up an exchange for the attack. Very brave. And I think b6, now that we are looking into the details, is becoming more and more appealing, because the other line that the engine was showing was so weird on whether your piece gets trapped or not. But here, this is human, this is logical. You would rather give up material but have freedom and initiative for your pieces than to be in a position where you're almost losing a piece because it cannot return.
I completely agree, and I think this is also something that we are not going to see in the game. Pretty sure that Fabi spotted this exchange sacrifice like in 3 seconds, and he rejected it. And this brings the question, Anna, what should white do next? And the only thing I can think of is somehow try to get to this knight on d4, because it kind of feels disconnected from the game. Maybe also try to move all the pieces away from the queen side, because as you can see, this bishop on a5 might be essentially stuck. So I could be thinking about organizing some sort of a kingside attack, like knight e4, sorry, pardon my arrows, knight e4, bishop b2, queen d1, queen g4, or queen h5. Try to go for some sort of a kingside attack where this black bishop on a5 is kind of disconnected from the game, and the knight on d4 might be also a target. Here, Engine says the top choice is rook a to e1 and start to rearrange the pieces, and I suppose it does make kind of sense. Play rook e1, queen d1, bishop b2, and look for a kingside attack. So I think that Hikaru's position in a couple of moves might be a bit dangerous.
I fully agree with you. Now that you highlighted the drawback of the piece placement, and of course, it was very appealing, the attack that black could get if white is greedy and captures the pawn on e6 to then capture the rook. But it's not obligatory at all. It's one of the options to consider. But if you are on the other side of the same mentality that you would rather give up material but get the initiative, go for the attack, it makes so much sense, the sequence you're suggesting, Arturs. And that's the way in any position to take advantage of a mislocated piece, a piece that is not in the game in a sense. It's on the edge of the board, and it's very hard to bring that bishop back. The only way you can really do something with that bishop is to capture the knight on c3.
I think this is actually one of my favorite suggestions that I would usually tell to my students, Anna, is that when you don't know what to do, and I'm looking at this position and I'm saying, I don't know what to do. I do not want to take the pawn on e6. Improve your pieces. I mean, this is what you can always do. Improve the pieces. And maybe the viewers could be a bit surprised why rook a to e1 and why not rook f to e1. Are we not making this rook on f1 feel weird? Maybe, but I think there's a bit concrete idea that after rook e1, queen d1, and for example, some queen g4 future or queen h5, there might be some fork ideas on c2. So this rook a to e1 is a very characteristic move for typical positions where you're literally packing, zipping all of your pieces at the king side, and then you want to go for this king side attack, even though this rook at f1, Anna, at the moment is feeling to be quite claustrophobic.
It does feel like it, but it has potential. And since you were highlighting all the ideas on the king side, one more idea we could add to that is that f pawn, it might just get pushed at some point. f4, f5 in the right moment. It's not likely that right away you could go and push it all the way to f5 or f6, but especially if at some point black wants to do something about the central structure, this tension between the pawns, e5 would be a logical move to gain more space in the center. No longer the pawn is hanging. Your bishop has finally an opening toward a more active diagonal. But those are the moves that will run into a pawn push like f4 with the rook on f1. That rook is ready to open up a file if we see those pawn pushes.
Yeah, this definitely might be happening. And Fabi is thinking about his choices, because typically you're not thinking also about your own moves. You're thinking about your opponent's responses. And I would be very curious to hear the thought process of the players, where they are right now, because this is move 14. And, maybe Fabi is somewhere in the fifth dimension. He's thinking about move 20, 21, already trying to evaluate position, then going back and comparing, and then consulting with your gut instinct. How does it feel? So this mindset, these thoughts that are happening inside the mind of a super grandmaster, I think this could be very fascinating if we could hear it. But Fabi appears to be super composed. He is feeling well. I don't know, he looks a bit sleepy there. I don't know. But he definitely...
a bit of a stretch, a bit of a yawn. It's a long game. The time control, Arthur says, it's really long. They are in for the long game, long tournament with long time control. So they need to maintain the energy for sure. But as you mentioned, I also wish we could listen to their thoughts. If only there was a confessional booth at every chess tournament.
Yeah, this was definitely one of the best things that Norway Chess has invented, and I wish that they could make it standard, but that's why we have, I suppose, also the post-game interviews. But it's really fascinating to hear what the players are saying about their ideas during the games. Anna, what do you think? Let's maybe go back to the overview of the other games and see what else is happening, because there's so much action going on in both tournaments. There's 8 games happening at the same time.
Absolutely. There is just so much to keep an eye on, and there's so much action. All the players are going for really interesting, exciting lines. There's no solid play. There is no safe play in the candidates tournament. As you mentioned, Arthur's already a couple of times, it probably takes about 4 to 5 wins without a loss to win a tournament like the candidates. So you can't really just play it safe. You cannot just wait with a drawish line. You need to take chances, and we have seen this right away in round 1 in both the open and the women's section. I'm looking at the ladies, and the game that we were following really closely is the one between Zhu Jinner and Tang Zhongyi. It's a really crucial clash between two of the favorites, Zhu Jinner being the rating favorite, while Tang Zhongyi is a former women's world champion. So she not only has won the candidates before, she also won the world championship before. Certainly a game that is going to be very important for the outcome of the event. And I don't know about you, Arthurs, but maybe we could just dial back there, because there was this beautiful moment where Zhu Jinner sacrificed a piece, and it still is a position where she is missing her knight. She's down on material, but the advantage is for white.
Yeah, this happened. I mean, this absolutely incredible piece sacrifice that we are discussing with the help of an engine. Zhu Jinner figured it out herself, and maybe let's go back a couple of moves to highlight all of this. Obviously started with this sneak move, knight g5, h6, and f4. And we discussed this before the break. H takes on g5 was the idea to play f5 and developing a strong attack. And here, apparently, White had a move knight e3, double attack on the bishop on g4, the pawn on f7. Zhu found this continuation, and after h takes on g5, she also picked up the move f5, trying to trap the bishop on g4. Black has no choice. G takes, E takes, the bishop on g4 is hit. Bishop h5 is necessary. G4 has to be done. And now a very common pawn sacrifice on a e4, because black is not really counting the material on the board. It's all about control of the squares. She gives up the bishop on h5. She activates the dark square bishop on g7, thinking about something like bishop d5, and the position remains razor sharp.
It is so sharp, and to find moves like this, all of those moves that the computer was highlighting are exclamation mark for white, for black. They are playing brilliant chess. Even Tang Zhongyi's situation being so hard, she's on the defensive, her king is attacked, she's the one who had to deal with this surprise piece sacrifice, but she's playing the best moves. These last couple of moves were also the best for black, and e4 is so important for what you said. It's not about the number of pawns here, but to open up that square for the bishop activated so that black has counter chances. You need counterplay. You cannot just let white steamroll everything on the king side. And as Arthur is showing with a few variations, the black king would get into trouble with the bishop on a2, sniping that entire diagonal and not letting the king run away. So this is so crucial that Tang Zhongyi is taking the moment before her bishop is captured. She's using this momentum to also free her pieces and activate her pieces so that she gets to have counter chances, because the white king too is open after pushing the g pawn.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a very high level chess. When we are taught chess at the very beginning, we're thinking, yeah, you know, those three pawns that we have in front of the king, they should never, ever move. I mean, Ben Feingold famously once said, never play f3 for God's sakes, right? It's a very bad move. But when you start to understand chess at a bit better level, you realize that pawn play is an essential element of the game, and also sometimes you have to push the pawns in front of your king. So I think it was Peter Swidler who just very recently said, and also I think I heard a very similar quote by the legendary chess coach and former also a player Artur Yusupov, that in the very beginning you learn rules very nicely, you know how to follow them, and then you learn how to break them, how to make an exception. And that's what we are seeing here. White is aggressively pushing those pawns, exposing the king, but understanding that the gain is definitely going to be worth it.
That's exactly what's happening, and love to see how these rules are being broken. I'm not brave. I'm not pushing my pawns in front of the king, but I love seeing other players do it.
Yeah, it looks very, very natural, to be honest. I don't think that the white king here is feeling in any danger, and I would still rate Zhu chances higher. The obvious move, I think, is something like g takes on h5, e takes on d3, and typically in these positions, there's a common rule that the obstacle of bishop, when there's a direct attack, it feels like an extra piece. And the first thing I'm seeing here, stopping black to block this pawn, maybe play f6, bishop f6, and some sort of a queen e3, bishop b1, queen h7 ideas. This kind of already feels like Bobby Fischer's one of his most famous rook f6 piece sacrifices against, I forgot against who was it, but it feels really good for white.
Now that you're showing how white could use the same idea to free the diagonal for the light squared bishop, this is again looking extremely dangerous, because as you said, with opposite colored bishops, that bishop on f6 can never do anything about the attack on the light squares. So it is crucial who is attacking in such situations. Zhu takes on e4, which was the other good option, of course. She doesn't have to rush capturing the bishop on h5. It has nowhere to go. And now Tang Zhongyi immediately places the knight on e5. I'm surprised that she played it so quickly when the other option was also promising to have the bishop on e5, and I thought that was her original idea.
Exactly, and actually this is a bit surprising. I mean, I can understand from White's perspective that she definitely saw this idea. I'm absolutely positive. She saw the idea of g takes on h5, e takes on d3, f6, or maybe the move order could be actually improved, but it looks very promising. But ultimately, a pawn is a pawn. The bishop is not going anywhere, as Anna, as you already said, so why don't I do this? It feels much safer. And yeah, bishop e5, I thought it kind of made more sense because this bishop is feeling much more active on e5. Black stops white's idea to push e4, d5, protects the pawn on d6, and also after g takes on h5, you're thinking about some, I thought f6 secure the center, but engine here says bishop f4 is strictly the only move, followed by knight e5. Maybe this is something, Anna, that black missed. What do you think?
That could be the case, because if you have a way in which you can first activate the bishop and then place the knight on e5, that's very logical. The problem was that you had to pick which place to go to e5. You couldn't have both there. But this maneuver, I think, is probably something that Tang Zhongyi missed, and it was the key for black to keep the counter chances alive, the counter attack also possible, because without that, this is going to become very passive. Now, after knight to e5, again, white is not even in a hurry taking the bishop. I think she will take it, but it wasn't even yet obligatory. But once that bishop is captured, how will black prevent that eventually f6 is gonna come with a sacrifice to free the f5 square, to free the f file, and it's looking really dangerous there.
I agree. Yeah, Anna, I think this is definitely a legit idea to play f6, and if you accept it, you're definitely spot on. Knight f5 idea is there. Queen h6 is an idea. Maybe queen x on d6, knight x on d6. But I think that this move, what we saw from Tang's perspective, knight e5, it's a part of a sequence. And I'm pretty sure that after g takes on h5, she wants to play g4 next to activate the Darksmith bishop. Otherwise, it just makes no sense. This Darksmith bishop on g7 is going to be so passive. White's going to anchor the knight on g4, something like h3, knight g4, or maybe still the same idea, f6 and knight f5. I'm pretty sure that black is going to blitz out g4. And that's why Ju here is thinking, before she accepts the bishop, does she like the position after black's g4? Or maybe she's stubborn and plays something like h3. Is this a move, or it's a bit too much? Anna, what do you think? Can I do this?
I mean, now that you explained that after we capture the bishop, black wants to play g4, why not wait and play h3 first? Makes perfect sense once we know all the details.
Yeah, but black could retreat bishop g6, takes, and now black has a wonderful control of the dark squares. I think probably h3 is a bit too artistic.
And
but
still knight
just
f3 is
lost which
coming,
moves.
so maybe we didn't prevent it. It was interesting to look at it. The funny thing is, it's so... I think you're right that g4 is what Tang Zhongyi wants, and that's why she played knight e5. But what I find really interesting about this position is that it's so much about those squares, about the f6 square, about the f3 square. So after, if we take the bishop and black pushes the pawn, black is threatening a knight fork with knight f3. But it seems that that alone is not that big of a deal, because you can always sacrifice your rook for the knight. So the question is, can white's attack be even stronger than this threat of black? And apparently a move like knight to d5 is so powerful, threatening pawn to f6, that you don't care about dropping your rook. You don't care about having to take that knight on f3, because as long as you can push f6 next move, black is lost.
Yeah, this would lead to a rapid checkmate, as I just showed on the board. And apparently black cannot make the fork idea work because it's just immediately losing. And I think that black would have to somehow play bishop h6. Yeah, exactly. King h7, f6, bishop h6, and whatever is this position. Yeah, something like queen e2 or queen g2. We have obstacle bishops on the board. Both kings are a bit exposed, but somehow, Anna, I like white's position a bit more, because I think that the white king is feeling a bit more secure. Anyway, I mean, this is a truly fascinating game, one of the top matchups of the Women's Candidates Tournament. Maybe let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in the Women's Candidates Tournament and also in the open section, because the action is developing by the minute.
Yeah, there's just so much going on. That's the only reason why we cannot analyze every game, because this is 8 players in the open section and 8 players in the women's section fighting for that one spot that matters the most in classical chess. Who is going to challenge the world champion? There is a lot going on in round 1. This is the first day, but everyone is playing sharp, taking chances, taking risks, going for it from the very beginning of the game, and we love to see it. We have here the 4 games from the open section where we were analyzing a lot the main clash between the 2 American grandmasters, Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura, with good chances for Fabi after the surprise that he caused in the opening with a temporary piece sacrifice against Hikaru. But Praggnanandhaa also managed to surprise Anish, and he still is the one with the advantage here. Praggnanandhaa against the Dutch number 1, or against the chair of the Dutch number 1 as of now, because Anish has taken a bit of a stroll. It's a long round. It's a very long time control. So, of course, the players take some time to walk around the playing hall, get some refreshments and snacks. And also on the bottom of the screen, Arthur's, there's just a lot to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sindarov's game against Esipenko is in Black's territory. It feels like Esipenko is doing pretty well. He has this weakness on e5, but his position is pretty solid. We also haven't looked for a while to a game of Matthias Bluebaum against Vachier, where the German player has established this weak pawn on the e5. That's the lower left part. Black is trying to survive, but Matthias is pressing a bit. Then Anish is struggling a bit against Praggnanandhaa, but it seems that White doesn't have a direct attack. That's the game on the top right corner. And of course, one of the most important matchups of the first round, the counter between 2 Americans, that's the top left corner. Anna, I'll leave it up to you. Which game do you want to select? But all the games look pretty exciting, maybe with the exception of Matthias Bluebaum against Vachier. It's a classical struggle where White has a bit of a pressure against an isolated pawn. All the other games are promising a lot of action.
Yeah, that's true. That as it was really awesome to see earlier Bluebaum's preparation and surprise in the opening, but Vachier managed to handle the surprise well, and the current position is still balanced. So we will leave it to them to fight it out more. Probably when the time pressure approaches more, it's gonna get a bit harder to find the best with no increment until move 40. But I would love to check in again on the game between Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri, since a couple of moves have been played since, and Anish's pawn has been pushed all the way to f4. So I'm curious, Arthurs, on your opinion on these recent developments, and what is the right way, you think, for Praggnanandhaa to continue here? If we could first perhaps just take a bit of a moment to take in the current position and a general evaluation of the pros and cons.
All right, so this is the current position. I think that White is definitely doing better, and I don't need the evaluation bar to tell me that, because Black has a weak pawn on f4. This is what Anish just played. I mean, his pawn structure is slightly worse. Also, he has some weaknesses at the queen side, most notably the weakness on d5. And on top of that, I think White's minor pieces, especially the Daxpa bishop on c3, feels to be very active. It controls a very strong long diagonal. And with the last couple of moves, Anna, I think we could definitely sense the shift of Praggnanandha's strategy. And this is what makes him such a dangerous player, because he played the Grand Prix attack, or was it the first Grand Prix attack? Maybe somebody is going to come up with a better name for this variation, this bishop b5, bishop c4. Anyway, he decided to play it positionally. And instead of my advice that maybe he should be looking for some sort of a queenside attack, Pragg decided to be pragmatic. And now he did play a couple of moves ago, this rook a to e1, clearly going for the positional game. And I think this is also pretty bad news for Anish. He's down on the clock half an hour. Now, actually, I think it's even more. I think it's about 40 minutes on the clock behind. And again, we have to remind you, the viewers, there's no increment before the second time control. The players are getting 2 hours for 40 moves, and that's it. The increment is start with move 41. So here, Anish is a bit in a trouble. His position is worse. I don't really know, Anna, how much worse he is, but he has to be very careful, and Pragg is doing really wonderful here.
I agree with you, and very pragmatic decision by Pragg to now go for an endgame where he could take advantage of the weakened pawn structure, probably by trading the rooks. That would be a way to start if he wants to immediately force going into the final stage, the endgame phase of the game, by capturing on e8 and playing rook e1 would be the most direct and most forcing if he wants to. Not that he has to, but I think those are options that he's considering on how to take advantage of the weakened structure of black, and also that he has a bishop against a pair of knights. So it's a bishop and a knight playing against 2 knights, but there's pawns on both flanks of the board, and the position is not a closed structure. So usually, in general terms, the bishop really enjoys that there's a lot going on both flanks and there's openness. The knights are not as long range as a bishop. It takes a lot of time for a knight to go from one side of the board to the other, while the bishop can take action and be powerful on all sides of the board all at once. Even from where it is right now on c3, it's looking at both the queen side and the king side and controlling the center. So the bishop is really powerful here, and that will be, I think, the fight that we're going to see, whether Anish can somehow hold that bishop with his pair of knights.
That's the question, of course, Anna, is how white is planning to proceed. And I think this idea to trade the rooks here, it does make sense. And I was looking at this because if black takes with this rook on e8, now the pawn on e4 is kind of loose. And I'm trying to figure out, can I trade both rooks here? Something like rook e1? Is this a good idea? Example, takes, and the problem for black is that this white queen on c4 is very annoying. Black cannot easily shut it out with d5 because the pawn on c5 is hit. And white could also anchor the queen somewhere on d5 or e4 and maybe play bishop d2. In an endgame, potentially also h4, h5 could be a thing, targeting the knight on g6 that protects the pawn on f4. And that's why here I think Pragg, who is playing the pragmatic chess, he has all the time in the world to figure out what to do, because he's doing really well, move 21, with plenty of time to think about his choices. Is this going to be enough to capitalize? I suppose we are going to see. What do you think, Anna?
There's certainly pressure, and this is the key moment when it comes to he's trying to figure out what's the most precise way to pursue that smaller advantage becoming essentially gradually bigger. There is no immediate way of capitalizing on it. It is a better position, but nothing concrete going on. And it's I think the reason why he has already spent 18 minutes here. So the fact that he has so much time advantage and has been thinking for 18 minutes. Imagine how much time he had before that. He has reached this position by barely using any time, while Anish has spent over an hour and 10 minutes. It clearly shows, at least from the psychological perspective, who has the upper hand in this game. The evaluation bar is not showing that impressive of an advantage, but it's an advantage. You add to it the time advantage, you add to it the psychological factor, and that all matters, especially when the tournament is such high stakes that even the smallest mistake will be punished. These are the top chess players in the world fighting to become the challenger of the world champion. So I think this is a really good practical chance for Pragg. It's a 2-result game. It's either going to be white managing to seize the advantage into an even bigger advantage and essentially win the game, or Anish will manage to hold. But it's very unlikely that Anish can play ever this game for a win. It would have to be a big mistake by Pragg to get to a worse position.
At the moment, yes. I think you are right. Definitely Anish first has to survive, but I think there's also couple of good news. He's not about to get checkmated. I think this thought definitely was in his mind when he had the Grand Prix attack launched by Pragg in the opening phase. At least now he can consolidate his position. Okay, I suppose we are going to check this out in a moment because there's more games that we have to assess and evaluate how they are proceeding. So here's once again the overview of all the 8 games in both section open and women's section. Anna, is there something that stands out from the rest? I know this is not a very fair question because, like, you would immediately say there's Hikaru against Fabi, there's Tanjanki's absolutely mortal game against Georgina. But anyway,
But I do want to look at the Goryachkina Lagno game because the evaluation bar has been showing quite some advantage for Alexander Goryachkina for a while, and I think we definitely need to dive into that game as well and explain why this is White's advantage or what has gone wrong for Katerina Lagno. Why is she in a tough spot right now after d4?
All right, so this was the Ra Lopez. That was the position where White was applying the so-called Spanish torture. I remember, yes. And apparently things have changed quite a bit. And maybe I'll just show very quickly, without super deep analysis, like a couple of moves ago. This was the position we saw, I believe. Yes, with the knight on d5, White's applying some pressure. There was a trade, not f takes on e6. That's interesting. Queen takes on e6. Rook c1, preparing to play c4. Lagno decided not to wait and do a counter strike in the center. c4 came anyway. Look at this, very interesting that the pawn structure changed rapidly. And here, rook d8 by Katerina apparently was a mistake because of queen c2, knight e7 and d4. And I feel I have to once again showcase this moment that in any positions, even without the pawn on c7, this is a nightmare scenario for black because White can take with the bishop and this knight will be pretty much immortal knight against the bishop on f6. Okay, there's a pawn on c7, but think about ideas like knight e2, knight e4, and knight c4. This bishop, just cannot do anything against the white knight, and this prompted Lagno to retreat to the knight. She probably expected White to take the pawn on c7. Rook takes on c7, I suppose Black just plays queen takes on d3, and it's kind of okay, but d4 was a very powerful move. White gets rid of the weakness, but Black's weakness on c7 remains.
And that is the problem, because if we look at what would happen in case of the trades on d4, it's exactly what you said, Artur, is that at the end of the line, yes, there will be a trade on d4, the bishops will be gone off of the board, rook takes, queen goes away, but once this settles, once the dust settles, the c7 pawn is still a weakness, while White has managed to trade her weakness for a strong central pawn of Black. So we get to see this situation being a likely pawn advantage in a near future. It's going to be very difficult for Black to both hold on to that pawn and also fight the attack that you are highlighting with the arrows, because the king side is wide open. The knight on e7 is not that helpful. It's normally on f6 guarding the king, but with the knight not on the usual position, no other Black piece near the Black king, knight g5 is coming, the rooks of White are really active, and this is looking terrifying, both because of the weak pawn on c7 and the placement of the pieces not helping the Black king, and that's probably the bigger deal.
Yeah, which brings the question, Anna. Yeah, this looks absolutely very dangerous, but what can Katerina do here? Because e4, I think she just drops the pawn, something like, I was thinking knight e2, and a pawn on e4 doesn't have any support. Looks very natural to me. Maybe there's something better here. No, actually, Engine says not knight e2, but knight e5. Okay, knight e5 is apparently very strong. The point is takes, queen takes on e5. We basically get the same position here where White has the better pawn structure and has more active pieces. And this brings the question, what else can Black do? Maybe play knight g6 and play the position down a pawn? But this looks like Goryachkina has basically the perfect start for her Candidates Tournament, and she's one of the most experienced player in the field. Also, she's the former World Championship challenger back in 2020 when she lost the World Championship match against the World Champion. and she's definitely one of the tournament favorites here.
That's true, and she's showing why. She's showing why she's one of the favorites. It really didn't feel like Lagno did anything terrible. There was no blunder. There was no something completely missed. But it was just this gradual, small accuracies adding up to a situation where it now could become a material advantage for White because of all the factors that we have highlighted already, the weakness in black structure and the weakened black king. But if we look at this position that you're showing now, Arthurs, it really doesn't feel like it's that big of a deal, right? It just became a much bigger problem.
Yeah, this rook c1 was a very smart idea, clearly instigating the idea to push c4. And like you said, Anna, this probably was a combination of small inaccuracies. And I think the move d5 in the hindsight was not a very good move. And I think that Katerina simply underestimated the position after c4, b takes, rook takes on c4. And yeah, this is basically the snowball effect. You make one small inaccuracy, then make another, your position becomes a bit unpleasant, then it's difficult to play, and in difficult positions, sometimes it's a very challenging situation to find the right continuation. Either way, that's the position we have here on the board. Goryachkina looks really great. Also, she has a good lead on the clock, and she's well on her way to score the first victory of the Candidates Tournament. Anna, what do you think? Let's maybe go back to the overview and see, maybe select another game.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. Lagno has just played, by the way, your idea with knight g6 to try to at least keep the king safer, even if it's with the sacrifice of a pawn, but it keeps, I think, more practical chances. So she's fighting, she's trying to keep the game going as best as she can, but good chance for Goryachkina for sure. Her advantage is the biggest one among all the ongoing games in both the women's tournament and the open section. Should we go back, Arthurs, to the top row of our scene, because we have been talking a lot about, of course, those games before, but I wonder, even if we go back to our top clash between the two American grandmasters, Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, not too many moves have been played, but it does show a bit more the situation. Fabiano had the surprise from the opening he prepared, a temporary piece sacrifice, a promising position and time advantage. Now, when I look at the clocks, it's no longer a time advantage. So at least there's that. I think not many moves have been played, but it's because Fabiano has been in the think tank for a long time.
Yeah, I think here Queen d1 has to be played because White has no other moves, and we can see Hikaru in deep thought. Only, yeah, like you said, on a couple of moves were played. This rook a to e1, we're discussing this was also the top choice of the engine, and Queen d1 also makes perfect sense. Then White wants to continue something like bishop b2, possibly bring the queen somewhere to the king side, queen h5, maybe not e4. And I think here Hikaru is feeling a bit nervous with his bishop on a5, because the problem for him is that he can never trade it. Like, maybe he can do that, but now he gives away so much space for White, and perhaps in some lines White can revisit this idea to gain the exchange on a8. And if Hikaru doesn't do that, if after queen d1 he plays c5, secures the knight on d4, and again
which
offers...
he has just played, Arthurs, he has played, as you're saying it, and he's inviting Fabi to play the en passant. Will Fabi play en passant? Is it a good move here or not?
I don't know. Like, I know that en passant is such a very tempting move for everyone to play. Look at that. I can play en passant, but I think it's in this position probably not the best thing, because White just loses his central pawn on d5, and also Black gets to trade the light square bishop here on c6. So I think that Fabi here is going to look at this and probably reject it. But I'm thinking, Anna, it makes sense to go for this kingside attack. The question is, how do you do it? Do you play bishop e2? Do you play queen h5? To be honest, I would start with bishop e2 because I think it very nicely fits the pattern when you don't know what to do. And again, I have to confess, I don't know what to do. I'm improving my pieces, and the bishop on a3 is not doing anything. Well, I'm giving it a new role. What do you think, Anna?
I like the idea, and I think those are the moves that Fabi will be considering. As much as us spectators and fans would love to see an en passant, and it's basically forced, Fabi will go against the rules of the online space, and I think he will likely choose your move, bishop b2. Makes so much sense once your piece on a3, the bishop becomes passive. And this is the setup that you were highlighting earlier, that the rook went from a1 to e1, the queen comes back to d1, bishop also to b2. It's all part of that regrouping, maneuvering the white pieces toward the black king. It takes time, but it's a very, very scary looking idea for what you already highlighted so many times, Arthurs, that the bishop on a5, that piece, it wishes it was on e7 or on f6 or on f8, somewhere where it matters when it comes to defending your king. You cannot go back there. The only thing you can do is to capture the knight on c3, but that will lead to the pawn capturing on c3, and then the knight on d4 is almost trapped, plus a pair of bishops for white. So not many good-looking options for black on the long run when it comes to this a5 bishop. And I think that gives Fabi a really good practical chance here. I wonder why he spent so long, because now that I'm looking at the score sheet, it took him 38 minutes of thinking to play that rook move, but he found it. So of course, it wasn't just about that one single move, it's the whole idea, but he spent nearly 40 minutes on that decision.
That is quite a lot, to be honest. He probably was in a different dimension already thinking about his life choices there. But anyway, he got there. That's all that matters. Maybe he was trying to feel, closer about the rising position. But, Anna, I have a hot take about this game. Can I give it to you?
Yeah, please.
I think this will be a deciding game. Like, I know maybe it's a bit too early to tell, but it just feels like it's been developing. It's been developing like that since the start. There was this brand new opening idea, a novelty, and they could have done it. They could have went for the safe choice. And now for Hikaru, this is a bit problematic position because the bishop at a5 is kind of out of the game, and it doesn't look peaceful to me. Of course, it's too early to tell, but I have a feeling that this game will end with a decisive result.
I think I have the same feeling. I'm curious what our viewers think, so please let us know in the chat, of course, where you're watching on Twitch, on YouTube. We want to know in the chat what your thoughts are on this clash, and do you think it's going to be a decisive result? And if so, is Fabi going to win this, or can Hikaru find a way to do something? Because we are struggling a little bit for ideas for black here in this position. White's idea is pretty straightforward about the king side attack and how to improve your pieces. But what can black do in the meantime? Hikaru will have to come up with something.
Yeah.
Not easy. But maybe that's why we're going to leave it to him. He's the world number 2. He can figure it out. We're going to leave it to Hikaru to figure it out. After Fabiano makes his decision, we think he will likely move the bishop to b2, either now or soon, even if not on this very same move, but that bishop on a3 is a passive piece. John, I would love to hear your thoughts on this game in general as well, and if you agree that we might see a decisive result between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura in round 1 already.
I think I'm in agreement with both of you here. I feel like this is the sort of game where even if there is a lot of dynamic equality, both players are constantly trying to counterpunch. We're not just blocking a threat and keeping things calm. We're looking for the next active move to play, the next discovered attack, the next tricky tactic that could be put on the board. And maybe once the players start getting a lot lower on their clock, we're going to start to see the pressure really come into its own. So I'm loving the way that these folks are playing the game. Before we head to a break, though, I want to ask a tricky question to both of you. Artur first. Let's talk about not who's winning on the board, but who's winning psychologically. If you had to pick a minimum of one board, but you can pick 3 or 4, where you think one player has properly surprised their opponent or definitely has the psychological edge going into the second half of today, who are those players in either section for you right now?
Definitely it's Pragg. And I think for Anish, this was very unpleasant surprise that the Grand Prix attack works. And I think he was not expecting it. And Pragg at the moment has a fantastic position. About Fabiano's game against Hikaru, I'm not really sure if Fabiano has any psychological edge at some point. I mean, he does have a very nice position, but Hikaru is very resilient. And about the women's tournament, I suppose the ones who have the better position, Ju Jiner's fantastic position, where this absolutely brilliant piece sacrifice occurred, and I think it's forming out to be the game of the round. And of course also Goryachkina has been playing very, very good chess so far. So yeah, those will be my picks. Maybe Anna has a different opinion.
Yeah, what do you think, Anna? I mean,
Arthur,
the evaluation bar might say a lot of them are quite close,
but...
Yeah? Oh no.
I wanted to say the games that Arthurs has picked, so now I'm gonna pick everything that Arthurs didn't choose. Thank you, Arthurs.
Yeah, sorry.
Look, at the end of the day, the evaluation
honestly,
bar might tell one story.
I was just going to say, it's just been so impressive. To me, one of the most impressive moves of the round has been the brilliant piece sacrifice of Ju Jiner, because that was such a cool idea. And even the follow-up of it, that it wasn't about taking the pawn back as the natural pattern. It was going to be a lot more complex than that. And it actually was played in the game. So the fact that she saw this insane sacrifice, and even a couple of moves later it was the same pattern, I think it's really something that highlights that Ju Jiner is not only the highest rated player in the women's section, but she came here in a really good form. She's sharp, she sees patterns that are not obvious at all, and she's playing against the former women's world champion. So this is a really important game in the women's section. While in the open section, I think I would have also been talking about Pragg and Caruana, of course, but I don't want to forget Bluebaum and his bishop b5. You know, he surprises a very experienced opponent, a very well prepared opponent. And yes, the evaluation bar is not impressed, and that's because Wei has been playing really good chess, but the psychological edge, definitely it goes for Bluebaum in that game. While between Sindarov and Esipenko, we also saw some really cool pawn pushes, and it's a lot more blocked now, the situation, but I think you cannot rule out a result in that game either.
Well, the psychological pressure might turn a couple of these games into decisive results from what the evaluation bar currently tells us is relatively equal territory. We've seen how the game started and what the intent of the players is like, though, and we know otherwise here on the desk. More from the 2026 FIDE candidates coming up straight after this break, folks. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink, and we'll see you in a second.
Hey guys, if I make this in one go, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Does an own goal count? Hey guys, new plan. If I make this shot, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Hey guys, last try. If I make this bullseye, we're launching the no ads plan. No more questions. I did it! I made the bullseye! Do it! Launch the no ads plan!
Love chess but don't like ads? Sign up for chess.com's no ads plan and play chess ad-free.
Which player famously beat both Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
This is not a difficult start. Ivanchuk first beat Magnus. I think it was a French defense. Then beat Kramnik in the last round when Kramnik tried to Pirk, trying to win. Magnus also lost, so Kramnik didn't have to win, and that was history, and Magnus qualified for the match.
Okay, bonus points for that complete answer. Which player has played the most Candidates tournaments since 2013?
I mean, is it me? Since 2013, Levon is also the obvious candidate, but wait, Levon played 2013, 14, 16, 18, so then I'm ahead of him, so I guess it's me?
You've played 5, yeah. Who has the record for most draws in a Candidates tournament?
The obvious answer is Giri.
What is the highest score a player has won the Candidates tournament with since 2013?
I mean, the name that comes to mind is Leon in 2022. I guess there's 9.5 points. So that sounds right. Okay.
Exactly right. Okay. This is the one historical question. Bobby Fischer's incredible 20 wins in a row began in the old interzonal format, but continued into the 3 Candidates matches back when we used that system. Who were his 3 opponents that he played as part of that streak?
In the Candidates?
Yes.
Okay, so it was Larson, beat 6-0, Taimanov 6-0, and Petrosian 4.5, 1.5, I think was the final score.
Exactly right. Okay. Who finished in second place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
Well, it was a tie. So, wait, how many players tied? So Mamedyarov, Karyakin, Ding was half a point behind. Mamedyarov beat Karyakin. I would say Mamedyarov?
Mamedyarov is right. Exactly right. In which city was the 2013 tournament held?
2013 was in London.
They're getting easier. Which player had a wild Candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row, but later winning 5 games in a row?
Who lost? Wait, are we counting the women's candidates? Okay. Vachier-Lagrave?
That's right. Very good. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished last despite being one of the ratings favorites going into the tournament?
2014 was kind of close in terms of, I mean, like Vichy got +3, but then after that Karyakin got +1. He was second place, clear second place. So I would say like maybe Levon, because I think he scored -1 losing to Karyakin in the last round and maybe got last place with that.
It's actually Topalov, who was only -2.
Ah, okay.
All right, and the final one, you have 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020-2021 Candidates Tournament. Go.
Karyakin, Maxime, me, Alexienko, Wang Hao, Grishuk. God, I'm forgetting someone. No, probably he won the tournament.
Yes, but Karyakin didn't play.
I didn't say Karyakin. Did I say Karyakin?
I thought you did to start out. We'll check the tape.
Did I say Karyakin?
I thought you did. We'll check the tape.
Karyakin. How many players did I say?
I think you said all, plus maybe you said Karyakin. 9 of them.
Okay.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. We've spoken a lot about the positions on the board. We've spoken a lot about the psychological pressure being applied in the first half of round one across many of these boards. In fact, every single one. We haven't had a dull game, and what a treat we have had. But now, maybe we take a break. Well, I say take a break. We just come back from one. But we take a look at a couple of the games that maybe we've gotten a little bit less time to cover because Caruana Hikaru has just been that exciting, because Zujina and Tan Zhongyi has just been that exciting. I think maybe we can steer towards taking a look at Bluebaum against Wei Yi, even if it's briefly, Artur, just because the stories of both of these players, how they got here, what they're playing for, imagining what things would be like if they're able to get a +4 score and potentially win. There is a real exciting road ahead for these players if they can find a way to break through.
Absolutely, and that's the position, John, we are seeing on the top right corner. Here, the Chinese Grandmaster just played Queen D7, and the viewers, if you're seeing this right, no, you're seeing it correctly. White can take the Rook on E4, which is under attack, but Black is threatening with a perpetual check, and I would say that there's a very good chance that this position will end in a draw. And also, of course, we are going to have to give some love to the game of Sindarov, the FIDE World Cup winner, against Andrei Esipenko, who finished in the FIDE World Cup in the 3rd place. That's the lower left corner. The game is really sharp. White still controls the central E5 square. White just played H4, but this essentially is a 3-result game. So, Anna, I think maybe you can select the game. We could check a bit closer, and let's take it from there.
I definitely want to show why this rook is still hanging, because Matthias Bluebaum is not capturing a free piece. He's thinking about it, and the reason why he's thinking about it, because there are consequences to capturing the rook. It's not a consequence of losing the game, but it's a consequence of the game will end in a draw, because if you do end up capturing the free piece, the gifted rook, you will get into this perpetual check. The white king has nowhere to escape from the queen checks. It's only a black queen. It's all that it takes, one piece of your opponent. But once it gets into the game, especially if it's a queen, it unfortunately can cause this much damage that the game will end in a draw. So Queen D7 is a double exclamation mark. Other moves of black, if we just take a moment on how important this was, after G takes F3, that rook didn't really have many squares to go to. Black perhaps could have tried with Rook H4 or Rook E6, but I'm suspecting that Wei Yi wasn't comfortable with this position. And if you're not comfortable and you just want to make sure that you are not going to be losing this game, even if it's going to be a grind, you know, White doesn't have that much of an advantage, but it's something that can build up with the way that Arthurs is showing. For instance, the bishop sacrificed for the pawn to then win the piece back. White will end up with an extra pawn, and you can be pressing this game on and on for trying to win. So 2-result position, no one likes to play like that, where he finds the only way in which he can force a draw. And now for Bluebaum, I think the problem is that of course, he sees the perpetual check, but if he doesn't take the rook, then what can he do? He also shouldn't really get into trouble. But that queen is heading toward h3, the rook to h4, and you can get checkmated on h2. So this is not without venom. If you do not take that rook could end up in a checkmating attack against your king.
Which begs the question, Anna, was this intentional or not? And I have to go back a couple of moves so that we have a bit clearer picture what was happening in this game, because we left it pretty much at the early phase where Bluebaum played this bishop b5, very interesting novelty idea in the semi-Tarrasch. And I'll just go maybe straight to the point where after the opening phase, it feels like Bluebaum has accomplished something. There's a weak pawn on d5. He's about to establish a blockade on d4. But actually here, the engine slightly doesn't like it and says that more accurate move was queen e2, try to anchor the knight on d4. And after bishop g4, play queen e2. and then maybe try to build up some pressure at the d file, and if necessary, also get rid of this very annoying pin. But it didn't happen. Matthias played queen e5, and after rook c4, rook e4, I think this was a pretty forcing sequence. Now Matthias cannot defend from black's threat of bishop takes on f3, and this is basically what happened. He played rook d2, bishop takes on f3, g takes on f3, queen e7, and now Matthias has to decide, does he want to continue or not? But to be honest, I think that it's very risky for him to play here. For example, reject accepting the rook on e4 and the potential perpetual, because black is thinking about rook e6, rook g6, the idea, Anna, that you said queen h3, and a pawn on d5 right now, it doesn't feel to be relevant anymore. I mean, maybe there's this line, bishop d5, give a check, king f1, check here, knight e5, rook d5, and something like queen x on h2. Perhaps Matthias is here and trying to figure out, can he play this? Maybe he can play this because the king on d2 is feeling pretty safe, but looking at his body language, it looks like he is possibly accepting the repetition. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
I am so rooting for him to go wild king, brave run all the way to e2, delayed bomb cloud, and keep the game going. He has more time, so time is certainly on his side. It's still like over half an hour of time advantages. There's no increment. So if he sees a way to keep the game going in a way that doesn't risk his chances too much, I think he will. I think he should. And that's why he's taking so long here on figuring out whether it's not too much of a risk. Because if some risk is fine, but it needs to be a healthy amount of risk.
Right. So except if f takes on e4, it's got to be rook d1. I cannot really imagine anything else White can try, because White's only idea is to win the pawn on d5. That's it. So it's got to be rook d1, threatening to walk away with the king. And maybe black can play rook h4, same idea, queen h3, but okay, let's check first rook e6. And if you do not take the pawn on d5, what are you doing here? It's not very clear. I suppose you have to take it. Again, I could give you a check. I think king h1 is very bad. Takes, queen h3. This is a double checkmate idea. There's no rook g1. So that's why the king cannot go to h1. And basically it has to be here. Probably knight e5. Or maybe actually don't even take on d5. Just a second. What if I give you a check here and play, I don't know, queen h2, rook g2? Yeah, the engine doesn't like it. Not really sure. But this is the only way to continue.
The engine really would love to keep the bishop. I think that's why the computer is celebrating, because it wants to keep that bishop alive for now, playing bishop e4. So if black doesn't take the bishop, that bishop will remain strong in the center, attack the rook of black. This, I think, that you're showing Arthurs is the best chance for black. Capture the bishop first, and then take the pawn on h2. Or actually, wait, well, taking the pawn... yeah, that's got to be the move, right? To try to set up the attack on the second rank. Or rook f6 instead of taking the pawn.
Yeah, also rook f6 is a move. Targeting the pawn on f3. Play e4. Yeah, but can you play this on? I mean, with three heavy pieces on the board.
The problem for Matthias... Yeah, we this is very easy for us spectators, viewers, fans to just sit at home and figure it out, take our moves back if we want to. But yeah, he's accepting it because he had to evaluate all this in advance, whether it's worth the risk or not. And he says, no, that was too much risk. The white king was under attack. So he accepts the rook sacrifice and he allows perpetual check. Probably a good pragmatical decision, even if we were rooting for the game to continue, but it was a lot of risk without knowing any certainties.
So according to the tournament regulations, they have to repeat the position 3 times. They cannot agree to a draw before move 40 because the rules prohibit accepting the draw, and that's why they're calling the arbiter right now. And Vachier claims there has been a threat of repetition. Of course, Matthias doesn't really mind it, and they're going to show the score sheets. The arbiter is going to do its job and check, okay, this is really correct. Sometimes they're taking it aside, setting up on a separate board, really checking the score sheet. But I think here there's no question about if there's been really a threat of repetition. Matthias is like, okay, let's just agree to a draw here. And I'm pretty sure, Anna, that we are seeing here the first game which is finishing in a draw. Matthias tried the best he could have, but Vachier was just too solid in this game.
And they are replaying the moves just to make sure. The arbiter's checking, Bluebaum smiling into the camera in a way. He's giving a smile to us, the fans, the spectators, everyone watching from home on this final moment between Bluebaum and Vachier, which is ending in a draw. Wait a second, they are still being, I think this
They're going to check that.
They're
going to check the other board. Yeah, they're going to the other board, I think, to check if there's really a threat of repetition.
There's a board backstage.
Exactly. But I'm pretty sure they're going to
verifying that the 3/4 has taken place. Yeah. Well, I think the arbiter and the players will come back in just a second, and that's happening right now to shake hands and officially conclude the first result of round 1. Matthias Bluebaum against Vachier. A draw. It was a very hard-fought game, even if it ends quickly in this perpetual. It was a game where Bluebaum came with a surprise in the opening to get Vachier into an unknown territory where you had to find some critical moves. Even this Queen D7 at the end by Vachier was probably the only way in which Vachier could keep the balance steadily. The position was not that easy to play. And not easy to play on any of the other boards either, by the way. When we look at this Arthurs, there's 7 remaining games, 3 in the open section, 4 in the women's section. What calls your attention the most? There's just so much to catch up on.
Yeah, it looks like that Praggnanandhaa's game against Anish Giri is going to the endgame, where Anish is doing pretty well to defend his slightly worse position. Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura, there's not been many moves. We just saw Bishop B2 played by Fabi, and Hikaru pretty quickly responded with Rook B8. And also I think that from the open section, we have to dive straight to the game of Sindarov against Esipenko, because now the valuation bar says that the black's position is slightly to be preferred. To be honest, I think it's still a 3-result game. But I got a word about the game that just concluded, Anna, where Matthias Bluebaum was playing against Vachier, that apparently Vachier forgot his opening theory after Bishop G5. This is a pretty interesting thing. And yeah, both players were discussing about white's opportunities to establish an outpost on D4 with the knight. And yeah, apparently Matthias has said that Vachier did really well to stop that from happening. So thank you, John, for the feedback.
Wow, that's really cool to hear what happened in that opening phase and how the players ended up giving that praise to each other as well. The respect, the well-deserved praise for having played a game that was really balanced. And in the end, it was a draw, but not without a fight and not without really some fun and important questions that they had to answer over the board. When it comes to this game between Javok and Sindarov, it also has been really fun to follow. The position is now a lot more closed than when we earlier checked in, but it's still not your usual pawn structure. Basically, white has quite a formation, quite the pawn chain on the king side with these 4 pawns that are all on dark squares. And the d4 pawn is joining in with the bishop as well, quite the geometry. I wish also the queen side pawns were on dark squares, to be fair, to complete aesthetically. And as for black's pawn chain, it's more about the light squares. But apart from the aesthetics and the beautiful patterns that I can see, I would also love to hear your thoughts on this game, Arthurs, and what are here some of the main ideas for the players?
Right. Maybe let's start from the white's perspective. I think that Sindarov is setting up his game to have some sort of a king set attack, because his bishop on e5 still stands as it was there for like 10 moves already, and Esipenko is stubborn. He says, no, I'm not going to accept it, because I think he's actually correct, because this dark square bishop that white has on e5 is less threatening than the white knight on e5. And for white, it's pretty easy. White is thinking about pretty much like in the style of Caruana against Nakamura. He's going for some king set attack, like maybe queen e2 or queen e2, rook e1, push all the things towards the black king and hope that good things are going to happen. But at the same time, we're seeing the evaluation bar, and it says that black is slightly better, which is pretty interesting. And this probably gives us some clues that apparently white's attack is not really immediately working. And there we just saw Esipenko playing this quiet move a6, which is kind of like playing cat and mouse games here, just securing the queen side, not defining his setup just yet. Visually, I like white's position a bit more, because I think that playing against the opponent's king is more beneficial. But I'm not going to argue with an engine here. And apparently, Stockfish says that the strongest idea for black at some point, Anna, is to play bishop f7, bishop h5, continue improving the pieces. But even if Esipenko does this, the position remains very double-edged. So this position, this game, probably is going to explode at some point.
I agree with you. I agree that this is the calm before the storm. The players are going for pawn pushes and small improvements, but essentially there is so much tension already between the pieces, and with maneuvers like the one you pointed out for the light squared bishop, for instance, of black, bishop f7, bishop to h5, that will start creating immediate questions on what pieces will get traded. What would be ideal when it comes to piece trades, especially the minor pieces, because the knight could capture on e5, but that's not in the interest of black, because there's going to be a white knight replacing that piece. That will be a monster, or even a pawn that could become a pass pawn. But I think here probably the most dangerous is the knight landing on e5. But once the bishop is on h5, maybe that bishop is about to be traded for the knight, and then knight e5 is no longer the same. That's just one of the sequences that I'm highlighting. I don't think like that's the correct one or the one and only one to think about. But if you look at the situation like this, Arthur's, with Grandmaster's perspective, what would be the dream scenario for white, that for pieces to be left on the board? What do you trade for what, even if it's not possible? And what would it be for black?
Right. I think that I should go for this king set attack, because it's pretty clear, Anna, that black is better equipped at the queen side. Like, he has set up a pretty well-placed structure, and white is feeling stronger at the king side. And the only real idea I can think of is something happening right here at this restaurant. And the question is, how do you do it? The first idea I was thinking, can I play something like h5 and eventually at some point play knight h4 and knight g6? But as you can immediately see, the bishop here on e7 immediately targets the h4 square. Probably no good. Then I was thinking, maybe I have to somehow prep the idea of g4. Definitely not immediately, but how about I could play something like king h2? I don't know, queen e2, rook g1, play g4. But you probably suspect, yeah, it takes forever, and I'm completely with you. And finally, I'm looking at this idea to play something like king g2, which is a very characteristic idea of the kings in an attack. And I'm prepping the idea to play knight g5, which maybe is an idea, but I have a feeling that something has to be done. Now, let's say black make, I don't know, bishop d8, try to improve the pieces. I'm thinking, can I go for this idea? Let's say knight g5. Engine, of course, is laughing at me, haha. But my idea is to play queen h5, g6, rook h1, go for some checkmate ideas. Black here plays accurately g6, then takes on e5, and there's no attack. But I would be thinking, what else I can do here? Maybe king g2, queen e2, rook h1, then play knight g5? That would be my thought process, Anna.
So that answers my question in a way that if you could trade anything on the board here, you would trade your knight for black spawns in front of the king because you need to get to the king, right? So it's about the attack.
That sums it up. Yeah, I think so. But you know, I mean, jokes aside, speaking about the attack and defense, I really love this. There's one very nice video on YouTube where Garry Kasparov is analyzing with Anatol Karpov their 1990 World Championship match. And this is very often that I'm showing to my students, where Kasparov is explaining the attacking concept. When you have so many attacking pieces versus defending pieces, there's this famous game 20 in the World Championship match 1990 where he famously demolished Karpov's defenses, and he literally said, I mean, Kasparov said, when you have 7 attacking pieces versus 5 defending pieces, you give up the 9 for a pawn, which is literally what he did in the game. Now you have 6 attacking pieces versus 4 defenders. So when there's a direct attack, it doesn't really matter this material balance on the board. I mean, Engine maybe here specifically says it doesn't work, but I think that this could be also Javokir's mindset, because if not the straight attack at the king side, then what?
Yeah, good question. I'm so curious what will happen. But we also have the one game that already finished. And I believe our good friend Mike Klein is with Matthias Bluebaum to catch up on his thoughts on how that game ended against Wei Yi. So let's hear Matthias Bluebaum on his thoughts against the game against Wei Yi.
Chess.com is here with Grandmaster Matthias Bluebaum. Of course, it's your first candidates game. What were your feelings sitting down at the board for those first moves?
No, of course, you're kind of nervous going into the first game. You just never know how it's going to start. He chose an extremely sorted line, which I thought is possible, but of course I didn't know that he's going to choose that. I think like opening went quite well, but yeah, maybe I missed some chance to press at some point.
Were any of your decisions based on the fact that it was round 1 and you just wanted to get through it?
Not too much, to be honest. Like Queen e5 just felt natural to me, but yeah, maybe in hindsight it would have been better to play like Queen e2 or Queen e3 and after Bishop g4, Queen e2. Maybe in hindsight it would have been better, but yeah, I chose something concrete, and I think he played well. And okay, maybe in the final, instead of taking on e4, I have some chance, but I also don't really believe there's much going on.
Even you're the lowest rated player. You have quite this fan following that's predicting big things from you. Have you been tracking all of the internet chatter, and if so, how does it make you feel?
I mean, I'm not tracking everything, but yeah, it seems like I already ruined the great Bluebaum sweeps. So like now the only sweep I can do is like 14 draws instead of 14 wins. But yeah, let's see. But yeah, 14 wins is already over.
That's the Anish Giri sweep. He's already done that.
Yeah.
Now you're part of the German Renaissance of chess. Did Vincent Kaimar say anything to you in advance of you coming here?
Nothing special. I mean, he wished me good luck, but that's it.
Okay, but he's not helping you in any way.
I mean, I won't comment.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck with your 13-round sweep rest of the way.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike, for the interview. And it's always great to hear from Matthias, of course. We are all rooting for Matthias and the rest of the 4 new faces, actually, in the open section of the Candidates Tournament to make surprises and maybe even get that throne that everyone is playing for. The top board that we have been witnessing today is definitely Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura, and not many moves have been played arduous, but the time again is ticking. What is going on with Fabi and his really long things? He has an advantageous position. Not a big deal, but it's looking promising. But the guy has been spending all his time on the last few moves, and there is no increment before reaching move 40. So now the main problem that could be on that board is not just the pieces, but Fabi's time management. It is troublesome.
Is really worrisome, because I think that Fabi should have played out this position way faster, and the only explanation, Anna, I can come up with, it's nerves and nothing else. And I don't know why, but maybe this has something to do with I don't know, lately Fabi has been having pretty bad results against Hikaru, and I think in the last, again, I forgot to check up the exact numbers, but in the last 12 or so classical games, Hikaru has scored 5 or 6 classical victories in classical tournaments in the past couple of years. So for Fabi, playing against Hikaru lately has been a mystery. And I'm pretty sure that in his pre-candidates prep, he tried to address this problem in some way, but apparently there's still some issues. And I just find it to be quite strange that in such a position where, once again, we go back to the position where he had a position after b6. I think he had about 1 hour and 20 minutes or so. So he made a couple of easy moves like, okay, maybe they're not easy, but rook e1, queen e1, bishop b2, a6, a4, stopping b5. I do not think that these moves really require you a lot of time, and he has spent on these 5 moves or so about 1 hour and still hasn't made up his mind. So maybe he has some conflicted feelings how much he is willing to invest, how much risk he is willing to take in this game. But at the bottom line is, Anna, he definitely should have had a better time, the time management in this game.
100%. And I think that's the only thing that worries us about this game from Fabi's perspective, because the moves that he has played, as you said, Arthur, are the logical ones. This is what you were also analyzing earlier, but why spending over an hour on those last 3 moves or so is really strange, very strange factor. He takes on e6 now, and I guess from Hikaru's perspective, he can either take on e6 with the rook to offer a rook trade or with the bishop. But I would think that Hikaru, in these last few moves, even if his position hasn't improved massively, but the psychological factor on how you feel about your chances, that certainly has increased for Hikaru, because you have an opponent who is doubting himself or questioning his thought process, or we don't exactly know what's on Fabi's mind, but from the time management, it's not confidence. It's not, I'm sure of what I'm doing. It's quite the contrary.
Maybe it's a jet lag. I don't know, but this is also something we have to consider, because they've definitely crossed so many time zones. And I think this is also what Hikaru brought up in his interview with the Chess Nerd. I think I watched it on YouTube before the start with the candidates, where they were discussing how sometimes it's difficult for you to adjust yourself when you're traveling, especially from the Americas to Europe. So typically it's a red-eye flight. You arrive in the morning of the next day, and I don't have any information. When did they arrive here in Cyprus? How many days before? But from my experience, when I'm coming from Americas back to Europe, sometimes it can take me up to like 1 week to adjust to the new time zone. And there could be a million factors. There could be psychology. There could be the jet lag. Maybe Fabi just slept badly. Whatever. But the bottom line is he has to improve his decision-making speed. And this d-takes on e6, I kind of like it because it clarifies the situation a bit. He is freeing the d5 square for the knight. Think about moves like knight e5, maybe some rook e3, queen h5. His position is still good. The only thing is he should have had like extra 40 minutes more on his clock, but he's still doing good.
Position-wise, he's doing good. The time management is definitely what we have been worried about. You're right that jet lag, of course, is a factor depending on how long ago or how recently the players arrived. They come in from so many different parts of the world that I think many of them, if they can, they try to arrive at the tournament venue already days, if not a week or so before. I know Hikaru has been in Cyprus for over a week at the least. So maybe Fabi has done the same or not. We are not exactly sure what's going on his mind, but he needs to speed up. That we know for a fact, because this is only move 19. The time control is 2 hours for the first 40 moves. 40 moves without increment. There is no bonus time. Fabi has 25 minutes and 27 seconds left to make 21 moves. You would think that's still enough time, but he spent 1 hour and 10 minutes on 3 moves. You cannot. You no longer have 1 hour and 10 minutes to spend on 3 moves that weren't even like in a super sharp calculation. You know, it wasn't somewhere where you had to invest 1 hour and 10 moves. 1 hour and 10 minutes on 3 moves.
Yeah, I got the word that Fabi he has been in Europe. He arrived in Cyprus recently. He was before that in Spain. but he's been already in Europe for quite some time. Anyway, the game is definitely proceeding. It's a very, very important game, obviously, for the tournament standings. It's a clash of two favorites, but let's check the other games, of course. As much as I would love to check only this game the entire day, Fabi against Hikaru, this is the clash of the world's best players. We still have to check the other games, and let's go to the overview and see what catches your eye. Anna, is there some maybe time scrambles or spectacular piece sacrifices or an exposed king or something? I'll let you choose.
Oof. I'm fishing now for those elements in case I spot something. But the first thing actually I spotted wasn't a move, but more so how we said earlier how Alexandra Goryachkina had a really good chance to score her first win against Katerina Lagno in round 1. And she had a really promising position, which is still somewhat of an advantage, but it no longer looks like Lagno is in that much of a trouble. Would you say, Arthurs, that maybe there have been some inaccuracies from White's perspective when it comes to Goryachkina against Lagno?
It looks like at least Black has kept the pawn on c7 alive. So yeah, it is some sort of a progress. So let's dive into that. As you can see, the players are very much in a deep thought, and I'm going to go back a couple of moves where apparently after rook e1, let's bring up the board in a moment. There you go. Queen d6, this was a mistake, and apparently Goryachkina was winning. d-takes on e5, knight-takes on e5. Here, apparently, she had not a very difficult tactic. And check this out, Anna. She could have played not the obvious move, knight e5. She could have played rook takes on e5. The point is, after rook takes on e5, bishop takes on e5.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Yes.
A temporary rook sacrifice, an exchange sacrifice that is, to then play bishop c5, which attacks both the queen, and because of moving the bishop, it's a discovered attack over Black's bishop. Of course, any of us would see this any day. Easy.
Yeah, if you would see this, we should be in the
Goryachkina would
candidate.
see it. The thing is, I think Goryachkina, if she sensed it, this is something she would figure out, because if it was a puzzle rush, if you know that there's something, then you find it. But I think she just thought that was a natural trade of pieces and not really took much time to consider the alternatives. She went for the natural move and didn't realize what a big opportunity. That was a winning move that she missed. Completely winning.
Exactly. But I think when it comes to spotting these tactical ideas over the board, it's by definition, it's very difficult to spot something that was not there before. Like this tactical motive, it's not here, right? It doesn't exist. And typically players very often, they play in series of moves. So they make a move, the opponent responds, you respond with the other move, and then you get to the position that you saw. And I think that Goryachkina didn't have, obviously, any prior knowledge that there's something winning, because if somebody would come next to her and say, listen, Alexandra, there's a win for you, find it. She would find it like in 1 minute, immediately, maybe even faster. This is why we're solving, obviously, the puzzles. But when you are not obviously aware that there's a tactical solution here, which was not there move before, it's very difficult to spot these things. And I agree with you, Anna, that this should be possible for the best players in the world to spot it, but yet apparently Goryachkina didn't see it. And very often the reason is that you're seeing something else. You're seeing this favorable endgame and you're thinking, I'm doing really so well, that you just walk past it. You walk past this winning opportunity. And we can only guess if either of the players saw it or not, but I suppose that's why we're going to find it in the post-game interview.
I think it's exactly what happened when you were describing how she was thinking of a sequence of moves, because the move earlier, this tactical opportunity arises, she spent 14 minutes on the decision of capturing the pawn on e5. So she already was calculating what she will be playing after. And the moment when she has the winning move, she only spent 1 minute and 40 seconds. So it was just double checking her calculation from earlier, but not really investing new energy or new time into the current position. She already was analyzing this earlier, as you said, Arthurs, and that was the big miss, that she had gone for the simplification for the endgame because it's a better position for white, but it's not a win. It's better, but the other one was winning on the spot.
Yeah, what to do? And the game obviously still continues, but Lagno has survived the scare. Her position still remains quite unpleasant, meaning the pawn on c7 is quite weak. And with this pawn on b4, which I'd like it if there was not this tactical solution, white fixes this pawn on a6 as well. So black essentially has two weaknesses in the position. That's all you need, according to Aaron Nimzovich, to capitalize on your advantage. That's a weakness. That's a weakness. Think about something like rook d1 next, queen c4, applying some pressure. Goryachkina's chances still look pretty good, except that, yeah, she could have pretty much won the game on the spot. What's done is done. The game continues.
The game does continue. And if we go back to the bird's eye view, I just wanted to also do a quick review of the remaining games in the women's section. We didn't have much time, unfortunately, for all the games. Divya Dashmuk's game against Anna Muzichuk was also a fighting game, but it's getting close to that stage where it peters out because there's going to be not much material left on the board. It's an equal endgame, a rook and bishop endgame. And Vachier-Lagrave against Bibi Sarah is also quite balanced. What surprises me the most is that our game between the top Chinese players, Zhu Jiner and Tang Zhongyi, is also balanced. When we were saying earlier that Zhu Jiner had a brilliant attack, it was an incredible knight sacrifice that she went for. She found some really powerful moves. So how did that end in a more or less equal position, Arthurs?
I'm afraid I'm guilty, Anna, because I was the one who suggested h3. Do you remember? We go back to this position after knight e5. Let's bring up the board and let me show you, because we're discussing what happens if white plays g takes on h5. We thought that black's gonna play g4, and I thought, why not play the quiet move h3? You know, the bishop is not going anywhere, and you're gonna take on h5 later. You're stopping g4. We're gonna take with a pawn, whatever. But we immediately found the solution that black can play bishop g6, and apparently this is something that Zhu missed from white's perspective, because the bishop is under attack, but the question is, how do you give it up? And after bishop g6, the position changes dramatically. After f takes on g6, f takes on g6, now white has so many darks or weaknesses in the position. There's also the fork threatening on an f3, and a couple of moves later, king g2, queen d7, targeting the pawn on d5. Knight c4 was played, rook f4, exploiting all the weaknesses to the fullest. This was actually a very cool pawn sacrifice. Now white is actually the one who is trying to stay in the game. How about that?
That's a crazy turn of events that she needs to find. Knight takes e5, which of course is a move that comes to mind because you trade pieces. But why is it the only move? Like, why is it the only way for white to be okay?
I think the problem, Anna, is that this bishop on a2 is pinned, and somehow from this totally dominating position, Zhu has found herself in a pretty unpleasant position. And also, yeah, you cannot move either the bishop or the rook without material losses. And I think this knight takes on e5 helps white because black cannot respond with bishop e5. That will be very unfortunate. Checkmate in one, queen h6. You cannot do that. Black plays d takes on e5, and now you play something like, I thought, queen f2 or queen e2, but still the spin remains. And I would have to, if I would have to choose somebody who is pressing here, it's definitely the former world champion, Tang Zhongyi, because she has survived this very unpleasant position. She has more time on the clock, and white has some real practical problems. So psychology in this game plays a very big part. And actually, Anna, this is what we were discussing earlier. Who has the psychological edge in all the games? Now, if I would have to pick a game, I would say it's definitely Tang Zhongyi against Zhu Jiner.
And isn't that crazy how quickly changes what the situation is, not just on the board, but psychologically, because we were saying how difficult this game has been for Tang Zhongyi. Zhu Jiner, with the brilliancy of giving up her knight earlier and following up with this really unique pattern, she played great move after great move, but Tang Zhongyi found a way to stay in the game even after King H8, which wasn't the best move for her, but she found a way to stay in the game even after difficult circumstances. And now the tides have turned, and it is going to be Zhu Jiner who really has to fight, as you said. And I would be scared here for all those factors you mentioned about the pin on the A file, the bishop and the rook being really stuck there. And also, even after knight takes e5, pawn takes e5, you need to move the queen, but the pawn on e4 is hanging too. And it's not really obvious that you can just happily give it up, right? It's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, there's a check on e4. I mean, how do you voluntarily go to this position? I find it to be very difficult to do it because black's going to play rook f8. Your king is exposed very much. So from the white perspective...
this would look like it's losing if it wasn't for the evaluation bar supporting that it's okay. I think visually it would look like, goodness me, white is about to collapse.
Yeah, I mean, what are the other moves really? Because queen c2 is also a threat. Maybe the stronger threat is to play c4, completely shut the white pieces from the game. That's why Zhu Jiner here has to figure out what to do. But for her, psychologically, it's a very difficult situation to be in because both players are on the same page that white missed after h3, this bishop g6 move. And to recover after a blunder, it's very challenging, even for seasoned chess professionals. And I suppose we are going to see. But Anna, what do you think? Maybe let's check the overview of the ladies tournament, because I have a feeling there's still a couple of games we haven't checked thoroughly, at least assess where the games are heading.
Yeah, I agree with you. We mentioned that Divya and Anna Muzichuk, their endgame seems to be heading in a very balanced direction where it's most likely to be a draw. But Vaishali and Bibisara also have an equal position that is nowhere near a drawn endgame. It's actually still a lot of pieces and a lot of tension on the board. So maybe we could go there next and analyze the chances and add to the factor that Vaishali is down to her final 6 minutes. There is an increment in the women's tournament. So that's the difference in time control, that they start with an hour and a half instead of 2 hours, but they get a bonus of 30 seconds, an increment of 30 seconds per move. Don't ask us why it's different, the time control, because we do not understand, but that's what it is. We are looking at Vaishali under 6 minutes, 30-second increment per move, but that's not that helpful alone in a complicated position when you're on move 24.
It seems that everything has gone completely wrong for Vaishali, or actually it's Bibisara Asabaya who has outplayed her opponent, because from a Sicilian standpoint, black has a dream position. She managed to push b5, remove the pawn on c4 that was control on the d5 square, and on top of that, black also has the bishop pair on c7 and e6, and black is about to play d5. So I cannot visually imagine a better position for black after the opening in any Sicilian. And also the pawn on b5 blocks white's pawns at the queen side. The knight on b2 is pretty passive. So for Vaishali here, I think she has to survive until the next time control. And Bibisara is definitely looking for ways to capitalize on her advantage, because she also has this 20-minute lead on the clock, which is quite significant. And also her position, Anna, I think it's easier to play because not only you're thinking about grabbing the center like d5, d4, or maybe d5, e4, look at this pawn on h2, and potentially there might be a way to start an attack like d5, e4, think about some rook h5 or queen h4 ideas, and black could just very quickly develop an attack.
I agree with you, and it goes to show how difficult the position is from Vaishali's perspective, that she makes a move that looks active, you know, placing a rook on an active square, putting more pressure on black's pieces, but it gets a question mark because it is not really going to be helpful on the long term. I'm wondering why the question mark and if there's an immediate way to exploit it, but I feel like it's going to be something down the line, that rook will be hanging in certain positions, or it will be attacked in certain positions with a tempo. the problem for Vachier-Lagrave are all the factors you mentioned, and adding to it the time situation and the psychological pressure. Baby Sarah clearly is enjoying her position. She's confident. She's been sitting there very calmly, and it really shows that she has achieved a lot in the middle game. I'm so curious, Arthurs, if there's some direct ways of using this somewhat loose piece, the rook on c6, in certain variations. But from what I'm looking at in terms of the engine and why the engine doesn't like this move, the move it suggests is rook to f7 to then play bishop to c8. So it wouldn't be the most obvious.
Oh, wow. Yeah, rook f7 is something, Anna, that I wouldn't look at, possibly. I mean, let alone bishop c8, bishop b7. But one thing is clear, that all the black pieces are looking for this potential kingside attack. But speaking about Vachier-Lagrave's move, rook c6, to be honest, I think it's very logical, meaning she is trying to be active. She's stopping the d pawn from marching forward, meaning black gonna play d5 because the bishop on e6 is ganking. And also, on top of that, white is thinking to double the rooks at the c file and maybe get to the bishop on c7, which was nowhere to go. But yeah, Stockfish doesn't quite like it, and specifically this move, rook f7, which, by the way, deals with rook d to c2 because there's bishop f5. So you cannot double your rooks at the c file because you will be dropping the exchange. And let me show the stop continuation of an engine here. I'm not sure if this is really going to happen. Maybe it kind of does make sense. White is improving the position. Bishop c8, bishop b7, and the big idea is to play this d5, d4. That's why for white, I don't think she has so many opportunities here, because let's say here, bishop b7, walk away, and now I'm going to play d5. Anna, this looks just
Arthurs, rook f7 is on the board. Baby Sarah has just played a move that we thought was like maybe not that easy to find. And she just after a minute of thinking, not even a minute, she spent 30 seconds to find the top move of Stockfish.
Well, then black's position
impressive.
is, it's really good because white cannot move this knight on b2. If you play knight b1, you give up the c4 square. Think about bishop c4, d5. And I'm also wondering, maybe white can sacrifice an exchange and build some sort of a fortress. Is this a thing? I don't think it works. Like takes, queen d6, takes, here. And I'm claiming that I have a fortress, but it doesn't look like a fortress to me because of this silly knight on b2. If only I could get the knight on c5 somehow, eat up your pawn on e5 against the pawn on a3, and then I would go for some endgame where it's a fortress. And maybe Vachier-Lagrave is going to do something like this because everything else, it's not looking good.
Not looking good at all. I'm so impressed with this rook to f7 and how quickly and confidently Baby Sarah found it and played it. It's not just the move alone, but the ideas behind it, vacating the square for the bishop on f5, guarding the 7th rank. The bishop now can maneuver through c8 to b7. There's no checks on the diagonal because the rook is covering the diagonal. There's so many reasons. This is a multi-purpose move, and she found it, played it very quickly. So much pressure on Vachier-Lagrave. 3.5 minutes left, and she is in a really tough spot. This could be the first decisive result in the women's tournament if Vachier-Lagrave somehow doesn't magically find a way to hold it. John, what are your thoughts on this game as Vachier-Lagrave is going really low on time in a tough, very tough situation?
This is exactly what we wanted to see at the start of the day. When the time on the clock starts to get a little bit low, the players are in a massively high pressure situation. Remember, it's not always just something's on the line and I might lose. You also need to find the right moves to win as well. And that is a situation that Baby Sarah is currently in. I have a feeling this will go on for a little while too. The tension is going to be kept on the board. So many of So many moves, so many games end in this fizzling out when both players are really struggling on the clock. But here, Bibisara is piling on all the pressure. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens. We want to come back very quickly in case we have some decisive moves on this board. So we're going to hop to a brief break quickly. But before we do, I'd like to give everyone a little bit of trivia featuring some past world champions, in fact, heading into this break. If you let us know your answers in chat, either on Twitch or on YouTube, we will give you the responses when we get back. The question is this: which James Bond film featured a chess game that was inspired by Spassky Bronstein? A very famous scene. If you've seen it, you might know, but you might struggle to remember exactly which film it was. Your possible answers are Dr. No, From Russia with Love, Spectre, and Tomorrow Never Dies. And what's interesting about this as well, just to keep things a bit spicy, is that you can win yourself Chess.com Diamond memberships and Chessable courses by giving us the correct answer. So have a think about that. And when we come back, folks, there'll be more chess, including that incredibly exciting game between Bibisara and Vachier-Lagrave.
I don't think big drop-off. There's necessarily either of the two players remaining belong there. I think that they're both very strong players. I actually feel like drop-off is kind of more insulting than unlikely to win. I wouldn't put anyone in that category, but in unlikely to win, I would put Esipenko and Bluebaum.
Of course, Esipenko and Bluebaum are less obvious. It's hard to call them favorites, but it's also reflected by the rating as well. So if they were to win, it will be a surprise.
Not so much because they aren't strong players. They're both very strong players in their own right. And Bluebaum, of course, had a very good tournament and taught us steel. But I just think that they're going to be facing a lot of pressure. If they're ever in a situation where they're at the top of the leaderboard, they're going to have a lot of thoughts creeping in their mind, both during the games and off the board as well. So I don't think either of them really has a chance to win. I could be proven wrong, but I think it's pretty clear cut and dry.
And then Bluebaum, maybe more in a spoiler role, but definitely dangerous to everyone, but probably not huge chances to win.
He's strong, obviously, but I just think that other players is a bit more experienced and a bit stronger.
No, he's a very good player. He can win, but he can win some games, of course, like when no one was waiting for him. But to win this tournament, it will be very hard.
What I would say as a caveat, though, is that really, if anybody gets hot, they could win, and that's why I'm not going to go and say like, nobody can win or these sorts of things, because as we've seen in past candidates, anything can happen in a given round. You get the right opponent in the right round, or someone's having a bad tournament, they're off form. These do play a big role, and I think that's one of the reasons that I definitely put the four of us in that top tier, because we all have had experience. You kind of just have to play and see where the chips fall. So just we'll see what happens, but I don't think anybody, I wouldn't be shocked if anybody wins.
I think for me, candidates is very random tournament, so I think everybody has the same amount of chance. Probably just Bluebaum has a bit less than everyone, but I think all other are same amount of chance. So I think that's my tier list.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got the answer to our mid-break trivia that we gave you heading into that break. A little bit surprised at quite how quickly chat was spamming. Very well done if you managed to get that in the first couple of seconds. We gave everybody an opportunity to enter, and we also put all of the correct answers into a raffle to win some prizes. You could win chess.com diamond memberships and Chessable courses, remember, through these trivia pieces. Here is the answer. Which James Bond film featured a chess game, I should say, inspired by a Spassky Bronstein brilliancy? The answer was From Russia with Love, and Tobin plays on Twitch. If you are seeing this, if you're hearing your nickname being read out, well, congratulations. We will be getting in touch with you shortly, and we'll be making sure you get a prize delivered. So check your DMs a little bit later. Congratulations. There'll be more of those later on in the broadcast. In the meantime, though, this is day one of the 2026 Candidates Tournament. I am still joined by the wonderful Artur Naichans and Anna Rudolph. And Anna, let's have a little bit of a recap of the day so far, because this is not exactly how you'd expect the first half of the first day of any competition to go. This is playing more like a final day.
It does feel like it. We have seen so many sharp, aggressive positions, surprises in the openings, players taking risk and not going for anything solid or drawish. The two games have finished are between Matthias Bluebaum and Wei and Divya Deshmukh and Anna Mozichuk, but they weren't without a fight. There has not been a single dull game in the starting round of the candidates, and I think we are in for a treat with the remaining games as well, promising to be a couple of them decisive results. With the time trouble approaching in both sections, this is going to heat things up even more.
It absolutely will. And Artur is just echoing something that Anna just said. Even though we've got a pair of draws on the screen, we haven't really had any dull, unexciting games. We're just going to play this theory out and then rest up for tomorrow. Everything's been reasonably sharp, forcing the players to have a think, really sending people into the tank in some occasions. And it's been a very exciting day one.
Yeah, I think this is basically the best first day we could have wished for, because I was a bit afraid, John, that we might get some quiet Red Lopez's or Italian games or Petrovs, but I'm glad to see that players are taking their risks. And even though we have a couple of draws already on the board, definitely this is a good sign for the upcoming tournament, and it's great news for the chess fans as a whole. So yeah, feels great, and more action is coming.
So lots of fighting chess, even in the games that have ended peacefully so far. Many will be regretting it maybe as a moment of brilliancy that they weren't quite able to capitalize on. We find out in a couple of hours. Let's go ahead and get started in the second half of today's games. Anna, over to you.
Thank you so much, John. There is just so much excitement and tension building up, as we have mentioned, with the time trouble sneaking up on the players. This one, for instance, between the two American grandmasters have been definitely the blockbuster matchup, but it started so well for Fabi, and yet it's not the story we are currently witnessing, Arturs. How would you sum up the game to the viewers that are just joining in? What happened earlier and what's the situation now?
So basically, to summarize, if you just joined and you didn't really see how the game of Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura unfolded, it started with a pretty cool opening idea, new opening novelty by Fabiano, and Hikaru was caught a bit off guard. The game got really unbalanced until this moment when Fabiano had a pretty nice position after Hikaru's last move, b6. The bishop at a5 is out of the game, and here Fabiano, we don't really know what happened to him, but he essentially spent 1 hour for the next couple of moves, where he could have played pretty quickly. Rook e1, queen d1, bishop b2, improving the pieces. These moves look very natural to everyone, including Fabi, but yet it took away from him 1 whole hour. Maybe he was unhappy about the position, but this prompted him to clarify the position with d takes on e6. And now that's the current position we have on the board. Knight e5, queen d6. Now Hikaru's position is feeling pretty safe, and I think that there's a very good chance we're heading to a peaceful outcome. Because, for example, here, rook takes on d4 or rook e8. This is what was just played in the game. Bishop takes on d5. We are getting opposite color bishops on the board. This bishop at a5 is going to join the game with something like bishop b4, bishop c5, and a5. And it looks like it's a peaceful outcome.
It's seeming to head in that direction, which I guess in a way is disappointing to Fabiano from what he achieved in the opening earlier, with the surprise element, with the pressure he put on Hikaru and the time advantage that he built up. And at the same time, what the last couple of moves were telling us as a story was Hikaru getting the upper hand, the psychological edge, because of Fabiano spending so long on not the most difficult decisions. It was really troublesome, Fabiano's time management. So maybe both of them will be disappointed in a way from what it could have been and what it is. In the end, it's, I think, a fair result that comes from a really exciting game of chess. And Fabi, I think, went for the pragmatic decision of going for this drawish position after having spent so long on the earlier moves. I think he realized that things were getting really against him on the clock, and with that, the pressure on him for the time trouble was too much. I think he really needed to force this kind of situation outdoors, where it's now heading toward a handshake soon if they find a repetition of moves, because they cannot even offer a draw before move 40.
Yeah, and maybe we should explain a bit more clearly why do we think it's getting to a peaceful outcome. It's not only the fact that there's obstacle bishops on the board, which very often means that there's a high drawing tendency. Both players can easily protect their weaknesses, and I could imagine the game following something like this. For example, black plays bishop b4, improving the dark square bishop. White's going to play d3 because that's a weakness. Black's going to play a5, securing the bishop. Queen f3, something like rook e7, king g2, bishop c5. And maybe somewhere along the way, White can play for some tricks. For example, rook e1. Obviously, you cannot trade the rooks because there's going to be queen f7, queen g8, checkmate on the board. Black could play something like g6, takes, and I cannot really imagine Black ever losing this position. King g7 is to follow, something like queen e4, takes. So this will be like my approximate scenario. Where do I think the game is heading? And also very often we can tell by the body language of the opponents how they're feeling about the game. And I think also Fabi's posture right now, the way he's sitting, it signals that he has pretty much accepted that probably this is going to be a peaceful outcome. And speaking about this 1 hour, Anna, that we were discussing, maybe Fabi had some jet lag issues, or I don't know, whatever happened. Maybe it was a psychological thing, but ultimately, perhaps he just didn't really see how to continue. He maybe saw this entire sequence. I mean, he is one of the best players in the world after all. Maybe he saw rook e1, queen d1, bishop b2, etc., and ultimately he just concluded that there's no real advantage to him, and that's why he spent this 1 hour trying to figure out. And by the way, just as I was saying this, bishop b4 is happening, and my money would be on something like this, what I just described.
I think that's where the game is heading, and it's probably what you mentioned, that Fabi might have seen all this coming and was probably a disappointing conclusion to him. But if you don't find more in the position, then that's what it is. It was also a draw for Anna Muzichuk in her game against Divya Dashmukh, and we have our very own fun master Mike Klein on the ground to talk to Anna about her game.
Thanks, everyone. We're here with Grandmaster Anna Muzichuk. And Anna, we sat down before the tournament, but our audience hasn't actually seen that interview yet. I'm not going to ask you any more about the last-minute invite, but are you happy to stop talking about that and actually getting to chess?
Yes, like everybody is asking me about this, but well, it's quite a reasonable question.
Now, Fabiano was asked last night, could experience in the candidates actually be kind of a curse, because sometimes you draw on bad memories or you know what not to do? Whereas Divya today, you know, she was a fresh face, it's her first time. Is there any chance that your experience could actually hurt you in some way?
Okay, my last candidates didn't go well, but the first two were okay. So let's hope it will help, the same as Caruana said yesterday.
Absolutely. In fact, it should help, but there's always a chance. Now, this is your fourth women's candidates in the modern era, of course. You definitely weren't playing that other era. How does this compare to Russia, China, Toronto?
I can't say much as we have just started, but here so far everything looks good. The organization is good, and it feels quite comfortable to play.
In your game against Divya, you had this activity for the pawn. You were under some stress, but did it ever feel like you were scrambling, or did you feel like you were always having it under control?
No, like a few moves after she surprised me with bishop h3, I didn't like my position, to be honest. But yeah, when I got this activity, especially like when she took the pawn and I played rook e2, I think I'm fine.
Okay, and a draw as black in round one, your experience should tell you that this is a reasonable result. So are you going to go home tonight thinking that, everything went pretty much okay?
Yeah, I think I am satisfied with the result because I didn't have chances for more, and it could be worse.
Absolutely. Okay, well, thanks so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Mike, and it's always great to hear from Anna. And we will not continue asking the same question about how she got the invitation. She's, of course, very grateful to be able to play at the Candidates Tournament in the place of Hampi Koneri. And Anna herself was very close to qualifying originally as well for the candidates. So very deserved that she's there. And the remaining players who are still there in the playing hall, some of them are more in trouble than others. I'm looking at the time situation for Vaishali, who is down to her final 38 seconds. Reminder that in the women's section, there's a 30-second increment per move, but that's all the time she has until completing move 40, which is still 13 moves away. And Bibisara not only up on time, she also is enjoying a great position. She has found some excellent moves, Arthur's, and now it's her turn to react to the pawn push a4. What do you think she will play? What are the thoughts that she might be considering? What moves?
I like what she did, and I think it's actually a bit better what we were suggesting, and that's why we're the commentators and she is in the candidates. I suppose we should go back a couple of moves where Vaishali played this move, Queen c3, which was a very good defensive move because clearly she anticipated a black's idea to rearrange this bishop c8, bishop b7. That's why she spent so much time, because now black cannot really play bishop c8 because white's going to play rook c2, targeting the bishop on c7 and the bishop on c8. Black is simply dropping a piece. That's why Bibisara played a4, and here white immediately tries to utilize the extra pawn advantage she has at the queen side. And just as we saw, b takes on a4 was played, but I would like to show very quickly why bishop d7 was not the choice of Bibisara, because white could play a takes on b5, bishop c6, and potentially b takes on c6. And let me tell you this, Anna, from the black's perspective, this is the kind of counterplay I do not want to give to black. That's why b takes on a4 does make perfect sense. And here, according to an engine, knight c4 is the best move. Vaishali has to make a move very quickly, and she does it.
She found it with only 8 seconds left on the clock. She plays the best move, but it's still so hard for white to get out of this really complex situation. Now being down on material, being down on time, and it's not going to be easy to find the next couple of moves either. So messy with the rook on c6. Now it's cut from the queen on c3 because of the knight on c4. It feels like white is hanging in by a thread.
Yeah, but at the same time, what do you do? Because white is threatening to play, I guess, knight takes on d6 or b5, b6 potentially. I think bishop takes on c4, queen c4 favors white because now you see this bishop on c7 is pinned. You could have played e5 because the bishop on e6 is pinned. So I'm thinking maybe there's something like bishop d7, target the rook, and if you play rook a6, there's going to be bishop b5, there's going to be some attack on c4, and this involves some sort of a sacrifice on d6. And now try to calculate this on seconds, like knight takes on d6. If you take on c6, do you take the rook on f7? Do you take the rook on c8? For example, here, I could take on f7. Now, that's a discovered attack by the queen, the knight, the bishops are under attack. Black plays queen f6, and here we go. It's a mess on the board, but according to the engine, white is still in trouble here.
Yeah, still in trouble and having to calculate all those messy lines that you're showing as examples, because there's just so much going on really here with the potential capture on d6. White is also aiming to take on e5, but bishop d7 seems to be one of the key moves for black to force the situation where white has to find the one and only way to stay in the game.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what, for example, is this position, because now it's quite clear queen c8 is going to be queen c6, and why white should be even worse at all. So how about I play queen f6 here, and now the knight on c8 is out of the game, and black has this pass pawn at a4 as well, so we have a material balance on the board, and it feels that black is pressing a bit, but is it enough? Not very clear. That's why, of course, Baby Saba is thinking, and she did play bishop d7, and I think right now Vachier-Lagrave has to figure out that knight takes on d6 is the only move. To be honest, anything else just feeling quite less, and she did it.
She played it. She played it with 5 seconds on the clock. This is absolutely chaotic, and she finds the only way to stay in the game. Baby Sarah takes the knight on d6. There were also, of course, the option of taking the rook. Everything was hanging and still is hanging.
Okay, but here Asabaya went for a different choice. She took with the other bishop on d6. And it seems that now white is surviving this. So rook takes on c6, queen c6. I slightly do not like the speed, how quickly Bibisara did this, because I think she still had plenty of time. I think I understand where she's heading. She's heading for this queen c6, bishop c6, rook d8, king h7, where if somebody is pressing this, it's probably only black because of this outside pass pawn, I suppose, but it doesn't seem to be a lot. But I would have thought that in this position where your opponent plays knight x on d6, you want to like calculate every single tactical possibility, and maybe she just did. But it feels like, yeah, this is the current position that Asabaya missed a major opportunity, or maybe she didn't feel like it.
Trade, Arthurs, this really is not as ambitious as we thought that she would be playing. She might not have estimated her chances for a win as highly as we thought, because now this is going to be an opposite colored bishop endgame with equal material. So this certainly is no longer that dangerous for Vachier-Lagrave, to say the least.
Maybe she didn't really feel like she was having the better position. And perhaps she felt, I mean, I'm talking about Asabayev, obviously. Perhaps she felt it's a 3-result game, and we have to go back to this position where Vachier-Lagrave played queen c3. Let me just put it on the board. Queen c3, rook c8, and a4. Okay, we are definitely armed with an engine evaluation bar that says that black is doing better, and perhaps Bibisara is feeling like this until a certain moment. And about here, she realized that it's like a 3-result game. It's not so clear anymore, especially after white's very accurate knight c4. That's why she just decided, okay, let's just, head to a peaceful endgame where I can never lose. Maybe I have some chances, but just play safe. So I can understand that.
Vachier-Lagrave on 3 seconds, by the way, 2 seconds. She might flag. She played a move with 2 seconds. She still might lose on time if she doesn't hurry.
All right. Yeah, this a pawn is very strong. I suppose you play something like bishop c1, bishop a3, f3, king f2, king e3. I do not think that white has any realistic chances to lose this, Anna. My guess is that this game is heading to a draw after Vachier-Lagrave has survived the scare, and apparently Asabayeva could have capitalized on it, but the position was so messy that she didn't figure it out.
I think that's what happened. She didn't realize the potential in her position. We have the evaluation bar helping us. We have the engine helping us. So of course, it's a lot easier for us to say that black had the advantage and could have played differently. But when it comes to the game on the board, it really must have felt like a 3-result position. And she didn't want to risk losing the position, because it also had chances for white, of course, if you are not fully sure of all those complications, the lines that we were showing earlier. Now in this bishop endgame, there's not much else going on. The pawn, the pass pawn of black will be will be the only asset that black has here, but the bishop of white will be guarding the corner square to prevent promotion, and then the kings will be activated, but you can't really make much progress. So Vachier out of danger. Baby Sarah, somewhat of a missed chance, but she might not feel like she missed the chance. She might feel like it was just complicated, and she is happy with the outcome being a draw, essentially.
Yeah, most likely this is the case. And as you can see, also the body language of Baby Sarah tells that she knows that this is a draw, even though she has this very strong outside pass pawn. But for Vachier, it's not a very difficult defense. I think even without a pawn on b4, it's just a draw. You put the bishop on the long diagonal, build some kind of a fortress, and then follow the black king. So I'm pretty sure that Vachier is going to figure out. She still has to make 4 moves to reach the next time control, but the position is not super complicated. And I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a draw. By the way, bishop c1 was played.
It's attacking the pawn, forcing black to push the pawn. Now bishop b2 will guard the square. The only square that matters here, the promotion square, gets an exclamation mark. I think it was something we could have predicted, that Vachier was going to be playing 100%. Now she's pushing her pawn to g3, which frees the king since it's no longer guarding the pawn on a light square. So both kings will get activated, and I believe they will be reaching move 40 just now. King e3, move 40 completed. So Vachier and Baby Sarah both get an additional half an hour added to their times. It's no longer a really tough time pressure situation for Vachier in a complex position. Now it's a very solid drawish endgame, opposite color bishop endgame with time on the clock. So I'm expecting that the players will be soon offering a draw after move 40 has been completed.
Yeah, this is move 40. I'm actually a bit surprised it's not a draw offer already, but I'm pretty sure it's about to wrap up. The question is, there you go.
Now we have a handshake, the final move, bishop to the corner, offering a draw. Vachier with a save in a way, because of not just the complex position where it felt like Baby Sarah had chances, but also the huge time pressure that Vachier had to deal with. So I think it's something that Vachier will be happy about. And Baby Sarah, maybe when she checks the game after, when she returns to the hotel, it will be somewhat of a disappointment, but probably during the game she didn't feel like she had that much of a chance.
All right, let's go back to the overview. And here we see all the remaining games. A couple of games already have finished in a draw. Still no decisive result, even though Ju Jiner had a fantastic opening position after tangent key. She messed it up, played h3. I feel guilty. I mean, I'm the one who suggested it. But most of the games are about balanced. And to be honest, I'm not even seeing which game might be heading to a decisive result. Perhaps we have to go back to the game of Pragg against Anish Giri, because, by the way, Pragg does have an extra pawn on the board. That's the game where, in the opening phase, the Indian superstar surprised Anish with the Grand Prix attack, or somebody, maybe a greater expert, can correct me. Was this the third Grand Prix attack? Definitely some sort of a Grand Prix idea. And it seems that in the last couple of moves, Pragg has made a progress. He has captured the pawn on h7. And at the moment, the only move for white to keep an opening advantage is to play h4, which makes perfect sense. I mean, you're securing the knight on h7. It's stepping back to g5 and f3. And if there's a game that can finish with a decisive outcome, today it might be this game.
Is certainly the most likely. It's such a good chance for Praggnanandhaa, and we have praised his opening choice, the opening surprise that he unleashed, playing fearless chess against Anish Giri. Anish was trying to hold his ground, and he did so for a long time, but essentially there was so much to tackle from the opening on, and with the extra time pressure added as well from the time advantage that Pragg has gained from the opening surprise. I think this really has been such a tough fight for the Dutch number one, and Praggnanandhaa here. It looks like he is going to have to find h4, at least according to the blue arrow. Usually when the blue arrow appears on the board, it's the only way either for holding a position or in this case for keeping the advantage.
Yeah, and the question is, why h4? Why I cannot take the pawn on d4? I suppose because the knight on h7 will be trapped like this. Yeah, there you go, rook h5. This is the issue. As you can see, the white knight cannot jump to any square, so probably Pragg is not going to blunder this. h4 is necessary. And since c takes on d4 is the thing, I think we can expect black to play something like d takes on c3, trade as many pawns as he can, and play something like rook h5. Does this make sense? Attack the knight, attack the pawn. This could be a pretty forcing sequence. Knight g5, and now I want to take the pawn here. Can I do this?
It seems very logical, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see h4 by Pragg for the fact that you mentioned how the h7 knight needs a way to return from the edge of the board. But what we are looking right now at on the analysis board, it really is not that simple. It seems still quite messy after the pawn on h4 is captured and b6 guarding the c5 pawn. So there's a lot for Pragg to calculate. Luckily, he's the one with more time, 20 minutes still against 7 minutes for Anish Giri. A reminder that in the open section, there is no increment before reaching move 40. So they start with 2 hours, but there is no bonus time, no increment per move. So 7 minutes is all that's left for Anish for the final 7 moves.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out on how I would continue if I was playing from the black's perspective. I found a way how to lose. So you could have played
Please tell us more about it.
Yeah, there you go. Like my logic is, obviously, I'm sitting from the black's perspective. I'm down a pawn. So I'm thinking, what should I do? I mean, I should try to trade as many pawns as I can. This is one of the main principles of being a defender. You're down a pawn. You want to trade as many pawns as you can. There you go. By the way, h4 was just played by Pragg. And how do I do that? Obviously, there's one pawn. There you go. I just traded it here. The next thing I'm thinking, I have to get rid of more pawns. And this rook h5 is definitely probably my top attention. The next thing I'm looking at is f3, which kind of makes sense because after g takes and f3, I get a couple of pawns more off the board. But suddenly white plays g4. And there's no en passant, dear viewers. In case you're wondering, and your rating is about 1200, you're thinking, can I play en passant here on g2? No, you cannot do that. Sorry. This is only possible with a pawn on f4, g4, f takes on g3. This is not your classical en passant. And the white just creates a very strong pawn majority at the king side. Apart from that, I'm not really sure what else black can do. Maybe he can play something like b5. Try to offer more pawns to be traded like this. But here I think that Pragg is going to play something like c4. Take, so maybe take with a d pawn, play knight g5. So it feels like kind of technical position on the board where Pragg has to improve his position a bit. But
yeah, with that, sorry, Artur, I just think that this is heating up so much. I want to bring in John as well to get his thoughts on the action.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, folks. I just wanted to bring in a little bit of quick news for you. The top board in the women's section, so Tan Zhongyi and Zhu Jin, has literally just ended in a draw seconds ago. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. We've got a lot of action on the board and off it as well.
Thank you so much for breaking the news because it's so hard to follow all the games that are in time trouble. And that was a big one because we thought that the game between the two Chinese grandmasters in the women's section was going really well for Zhu Jiner. But then Tang Zhongyi had really good chances too. So it was a back and forth, which led to essentially a draw. Thank you for that, John. I thought you wanted to tell us about this complex situation here. I was hoping that you would save me because now you're leaving me with Artur's and I'm going to need to answer some questions. Man.
I know. All right. By the way, d takes on c3 was played on. I think this part did make quite sense. The question is, do we stay to this game and we try to analyze it to a greater depth? Because Anish is kind of in a time scramble. He is having less than 5 minutes on the clock with no increment. His position is quite unpleasant. And he still needs to figure out how to stay alive for the next 5 moves or so. And then he is going to get an extra half an hour on the clock and the increment, or we select another game and cast our predictions. It's up to you, Anna.
Could we actually maybe have the 4-board view or 2-board view? Because I feel like we definitely should keep this game as one of our main attention. But I'm also so curious. Oh, this is brilliant. Thank you so much, shout out to our producer and the entire team. So quickly bringing on any kind of wishes. I think this is absolutely amazing. Shout out to everyone working so hard on the broadcast here behind the scenes as well. H5 on the board by Fabiano. By the way, he is not agreeing with our assessment that this was going toward just a very simplified position. He's trying to grind and get something out of this situation where the opposite colored bishops, if you are the player attacking, it's virtually a piece up because the opponent's bishop cannot counter your bishop. You're attacking on the light squares. The opponent's bishop, Hikaru's bishop here, cannot do anything about the light squares. So Hikaru, very logically, is offering a queen trade. And I wonder if Fabi can keep the queens on the board to keep some fire in the position.
Let's go full screen because I'm a bit surprised about this turn of events. And now the position I'm looking at from Hikaru's perspective, it's quite unpleasant. And I think it started with this move that Fabi played h4. I felt that this game is heading to a draw. I mean, it looked like that. It looked like Fabi didn't accomplish anything after his very interesting opening phase, and Hikaru had figured out how to set up his position. He played his queen f6, but starting with this move, actually, Black's position is quite unpleasant. And I really like this move that Fabi played very early, this h4, because if Black wants to build like impregnable fortress here, I think what he needs to do, he needs to play g6, king g7, walk away from the pin, and play h5. And that's why this move h4, this was so tricky, because now he stops Black's idea to play g6, which maybe is still good. I'm going to play h5. I might play h6, and yeah, your king is kind of in trouble. But to be honest, I do not believe this should be a big problem for Black. And can I still play the same idea, g6, h5, and king g7? What is so wrong with this position? But apparently Hikaru here made a mistake. This queen f6, king g2, queen e5, queen f3. Maybe he felt his position is so safe, and suddenly after h5, it becomes really unpleasant because Fabi, like Anna, you said, he's not going to trade the queens. He's going to play something like queen d7, potentially rook h4, rook g4. This is basically what we would call in chess a free roll. You just play it forever. You have a pressure. And also at this point, I think that Fabi definitely has some psychological edge. I have a feeling that Hikaru relaxed a bit too early.
I feel the same. I think this game has had quite the ups and downs. We said how Fabi has come up with this really cool surprise in the opening, his preparation with a temporary piece sacrifice. It was awesome to see how it became a really sharp position from early on. Hikaru then had to defend in a not so easy situation, but then Fabi spent over an hour on 3 of his moves, which gave back the chances psychologically, especially to Hikaru, and feeling more confident about his chances. But now it's back to Fabi, the feeling good, the keeping the tension, keeping the queens on the board. He goes back to d1, Hikaru back to e1, and I think we will see what you have mentioned, and you are already drawing it beautifully on the board. Arthur's the rook lift.
Whoa, revelation bar. Anna, check this out. Rook h4, rook f4. The bar just completely changed in White's favor. Suddenly Black is very passive. How do you defend? Rook h4, rook f4, queen f3. Black is going to be completely tied. Think about something like rook f5 and eventually push those kings and pawns forward. And this is one of those positions where you have the light square bishop as an extra attacking piece. Hikaru wants to get the heavy pieces off the board. He can't do it. And Fabi plays bishop c6 instead. I think it's just to gain some time.
I think that's why, because this is only move 33, he needs to make it to move 40. There is no increment in the open section. It's a reminder that the time control is different in the 2 tournaments. So he's going for gaining some time, at least getting closer to move 40 by attacking the rook. And then I'm expecting him to go back to d5 and then go for the rook lift idea.
Yeah, maybe we should do that. Let's say here, rook e8. Hikaru's idea is to trade the queens, but where's the problem? I'm going to play rook h4. You can play queen e2, and I'll just reject it. Obviously, I think that if this queen trade happens, takes, rook f4, rook e7, white has a very nice pressure, but black's going to figure it out. Black's going to play like king f8, king e8, walk away from the pin. It's just not enough. And I think that the point of this queen e2 is that white does not have to make the trade. White can play, for example, queen b1, rook f4. How about queen b5, queen d7? This bishop on c5 is quite silly. It generates no counterplay ideas against the pawn on f2. So for Hikaru, this is quite an unpleasant position, and Fabi might have realistic chances. Is he going to figure it out?
I agree with you. And he also can choose to, if he is afraid of that, he might not play, I was just going to say, he might not move the bishop yet, but play rook e1 first, because it's an intermezzo. It's the stronger attack here. The bishop is hanging, but you counterattack. You attack the queen instead. So that has to move out of the e file, and then there no longer can be a queen trade on e2. This is very logical as well, and he can still get the rook to that f4 square via the e4 square. So another kind of rook lift.
I mean, Hikaru must be regretting what he did before. I mean, there's definitely, he's under a lot of pressure here. I don't know. Okay, Evaluation Bar says it's close to winning for white. It's borderline winning or huge advantage. Both players, they know this. And everything started with this h4, h5 idea. And this is one thing I can so relate to myself, Anna, is that when you think things are done, you have got everything under control, you have equalized the game, you're feeling really good, you have enough time on the clock, you relax a bit too early, one move, and that's it. At this level, that's all it takes. And this unfortunate move for Hikaru, this queen f6. And there you can see this body language. He's thinking here, how on earth did I get to this position? I already had figured everything out. And now I have this?
That's exactly what you can see on Hikaru. He knows it. He knows that this position was a lot easier a couple of moves ago. He made some inaccuracies, not even big mistakes, but those few inaccuracies added up to a situation where now he is getting into trouble, and Fabiano is approaching move 40, which will give him an extra half an hour. So he's down on time, but now with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left for Fabiano Caruana, this is move 34. He needs to make 6 more moves to get the extra half an hour, but it's already on the way with his calculation. I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he knows what he wants. The bishop will go back to d5. The rook will come to e4 and to f4. But what can Hikaru do? That's not obvious at all. What's his best chance to try?
Trade the rooks, trade the queens. I don't know, somehow try to get the heavy pieces off the board, but I guess it cannot be understated how important this game is. Obviously, these are one of the biggest tournament favorites in the Candidates Tournament. The number 1 seeded player against the number 2 seeded player, the 2 most experienced players in the field. By the way, I have to show you a very small trick here. Bishop d5 here. Black cannot trade the rooks off the board. That's why Hikaru plays king f8. Let me just show you. Queen d7 does not work with this rook e8. Queen f3, rook e8. There is bishop c6. Actually, I was thinking initially, I think actually this is faster. Yeah, queen f7, rook e8. Very basic problem. Yeah, both players, they saw this very quickly, and that's why Hikaru plays this king f8. He wants to get the heavy pieces off the board, but I'm pretty sure that Fabi is not going to let him. Watch out, queen f5, queen h7.
He's not letting that move happen, because now with the queen on g4, if you offer a rook trade and then the king takes back on e8, the g7 pawn will be picked up, after which the f7 pawn is going to be picked up and the h6 pawn. You're losing your entire king side to just get the rooks off of the board. This is so difficult now for Hikaru. This, I think by now, with the evaluation bar supporting it and just the body language, how on earth, how can he get out of this? Rook to d8 is his try. He's trying to see maybe if there's a situation where he could either give up the exchange in a good way. If you could get the bishop and the pawn But that's already a dream scenario. Queen f5, as you're showing, Arthurs, is huge with the queen just sniping into that h7 square, and then it's checkmate on h8.
I can imagine only the speed of the adrenaline pumping into Fabi's veins right now, because he's like, wait, how did I get here? Because this was a completely equal position. Now I'm winning this, possibly. So, for example, queen f5, threatening queen h7. Definitely Hikaru is going to try to trade the rooks here. And I don't think that Fabi wants to do this. So let's just remove the rook somewhere. Let's say rook h1. Queen h7 is a massive threat. You play here king, g8. How about, by the way, how about bishop e4? How on earth do you stop queen h7, queen h8, queen g7? Queen e5?
And this is what you said, Arthurs. The opposite colored bishops, when you're attacking the opponent's king especially, it's a virtual piece up, because that c5 bishop, the one on the dark squares, can never do anything about the defense of the light squares. This is a huge problem. White has 3 pieces in the attack, and you cannot match it. Your bishop will never help.
Yeah. To be honest, when I said that I suspect that my hot take was that this is a deciding game, I didn't really expect it's going to turn exactly like this. But that's what we are seeing here, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Fabi is well on his way. I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like he's going to score this, because his attack is unfolding very naturally. And I think literally the only hope for Hikaru is to do something before Fabi reaches the next time control, because then Caruana has extra half an hour on the clock with extra 30 seconds per move. So something dramatic has to happen. The next 4 moves or so, and Fabi is now below 3-minute threshold. Queen e4, very safe move. Why not queen f5? I slightly do not understand. It's probably good. Black's position, according to an engine, is dead lost. And the way I'm looking at this, I also do not see any good moves for Black.
Hikaru is trying. He's going to g8 to guard the square where the white queen was going to enter the position. Now queen f5 by Fabi, making sure that black's queen is tied down to the defense of the pawn on f7. Queen d7. Hikaru is trying to trade queens, but Fabi will not want any of that. I think he will keep the queen on the f5. You can drop it back to f4 or f3. Keep the pressure on f7 and then get the rook in also with a rook lift.
Yeah, move 38. Fabi has 2 minutes left on the clock. I don't think he wants to trade the queens like you said, Anna. This would be actually great. I mean, Fabi could do this in any other situation where he had nothing better. Trade it, give a check here, and play for some domination. But his position is so good that I think he can reject it. Queen f3. By the way, black cannot play rook e8. Same trick. Queen f7, rook e8, and white just wins. So it's safe to retreat, but it's the clock. It's the clock.
Yeah, that's it. He's just, I believe, double checking which square would be the better one, the f3 or the f4 square for the queen. He retreats it to f3, very logical. And all the tactical patterns that you already highlighted are working in favor of white, not allowing the rook trade. Now, if black wants to insist on the rook trade, you have to go back to f8 with the king. But surely there's not enough time for it. White can bring the rook to e4 to then head over to f4 or g4. You can even play rook to e6 here because of the pin if the king is on f8. There's all sorts of ways in which white can and will activate the rook as well. 3 pieces of white attacking Hikaru's position where the bishop on c5 cannot do anything. What will he do? Will he try king f8? Will he try something else?
Yeah, you gotta play king f8. I'm running out of ideas, and I think this rook e8 is always running into bishop c6. The problem is, Hikaru doesn't really have any good moves in his position. You can never play g6, king g7, because white just takes on g6, and passant, this bishop on d5 is such a monster. What do you do?
It's a huge piece.
It's amazing how things escalated out of control for Hikaru, because Fabi can easily make some quiet moves. Like this is move 39, Fabi can make the next move, rook e2, if he wants. So I think for Hikaru, he has to like find this one move, maybe king f8, and then play rook e8. But again, you play king f8, I play rook e2, rook e8, there's always bishop c6. And perhaps already here, Hikaru is dreaming about a situation where he can give away the queen for the rook and the bishop. for example, that get some kind of position. Let's say white somehow plays this rook e2, rook e8, bishop c6, find a way to give away the queen for the rook and bishop and build a fortress. But I'm pretty sure that Fabi is not going to let him.
Yeah, he has to be looking at something like that to either try to give up the queen, as you said, for two of white's pieces, or try to give up the rook for that monster bishop that's sitting on d5. It's such a difficult position for Hikaru, and I don't think he can believe that he got into this after having played so well earlier in the game and smoothly equalized. Then he allowed this pawn to march all the way to h5, and that's where it all began, the problems. He played a few inaccurate moves, and that's all it took for Fabi to get the advantage back. Now the time pressure is also no longer that big of a deal, because Fabi is one move away from getting an extra half an hour added to the clock. So he plays rook e5 and stands up. That's a well-deserved break for Fabiano Caruana after completing the time control. He was in a massive time pressure, but now it's time for refreshments and snacks and enjoying a much better position with time on his side again.
Absolutely, and let's use also this opportunity to jump to the bird's eye view and follow all the other games, because it's not only this game that is approaching the time scramble, but it's all the other games. One thing is clear, Hikaru Nakamura is suffering right now, and this could be one of the most important results of the early rounds of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2026. But also we see Praggnanandhaa playing a fantastic game against Anish. Giri apparently has a winning position. That's the top middle board. And also Vachier Sindarov apparently is taking over the game against Andrei Esipenko. Again, really tough to choose. Anna, I'm going to follow your lead.
Yeah, this is huge. And I see that in the women's tournament, by the way, I just wanted to mention that we thought Goryachkina had a really good chance, but that chance has evaporated. Katerina Lagno equalizes in the rook endgame that we currently see on the board. So that is a huge save by Lagno. And it will mean that all games in the women's section in round one will end in a draw in very sharp fighting games. So this is surprising that there was no decisive result, especially after the insane knight sacrifice, for instance, by Jujiner and some of the other really sharp positions we analyzed. But what we have now are those two positions to look at. On the very top of our screen, as you said, Artus, I think we gotta check in with Praggnanandhaa against Anish Giri and how he is converting this advantage against the Dutch #1 Praggnanandhaa. Earlier, with a very brave opening choice, going for the Grand Prix attack, a bit of a different version of it, not the traditional way of playing for the Grand Prix, but that essentially surprised Anish Giri, got him into a worse position with less time as well, and that pressure has built up to such an extent that now it's a winning endgame for Praggnanandhaa.
If he finds the early move h6, which leads to, guess what, ladies and gentlemen, rook endgames, and that's why here this is something that Praggnanandhaa is not going to take a decision lightly, because check this out. If he does play h6, there's going to be a check here. Knight takes on e1, king takes on e1, rook takes on g2, rook takes on f4, rook h2, rook f6. Is this a win? Is this not a win? I don't really know, but it looks like it also might be a draw, because this pawn on h6 is going nowhere. You have multiple weaknesses. So that's kind of a decision you don't want to take lightly. And that's, of course, why Pragg is thinking right now, because he also has other moves. He could play king f1, walk away from this check, which maybe looks a bit more logical. No, he does play h6.
He's not afraid of the rook endgame. Not all rook endgames are drawn, is what Pragg is saying. He's pushing h6, inviting that knight check that will pick up the bishop, trade it for Anish's knight. And essentially, we're going to end up in the position you were analyzing, Arturs.
I think so. I mean, here, knight f3 has to be played because this h-pawn is unstoppable. And I'm pretty sure that the players are going to get to the next time control. I'm not really sure if Pragg will be able to convert this. Ancient says it's a piece of cake, but one thing I've learned from rook endgame, Sana, is that they can be very tricky. And I'm pretty sure that if Anish is going to choose something. He's gonna definitely try his luck in his rook endgame. So let's maybe watch for one more move from Anish Giri to be played. They're gonna make it to the next time control and then straight jump to the next game. There you go. Knight f3 was just played, and there's a massive time scramble also in the game of Sindarov against Esipenko. So I suggest immediately jump straight to that game where Sindarov apparently is completely winning.
Let's take a look at that, because this could be another potentially decisive result in the open section. It was a more balanced middle game. We thought that Esipenko was doing really well earlier, and it was a balanced, very stable position, but this is no longer stable. What we see on the board, white pieces are dominating.
Yeah, somehow we missed the action before because there's so many games to choose from. Now Sindarov has an extra exchange for a pawn. Black has monstrous pawns in the center. The rook at a6 is kind of disconnected from the game. Queen g6, who is attacking who? Is it Sindarov attacking Esipenko? Is it Esipenko attacking Sindarov? Probably it's Sindarov, because you see this bishop on b6, such a powerful move. Black is in no time to generate any threats against a pawn on f2.
Yeah, that is the main problem. And with this bishop hanging now, what can Black do? The time pressure, this is now 35 seconds left for Esipenko. And just a reminder,
6 moves to make.
That's the thing. There is no increment in the open section before move 40. They have to play the first 2 hours of until move 40 without increment. Esipenko has only 30 seconds to play another 6 moves.
Rook e8, I think it's a very clear move. Rook e8, queen e8, queen g6, trade the rooks. And I think right now, Vachier Sindarov is trying to calculate this, but again, he's below 1 minute threshold. 6 moves to make for both players, and there is no increment. Do these guys?
This is now a bullet game. They have to make a move.
There you go, rook e8 is on the board. Immediately recaptured by Esipenko. Queen e8, king h7. I'm pretty sure that white can repeat the position a couple of times.
That's probably his idea, because then you get closer to move 40, so that's a way in which you can gain time.
It seems that white is completely winning.
Control. Yeah, he gave the check. Sorry, Arthurs.
You still have to make 3 moves, and the position is very, very sharp. You don't want to blunder triple repetition. 15 seconds.
16, 15, 14. This is not looking good in terms of the time. The time situation. This is move 38 now with bishop d7. They're looking at the score sheet. They're trying to figure out on what move they are. They're looking at, I believe, the digital boards as well. The projector. Pawn is being pushed by Esipenko with 10 seconds on the clock. 6 seconds left for Sindarov. He gives the checks again to get close to move 40, and that's it. Now they officially have completed move 40. Oh
wow.
Boy.
I mean, I'm amazed how they can handle this kind of pressure, because I was looking at Sindarov and Esipenko. They're like, this is just another game before breakfast, right? They were so calm, so composed. I mean, we are here watching the game. Very, very difficult to watch this with so few seconds on the clock, but this is why they're professional. This is why they're playing the candidates, and it's really fun to follow. But Esipenko's position ultimately is lost, and the players have officially reached the next time control, extra half an hour on the clock. And I think here something like rook e6 for some spectacular rook sacrifice. It feels like black will be checkmated, and Esipenko, he knows this.
He knows. And what we see now on the screen is that the players are filling out the score sheet in the last 5 minutes of the game without increment. You don't need to write the moves down. So you can later, and you must later, fill out the moves once you have time again. Oh, goodness me. My heart is racing just from watching what they have been doing under time pressure. I have no idea how they manage, but I guess that's the reason why they are the players and we are the commentators and spectators, Arthurs. It's easier to watch, but still so stressful.
But imagine this, Anna, if this is only round 1 and we have 14 rounds in total, in what kind of treat are we in, chess fans? Because the first round basically delivered everything we could have hoped for. There was no Berlin draw, queen e4, queen e4, queen e4. There were some quieter Italian games and Raul Lopez's, but so much action going on. And even though most of the games in the ladies section finished in a draw, also those games, especially Ju Jinner's game, it was just an eye candy, literally. It was so much pleasure to watch it, and it's great. It's great to watch this.
Yeah, I've just been witnessing, by the way, Sindarov, how his biggest problem in the current position was finding his pen. He forgot where he put it, but essentially, luckily for us, he managed to find it. So everything is back on track. Vachier Sindarov with a winning position, and he has a pen to write down those winning moves. This has been insane. The time scramble and all these boards in the open section. If we go back to the bird's eye view, just to recap what has finished and what is still on, we have so far 4 draws in the books, 3 in the women's section, 1 in the open section. None of those games were dull or boring. There have been fight, sharp positions, complexities, back and forth in every single game. And the remaining boards are so promising as well. Goryachkina and Lagno is the only one that is likely to be heading toward a draw. It's an extra pawn for Goryachkina, but a very solid rook endgame to hold for black. For Katerina Lagno, also a rook endgame is going to be for Anish Giri against Praggnanandhaa, now after the check that Anish gave, and he's about to trade his knight for the bishop. He's calculating to see if there's anything better, but essentially we think that he will take the bishop to draw the king to the even square, and then he can grab the g2 pawn. Should be a better rook endgame, but how much better? Is it winning? Is it enough to win? Is going to be the question for Praggnanandhaa. While Fabiano, look at that, Arturs. Look at where the rook has gone. It's already on f3.
I think we're going to get the chance to check Fabiano's game against Hikaru, but I have a feeling that Sindarov is about to conclude his game against Esipenko, because Anna, I think it's just a checkmate on the board, and I do not see what Esipenko can do. And there you go. There's the resignation right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry that I wanted to analyze all the other boards and not realize that this was so close to end. Did they even make a move after we left it and Sindarov found his pen again?
Yeah, he found the pen and he found rook e6. So that's all it took. And after rook e6, this was a very beautiful rook sacrifice, and black is just getting checkmated. Obviously, Esipenko is not very happy, and I think he has all the reasons to be unhappy, because at some point, at least according to the engine, he was doing better, but it was a very sharp game. Sindarov was taking risks, and he got rewarded.
He did get rewarded for it. I would love to go through those last few moves when we get a chance later to see the rook sacrificed by Vachier Sindarov that eventually led to the resignation, the brilliancy, the double exclamation mark on the board, and that was the final move. It only took one more move for Sindarov. Since completing the time control, since making it through the time pressure, he made one more move, but that move was such a brilliant one that it immediately made his opponent resign. Arturs, can you show the variation on the board why this rook sacrifice wins on the spot?
Yeah, let me show it to you. King f8 is queen f7 checkmate. If king h8, check here, and bishop g8. I think this is the fastest. Check here, bishop f7 here, and you choose. Do you like queen g8 or you like checkmates with the bishop? To be honest, I'm more like a bishop checkmate guy, so bishop g6. Either way, all of this happened right after the first time scramble ended, which looked to be honest, like a total crazy time scramble for both players. At some point, Anna, they were below 15 seconds with like 2 or 3 moves to make, and everything finished very logically.
Very logically, and we even see a smile by Andrei Esipenko. I think he knows that this has been a great game by Sindarov. It has just, this first round, this day one of the candidates, I think has brought us more action than we could ever hope for. I want to ask John what he thinks about all this, the time scrambles, and how we are getting now our first decisive result through those time scrambles.
I'm thoroughly enjoying it in this particular tournament. I feel like we get to time scramble territory in a big, large open tournament, for example, and we are frantically trying to hop between about 15 games at once that are down to less than 90 seconds on the clock. And here it just feels a little bit more like we get to give some of the moves, like that double exclam rook sacrifice, sort of the moment in the limelight it deserves without worrying about what's the next, and we're able to just focus in. So for me, that's a wonderful bit of fresh air from a broadcasting point of view. I wonder what chat thinks about that as well. We're obviously going to get more of them, but it's not that we get like 10 of them at once, and I think that's particularly nice. Artur, it gives us just that little bit more time to focus in on each game.
Yeah, absolutely. This was such a treat to watch, and we are still not done, because there's obviously one of the most important games of the day, Hikaru against Fabi, where Fabi has, according to an engine, technically winning position, and Hikaru is trying to find a miracle way to survive. But this is the great start of the FIDE Candidates 2026, and we're in for a treat.
And we're going to come back with that game as well. And Anna, I've got a question or two to ask you about breaking that down for us club level players in the audience. But for now, before we head back into that game, don't forget, away from the board a little bit, but still very relevant, we've got chess.com plushies. You've been asking them for absolutely ages, and they are actually finally here. They're 100% huggable, and if you want a physical piece of the game that won't judge you for your last blunder, that's a lie, by the way. I've got the white pawn, and it judges me every time I make a blunder. This is it. Go to go.chess.com/plush toy, or use !plush toy in chat and check out the full collection. Otherwise, in a couple of minutes, we'll be back for more analysis from Fabi and Hikaru.
Divya, what would a win at the Candidates Tournament mean to you?
Well, the most, and of course an opportunity to become the world champion.
If you could guarantee yourself one thing for the candidates, perfect preparation, perfect nerves, or perfect sleep, which one would you pick?
Perfect nerves.
Why?
I think they play a crucial role in scrambles.
Do you think you'll have more nerves at the beginning of this tournament than for most events?
No.
Why not?
I think I can handle my nerves.
If all of the candidates were characters from the Marvel Universe, which one would you be?
Now is probably not the time to say I don't know Marvel Universe.
That's okay.
Is Wonder Woman from Marvel Universe?
I'm gonna have to look that up, but let's go with it.
Okay.
Okay. What's the most Divya thing that you'll do at the candidates that no one will see on camera?
Well, if no one sees it, nobody has to know about it, right?
You're not gonna let us in?
I don't know, let's say horse riding.
Are you gonna go horse riding on one of the free days?
I'm hoping to, yeah.
If you had to ban yourself from one distraction during the candidates, what would it be?
Distraction?
Yes.
Social media.
Do you plan to not use social media for 3 weeks?
I don't use it anyways, but just staying away from it probably could help me.
What's a better preparation for the tournament? Having the strongest chess computer in the world or having the strongest human second?
I think human second. Practicality matters a lot.
I'm not going to ask you who your second is, but...
Of course.
If you win the candidates and one Bollywood song were to play during the celebration, which would it be?
I really like the album from Dhurandhar, so maybe the title track from that.
Who was the last person you spoke with before leaving for the candidates, and what did that person say?
My dad, he wished me luck, and the rest is confidential.
Okay, welcome to Hyperbullet Hot Takes. You have 30 seconds to give your answers. Let's see who debates the best. Your first question. I like the format of FIDE's Total Chess World Championship, and it will still exist in 5 years' time.
Well, the problem for me is still, like, it doesn't really exist right now because we haven't had any tournaments. I will say that I really enjoy the combination of formats and rating somewhat faster chess as classical. You even see tournaments like Tata Steel speeding it up now. So I hope it's going to be around.
Yeah, I think the Total World Championship is an interesting format. You're going to have all these different time controls. I think it could be quite interesting. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the first event in October goes. Will it exist in 5 years? Absolutely not, unless we see some dramatic change.
Next question. Norway will go further than USA in the upcoming World Cup football.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I don't follow football. It's I think because America tends to not be that good at it, we just don't care so much, unfortunately, or soccer as we call it. So I've got no idea. I'm going to assume that the US goes further. I mean, the only player that I know on either team would be, of course, Haaland, who plays for Norway, but we'll see. No real opinion.
Yeah, Norway's going to win the whole thing. So.
If we do end up seeing a one-on-one stadium match between you two one day, who will have more fans cheering for them?
Well, I hope I'd have more fans, but I hope that the haters would be as loud, and I would encourage everybody who dislikes both of us to to come as well.
Yeah, I think if Magnus and I play a 1v1 in a stadium, it doesn't really matter to me who has more fans, whether it's myself or Magnus, but I think just having the fans who really appreciate the game of chess and having that atmosphere would be really, really special. So I think it would be a big win for chess if that happens. One day, just huge.
Welcome back with potentially the final segment of round one of the candidates. I did see you guys chat. I think my favorite comment was next slide, please. Didn't quite line up with the end of the break, but we absolutely love you guys. We hope you're having a good time as much as we are in front of the camera. Attention now has to turn a little bit back to Fabi and Hikaru as we potentially will see a clear end to the game. We don't know yet. We're looking for the miracle hold, and that has happened before, so plenty of possibilities going on. Before I pass it over to you guys proper, Anna, I want to have a chat with you about Hikaru and Fabi, and we'll bring Arturs in as well. It looked like all of the problems were solved and that there was dynamic equality. Hikaru looked like things were okay, and then suddenly h4, h5 appears on the board. And even then, as a club level player, I'm looking at those moves going, someone read the what would Alpha Zero do? Haha, that's very funny. It'll be fine. And 3 moves later, I'm looking at the evaluation and the position on the board, and Hikaru's got no good moves left. And I'm going, how the hell was that so impactful? So I thought it might be a good idea to go back and maybe have a chat with you about, in principle, how that completely changed the nature of the position and why it was possible for Hikaru to miss it.
That's a very good question, John. And of course, Alpha Zero would be playing h4, h5 in any game, in every position, with any color. And so are the players. This is modern chess. But other than just, okay, yeah, h4, h5 is a cool move, it makes so much sense from the perspective of what is it that white can do if you gain that space. With the pawn on h5, suddenly black no longer has the possibility of what Arturs was showing. If black has the pawns on g6 and h5, just to compare, to contrast with what's on the board now and what could have been. Maybe if we just waste a few moves afterwards, just to push black spawns to g6 and h5, and as an example, then you wouldn't have anything to worry about, because it stops that space gaining that Fabi had gone for. The king will go to g7, the rook on e7. Everything is protected and you can't get to black. There is no entry. There is no way of putting pressure on black's position. Even the rook lift that we have been highlighting all the way. How do you get the f1 rook into the game? How will that ever attack anything? The only open file is the e file, and black has the control of the only open file. So huge difference is once the pawn is on h5, all the space that it gains, it gives white the space that Fabi badly needs to bring his final piece into action, that being the rook, which will go to the h file and to h4 and to f4. If we fast forward in the game on how that rook gets into the attack, because the bishop on d5 is eyeing the f7 pawn, the queen can attack it as it did, the white queen, but you need the rook as well. You only will be able to win this game if you get your final piece in the game. You don't trade queens, you keep everything on the board, and slowly but surely that rook will get essentially to the f file, and that's where things are already very troublesome for Hikaru. Look how black has all his pieces tied up. And the other issue with the pawn on h5, by the way, is that you can never push g6, and therefore the bishop on e4, queen on f5 is another pattern that is so crucial in making this a winning position.
Yeah, this was a really lovely explanation by Anna, and I completely agree with all of this. The only thing I would maybe go back a bit, where I feel Hikaru left his guard down a bit. And this was the moment it goes all the way to the move. Let me go even further than that. Right here, after bishop takes on d5. It seems that black has solved all the opening problems. So we're thinking, I could play g6, king g7, fix the problem of the bishop on d5 to remove this pressure. And what's the big deal? So should I start with bishop b4, bishop c5, a5, or should I start with g6, king g7, etc.? And I think here, actually, Hikaru could have been a bit more cautious. He could have played g6 immediately, and then none of this would have happened. Because now white's idea of h4 can be met with h5, black's playing king g7, rook e7, and we get to the same position. And this bishop on a5 is kind of awkward, but you can always bring it to the game. But Hikaru played this move, bishop b4, which maybe is not a mistake, and I afforded myself to give a double exclamation move to this double exclamation mark move to the move h4, because suddenly black cannot easily play this g6, which I still think was the better choice. Like g6, h5, and now play some sort of very solid move like king g7 looks very natural. Here engine says rook e5 is also good, forcing white to take on g6, and if you play h6, there's queen f8. I think all of this was definitely for Hikaru possible to pick up, but very often what happens in these situations is that you relax too early. You think, that's it, I just solved all the opening problems, I have half an hour, you have 10 minutes, nothing is... Hikaru move a5, d3, queen f6, and suddenly after king g2, it's getting really difficult for him. And only around here, I think that Hikaru realized that his position is getting really unpleasant. And yeah, he didn't figure it out. He thought probably it doesn't really matter. And around here, we could also tell from the body language of Nakamura that he was very unhappy the way things turned out.
This is exactly what we were showing earlier, and I'm just still amazed by the moment when it felt like it was Hikaru, as you said, who equalized easily, had the more time, also more confidence, because those positions came to be the situation after Fabi spent over an hour on 3 of his moves that weren't even that complicated. So we saw that time management issue with Fabi, the doubting of his position or the indecision. And maybe that too contributed to Hikaru relaxing too early, Arthurs, because it really felt like Fabi was no longer ambitious. He had to find almost a forced way to get to a more simplified position before he would get himself into trouble, because Fabi was going so low on time that was going to be worrisome, very worrisome, if the position hadn't simplified.
I have a theory, Anna. Can I share with you?
Yeah. Yeah,
so
please.
maybe Fabi played 5D chess here. So maybe he saw all the way. He saw that he could play rook e1, queen e1, bishop e2. That he has to go to the same game, and he thought it's nothing. It's just a draw, and that's why he literally drained his time on purpose to 20 minutes, because he thought he's going to go to that position anyway, portray himself as vulnerable, and hope that the opponent is going to relax early.
Maybe. I mean, if that's the case, I think Fabiano Caruana needs to be nominated for an Oscar, because I was fully under the pressure that he, unfortunately, was losing a bit of belief in his position and in the possibilities that arose in that middle game. But who knows? I think we will only know if we get to talk to Fabiano after the game. But what I do know is that we will get a chance to hear from Vachier Sindarov, who has just beaten Andrei Esipenko. Over to you, Mike.
Thanks. We're here with the first winner of the day, Grandmaster Vachier Sindarov. Congratulations. But it sounded like you weren't very optimistic about your position. In fact, you admitted you had thoughts of losing in the middle of the game. What were your thoughts, though, when your position was freed up and he played bishop takes f3?
Yeah, I was really very happy, you know. I have like 6 minutes. I took it like in a few seconds, and I was really very happy because, in my opinion, he missed something in rook a6, like, I mean, bishop e6, rook a6, and, you know, I have space for my pieces, like my queen goes to h5, rook goes to a6, and I was really very happy. And then I think he thinks a lot, and in the time trouble, I have, I mean, I'm in a good situation. I'm just attacked, and somehow he missed, and I won this game. I was very happy from the start, because opening was really very bad, and I was thinking like this round I will lose really.
In the press conference, he admitted that he really didn't find any answer after rook a6. Did you feel in the moment at the board that he was already losing the threat at that moment?
If you see, I think a lot. I think in the move bishop d1, probably in some move, like at that moment I was thinking like, okay, probably this is my last chances, or if I don't get some chances, he will just outplay me without any chance. And I think he was also, I mean, when he took bishop on f3, he think like he was also immediately winning, but yeah, I like to, I like to play with defend and do some tricks.
Yeah, it was a trick, obviously. Now,
yeah.
Do you consider yourself a pretty tricky player?
I think I'm a tricky player, yeah.
Does that make you proud to be tricky?
No, in general, I'm trying to play more solid, but today, first round, I think I need to do something to don't lose, and it works.
Yeah, that's a good skill to have, of course. And finally, does it make you feel good that you did not play the best opening and yet you still got the win? I mean, imagine if you'd played a little bit better position out of the opening. Does that give you confidence that you can win any position?
No, I think like it not okay. Here everyone was playing very good, and only I think in some very hard position or in time trouble, like they can do mistake. You just need to play always very good and always calculate in high level, in my opinion.
All right, well, you played well. You showed some great geometry in your game.
I don't play it very well, but after he gave me chances, I think I played really very well, because somehow I wake up today in the game, because before I think I'm just sleeping and I'm playing very bad.
You made the most of your chances and you got the win.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mike, for the interview. That has been a very honest interview. Sindarov saying that he didn't play that well, but he took his chances with rook to a6 when he was given that moment on move 29 against Andrei Esipenko, and he takes the first win in the Candidates Tournament, the first decisive result. If we show the bird's eye view for a moment, just to take in all that has happened so far on the first day of the candidates in the open section and in the women's section, we have so far 4 games that concluded. 3 of them were draws, and the only decisive result so far is Vachier Sindarov's win over Andrei Esipenko. We can also quickly assess the Ruken games, our tours, before we go back to our top 2 boards. We have 2 lovely Ruken games, actually.
Well, one of them, I think, Anna, is a dead draw. So we're talking about a game of Alexander Goryachkina against Katerina Lagno. 2 pawns against 1. I think there's not much to see here at this level. Sometimes miracles happen, but is it this game? I highly doubt it. So here, Goryachkina needs to have some kind of a help from Lagno, and I don't think she's going to receive it. And ultimately, yeah, she's probably going to be very unhappy once she's going to learn that she had this pretty simple winning tactic in the middle game after playing a fantastic opening phase. But the other endgame, Praggnanandhaa against Anish Giri, that's the top right corner. I think it's just winning because White has this very strong pawn on h6. And the problem for Black is that most likely he cannot liquidate the queenside pawns, because I was thinking that probably he wants to push b5 here, try to get rid of the pawns, but there's a problem. There's move a5. I mean, White doesn't have to oblige, and this rook on the 6th rank is collecting the pawn on a6, and maybe Anish is somewhere here. After b4, takes, and I could play something like king d1, b3, king c1, b2, king b1, collect the pawn on a6. It feels like it's probably winning for White, but you never know.
With the 2 passed pawns of White that Black will have to take care of, White, the only remaining pawn of Black is about to be captured by the White king. The rook endgames are simple yet complex at the same time. It's few pieces left on the board, but sometimes the margin between a draw and the win is so slim. It's really slim. And I think that's why we also see more time invested even on these last few moves. Anish has been thinking for 9 minutes already. He doesn't really have that many moves to consider, but he's thinking, of course, in those situations, what happens in each case, not on the current move, but he has to see way beyond the situation and what would give him the best chance to hold this game.
I'm thinking, can I try to play rook a2 here? And force White to play h7. I have a feeling that h7 is not good. I could be wrong, because now I'm going back. You give me a check. I play something like king c6, and now my king is not cut off. But yeah, according to an engine, it doesn't really matter. You still play c4, you dominate the king, and apparently it's still winning. But if I am Black, I'm looking at this direction, something like this. Try to get to h7, rook h2, rook f7. Or maybe the other idea is this b5. b5, a5, b4, takes, and we go to this endgame. Maybe it's not even a difficult endgame. Maybe it's just technically easily winning. But I'm very cautious, Anna, when it comes to the rook endgames, because I've seen so many super winning endgames from the stronger side, but very often they're based on one concrete line. And if you don't find it, then it's just a draw. And I suspect that this is what Giri is trying to find out. Where is this one line, potentially, where he has some realistic chance where Pragg might misplay this. Obviously, we have a clue that it's winning for White, but it might be still not over because, yeah, like I already said, these rook endgames can be tricky.
They are very tricky, and he's going for threatening the pawn on d3, giving this question to Praggnanandhaa whether he's going to hold on to that pawn by trying to protect it with the king, or is he going to try something else? The rook on h3, we call that a Tarrasch rook, when the rook is looking at that h-pass pawn, but from an active location. It's from not in front of the pawn, but from behind the pawn. So it's an active location, but it prevents the white rook from being able to move away from the 6th rank. I am curious, after rook h3, if we are going to see king e2, which is logical to get the king going toward the central squares and guard the pawn at the same time. But you are already highlighting, Arturs, that it could run into c4. It might be the idea that Anish wants to trade further pawns.
Yeah, and then after h7, here, rook f7. How is this easily winning? It's not very clear to me.
So confident, but it's not as obvious as the evaluation board shows.
Actually, I suspect that white shouldn't allow this. White could play king d2. I'm not allowing c4 idea. And then now if you give a check, I was thinking, what is this position? Give a check here. I give you a million checks. So king d5, it's going to be some sort of a check. So let's say you go forward. Now I go here. And most likely white will sacrifice this pawn, something like king g6, takes, h7, here, and something like this. It looks very logical, but I'm pretty sure that Anish is somewhere here, like, okay, maybe not here. Like, let's say takes, looking for some miracle escape, but yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, if he had his pawns more advanced, in some cases you could give up the rook and get enough compensation by running on the other flank of the board with your king and pawns. This doesn't feel like it, as you said, Arthurs. But it is question time for Pragg to respond to this threat over the pawn on d3 or ignore it. I find it interesting how the computer mainly suggests ignoring it. First two moves of the computer is king to f1 or king to f2. just literally doesn't care.
Okay, that's a bit too much. I think king d2 is just good. I mean, maybe we can show this line. Let's say king f1, and supposedly you're gonna take it. I'm gonna play king g2. The threat is to promote. And if I go here, 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 you're seeing the line that's never gonna happen. So let's just have some fun. Like here, something like rook b7 and king d6. This is not gonna happen. I'm pretty sure that Pragg is gonna play king d2. Like, why would I go here?
Yeah, I think king d2 is very likely, and as you have said, it's on the board already. It makes no sense to give up that pawn when you can try to do the same with this. Well, the only difference being, of course, that now the white king is further away from the king side, so you're not going toward the g5 to attack the rook, but you are guarding your pawn. The good thing about endgames, good and bad, I guess, depending on the player, but on top level, I think they appreciate how it doesn't matter how long it takes to convert it. You need a lot of patience for endgames, and it really might take another 20, 30, 40 moves. It's not about how soon you win. It's about how sure the path is. Anish is giving a check. I'm expecting that we are going to see Pragg reacting to this check by going further up with the king. I don't see anything against king e3.
Yeah. King e3 here looks very natural, and it looks like white is just technically winning, and also Anish's body language a couple of moments ago, like it was signaling that Anish knows that there's realistically no chance for him to save it. So I don't know, John, you're here obviously. What's your opinion on this from your perspective? How does it look like, and what do you think?
Well, if Anish can draw from this point, that would be absolutely astounding. He has been known to do stuff like that from before, but I'm actually here with a quick update from the other section. We have confirmed that the women's candidates have all ended. The last game between Goryachkina and Lagno has now ended in a draw. You guys covered that earlier. Maybe we'll recap later. I don't know. Goryachkina had some fantastic opportunities earlier on in the game, but that has now ended peacefully. And as a result, the section has ended for day one with 4 draws. Back to you guys.
4 draws, but not without a fight. We have seen so many sharp positions, complexities, brilliancies. I would have thought that we were going to see at least 2, if not more, decisive results in the women's section, and certainly there were a lot of missed chances and missed opportunities in that sense. Lots of saves and escapes from the other end, the same coin, but with the 2 sides of it showing in the end a draw as a result. I don't think we're going to see 4 draws in the open section, since we already have a win for Sindarov, but also the remaining 2 games are not looking like they are going to end in a draw, Arthurs.
Yeah, it looks like they indeed are going to be decisive, and maybe let's once again go back to one of the central games of the round, Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura. It's super critical matchup, obviously, because these are the two highest rated players, the pre-tournament favorites. And before the first time control, one would have thought that Hikaru has solved all the opening problems, but right now it looks like Caruana is well on his way to convert this. But there is a change in the position, because what you can see right now is that White has an extra pawn. Apparently, because of a small tactical trick, Caruana was able to win a pawn, and now Hikaru is just looking for this way to trade the queens off the board, but I don't think that White will do this. Maybe let's go back a couple of moves, and I'm going to illustrate this moment, what we did not see. So starting with this moment, I think this is where we left it. Queen d7, queen f4, bishop g5, queen f3, queen c7, not a very difficult shot, rook takes on f7, which makes me wonder, is this something that Hikaru missed? Because he could have played rook e7 to defend this, and now the point is after rook takes on f7, queen f7, there's bishop d5, as you can see the queen is pinned, and after rook e6, queen g4, White collects the rook on e6 and now continues playing the position with the queens on the board. So I think here I cannot really stress but to undermine how important for Black is to keep the queens, to trade the queens, because if the queens disappear, there's a very good chance, if not even 100%, that this is just a theoretical draw. And that's why Caruana is going to keep the queens on the board as long as they can, and Black is still struggling finding good moves, Anna.
He is. The rooks are off of the board, but as you said, it's a crucial factor that the queens are not. The queens will remain on the board. Fabi needs those queens on the board for the winning chances. And the extra pawn helps, but what also helps is that now without the f-pawn, the black king is even more exposed. So this is, even though very few pieces are left on the board, is still an attack against the black king. And we have said how with opposite colored bishops, the defender here, Hikaru, with the black pieces, he can never use his bishop to match Fabi's bishop. You can never guard anything on light squares, and that is a key difference when it comes to opposite colored bishops. Fabi's looking around for a brief moment, realizing that most of the players are gone from the playing venue. It's only a few games left now. It's the final stage of round 1 in Cyprus.
Yeah, but it's a very, very important one. And also think that if everything proceeds as we're expecting it's going to proceed, and if Caruana is going to win this, he's going to break his very unfortunate streak of bad results against Hikaru Nakamura, because somebody correct me on my statistics, but in about the last 12, 13, or maybe 14 games, Hikaru has scored 5 or 6 classical victories with no losses. And that's why for Fabi, I don't know when was the last time he scored a victory over Hikaru Nakamura in a classical chess, but one thing I know about streaks is that they have to end at some point. And obviously for Fabi, why not find the best moment to do this in such a critical clutch match of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. By the way, the players, as you can see, they're playing the moves very quickly. But if this happens, this could be like a very strong claim by Fabiano to win the FIDE Candidates Tournament. Obviously, it's just the round 1, but such a powerful start, it can give you wings.
It can give you wings, and they are 2 of the favorites, according to a lot of the players who are in Cyprus, and also according to Magnus Carlsen. So I think this is huge when it comes to the overall standings, even if, as you said, Arturs, we are just at the start. This is the first round. There are 14 rounds in total. This is a very long tournament. Everyone plays against everyone 2 times. It's a double round robin, but a great start is certainly something that can help you. And Fabi has done this before. He's the most experienced player in the candidates. He won it before to earn the right to face Magnus Carlsen at the World Championship match in 2018. And he was very close in that match too, even in the World Championship match. So we know that he knows how to do this. This is his 6th appearance at the candidates. And what a year it was for him in 2018 when he qualified and nearly took down Magnus Carlsen. It went to tie breaks at the World Championship match in London that I was very lucky to cover on site with Judith Polgar. And I mean, the rest of the stats here, the Sinkfield Cup, I think we all remember the 7 out of 7 that Fabi produced at the 2014 Sinkfield Cup in a field where Magnus himself and all the rest of the top players were competing. It was insane.
Yeah, I still remember this very clearly, but Fabi always has been a beast, and he's been among the world's top 3 players for like the past decade, if not more. And that's why he's looking for his chances finally to become the world champion. And if he will do this, I think that he would fully deserve it. But obviously, it's just the start of the Candidates Tournament, and everything can still happen. First, he still needs to win this game. Evaluation bar says it's completely winning, but watch out, do not relax too early. Then, of course, there's the other players like Javochis Sindarov, who apparently is on fire. And also Pragg, who is on his way to score the first victory over Anish Giri. So we are in for a very, very exciting tournament. What I would like to do right now, Anna, I would like to show you why we are saying that the queen trade is a bad thing, and why white is keeping the queens on the board. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just show you. There you go. This queen e7. Naturally, the queen trade is not going to happen. But the point is, this is one thing we are taught when studying chess, that you can very often escape in obstacle bishops endgame because of the fortress. We have obstacle bishops on the board. This means white cannot make any progress at the queen side. Let's say here, I'm going to put the bishop on d6, here, g4, and ultimately black achieves some kind of a fortress where white has an extra pawn, but it's going nowhere. And the best you can do is something like king g3, king h4, g5, but even with this, it's not enough. And as you can see, the evaluation bar says it's just a dead draw. And that's why this is something that most likely will never happen. And that's the first thing that Fabi always makes sure that never happens, that queens always stay on the board.
That's exactly what we're going to see. The queen always dodging the black queen. Hikaru is looking at the score sheet. I wonder why exactly. He definitely knows that he messed up earlier. It seemed like he relaxed too soon, as you said, Arturus, because he was in a good position and with more time on the clock after Fabi has sunk into a very deep thought, spent over an hour on 3 of his moves in the middle game. We were really worried about his time management, but essentially it came down to Hikaru making mistakes when Fabi was under pressure. Now he moves the bishop out of d7, heading back toward d5 or e4. If you place it on d5, it will always be threatening the checkmate on f7 and also the check on g8. So it's really powerful for the queen bishop to dominate on the light squares like this.
Yeah, and we just saw a couple of moves being played. I think it was bishop c7, queen e7. Of course, Hikaru tries to trade the queens. I think his point is after queen c8 is queen d8. The problem for Hikaru is that this weakness on b6. And I think that that's what ultimately gives white the winning position, because ultimately you might be thinking, so where's white's winning idea? Meaning black is not going to allow himself to be checkmated. The pawn on b6 is protected. But this is where you have to remember that there's such a technique, press on 2 weaknesses at the same time. And this is what Fabi is trying to do. He's trying to build some checkmate threats while targeting the pawn on b6. And I have a feeling that with the perfect play, the pawn on b6 will be dropping, because I don't think that Hikaru has the time to bring his bishop now to c5, somehow defend this pawn, and with the queen, hold the queen side. And if at some point, even if Fabi is not going to get the pawn on b6 outright, Anna, I think he can just think about, obviously, after declining the queen trade, push forward the king side pawns while watching out for the queen trade as well. So for Hikaru, this is a nightmare defense, but there's nothing he can do about it. He has to suffer this.
Yeah, he has to suffer for a very long time, because this is one of those positions that you can play on forever and ever. They're currently on move 55, and this game could very well go on for another dozens of moves. You can see, I think, on Hikaru's body language that it's not the most thrilling and enjoyable position for him to play, but he's gonna try. He will for sure try to find all the resources possible to hold. This is such an important game.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think that if Fabi had like 1 minute, he would have blitzed it out. I don't think, or maybe he's looking for some kind of a forced win here. I don't think there's anything forced, like queen c8, queen d8, queen b7, then bishop d5. He's just trying to make sure he does not mess it up, because both players are on the same page. They know what's happening here. They know that white is winning. That's why the cautiousness.
Yeah, that's indeed why he's cautious, and rightly so, with such high stakes. You have the win in your hand, you can feel it, but you don't really have it yet, and you need to make sure that you don't spoil it. We have seen earlier in other games when even bigger chances were missed or a bigger advantage were given away. So it happens even on the highest levels. And the maneuver that we are seeing is what you said earlier, Arthur's with the queen going to b7 to put pressure on the b6 pawn, and bishop d5 will be threatening checkmate on f7. It's this constant squeeze over Hikaru's position until at the end there will be no more defense, is what the strategy is, even if it's not an immediate win, even if there's no concrete line that will force resignation. But essentially, it's so hard to keep everything always defended in such a passive position with no counter chances.
Yeah, there's no active counterplay, and this is not how Hikaru likes to play. Maybe he can try to play bishop e5, try to cover the 7th rank with bishop c7, let's say bishop d5, and play like this. And ultimately, white might try to activate the king, like king g2, f4, etc. But no, this pawn is weak, by the way. So once again, I'm not really sure it does black any good. Play something like this, be stubborn, and defend it as long as it takes, because you know, white still needs to show where's the win.
That's true. That's true. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see something like this by Hikaru, because he is really good at defending even tough positions. He is determined. He's stubborn. He's going to try everything he can. He's not going to give in just because the evaluation bar is saying that white is winning. It's Fabi who has to prove it and find a way through the defense of Hikaru.
Yeah, this is the current position. And Hikaru is right now deciding what to do. Can we go to the overview to see the other remaining games and see what else is happening in the game of Pragg against Anish Giri? There's the overview. As you can see, Hikaru against Caruana, top left corner. That's the current position we have right now. And then we have Pragg's endgame against Anish Giri, where we see that c4 was just played by Giri, where he's attempting to get a couple of pawns off the board. Shall we go to that game?
Absolutely. C4 is not the favorite move of the computer. It's actually criticizing it to some extent, but I feel like it's a very human decision to want to trade as many pawns as possible. And I'm curious if there's any immediate drawbacks. D takes c4 seems very logical for white. You gotta trade that pawn before it becomes a passed pawn. Rook takes c3 is the follow-up that Anish is planning. And maybe now the drawback would be that this is a chance for the white king to start going toward the h-pawn to support the passed pawn. Do you go toward d5? Do you go toward f5 directly and not care about the pawn?
Right. Here, king g6, b5, and yeah, but any move wins. Even this endgame, I think it's just winning. Takes, and even here, even this is winning. Yeah, you could take it. I'm promoting, and rook a8 is to follow. Probably I don't need this. I mean, I could just play rook a8 immediately. So Anish is trying something, but his position apparently is just dead lost. And by the body language, you can tell that, yeah, he knows this. But Pragg, I mean, I think he deserves this because he played this absolutely fascinating opening idea on this delayed Grand Prix attack, and Anish was definitely surprised. And after the opening, Pragg got the better position. So he's been capitalizing on his advantage ever since.
So true. It was such a brave and a very not usual opening choice by Praggnanandhaa against a very experienced and very well prepared Anish Giri. To surprise Anish is not an easy feat, and Pragg managed to do so today. And from that moment on, Pragg had the pressure on the position, the psychological edge, the time advantage, and he just kept using all those factors in his favor, building up the advantage to bigger and bigger of an edge. This is a very well played game by Praggnanandhaa. And I think you can see from this game and from so many of Pragg's recent games in general, why he's also considered a favorite for this tournament, even though he's one of the youngest players.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so Pragg is definitely a force to watch out for. And also, before the tournament, I felt that when I made my tier list, I felt that he could be one of the guys who could do it. But I put him in the category of everything or nothing, because I felt that him, Anish, Giri, and Vachier Sindarov, they're going to be the guys who are maybe not necessarily the favorites, but they might make more risks than usual to score the win. And it looks like Pragg is about to capitalize on his. And I'm trying to figure out, Anna, what is the cleanest way to win this? Is it d4? Because there's also d4 on the board. No, d takes on c4 was just played by the Indian player. Rook takes on c3. And here the big question is it king d5 or is it king f5? Both moves seem good. Maybe king d5 is the safer move, because why would I want to calculate what happens if after king f5, rook c4, maybe the endgame is not winning, and after king d5, I'm also threatening to play rook f7 check and push back the black king to the last rank. I think it's king d5. Looks very clean to me.
Yeah, definitely very tempting. I feel like in Pragg's case, he's gonna be very pragmatic, as we keep saying, and evaluate whether king f5 is even stronger. I think he knows very well that this position is winning, and he's gonna figure out, he's gonna calculate through which one he finds the cleanest, the most smooth way of converting it and not giving chances to Anish.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what could be the follow-up. Yeah, it doesn't work clearly. There's no rook takes on h6. You cannot do that, so you have to go to back rank. And with the king being cut off, yeah, it doesn't look good. King b6. These pawns is falling. I don't see any ideas for Anish here, to be honest. I think both king d5 and king f5, they're just winning. And Pragg, it seems that he has figured it out. He's going to go for king f5 instead. And if he does it, he's totally sure that this is winning.
He is. And I think you can tell from the way he moved and looked at Anish for a brief second, going toward the h-pawn, not caring that his pawn on c4 will be hanging, not caring that the pawn on a4 is there too. It doesn't matter. All that matters is the king side and how this h-pawn will win the game now with the help of the king.
Yeah, might as well Anish just resign here, because I think this line is pretty forcing. So let's say take on c4, h7, rook goes here, king g6. There's no tricks like king e7, rook b6, or even rook f5, rook h5, and you play b5. I think that, yeah, even the simple capture and rook f8 is winning. And your b pawn is running nowhere. Let's just put this on the board. If white is not super accurate, even this is winning. Try to shoulder the king, b4 here. I'm not trying even to be super accurate. Yeah, king c3. No, there's no shouldering. It's just winning. I think it's quite clear that Pragg is going to win this. And I wouldn't be surprised that if Anish would just resign right here, because I don't see any tricks, anything he could try to do. Rook c4, h7, rook h4, king g6, rook f5, rook h5, or even rook f8. This game is over.
I think that's exactly what Anish is calculating through as well, and just double, triple checking if he finds any kind of resources, but the position is lost. This has been such an incredibly well-played game by Praggnanandhaa from start to finish, a much-deserved conversion of an advantage that started from a surprise in the opening, smaller edge, but time pressure as well on Anish in a way, both on the board and the psychological edge. It has just been so many factors against Anish, and it's not easy. These players, they're the best chess players in the world, but they are humans, and they make more mistakes when you face them with such situations that you surprise them in the opening, you play brave and risky, you get them in a situation that they are not that sure of, and you put time pressure on them as well. Anish essentially has tried really well, but Praggnanandhaa, I think, has played probably the cleanest game of the round of all the players in both sections, I feel like. And that's including the game of Fabi against Hikaru, because that game, even though Fabi seems to be on the way to win it, but that wasn't clean at all. There's been a bit of back and forth.
Yeah, that game, by the way, is still continuing, the viewers. Maybe let's go to the full screen. I have a feeling it's about to wrap up. I don't think that we are seeing many moves here coming, because the body language of Anish, Giri, the analysis I showed you before, Anish knows that he's beaten. He's just looking for this last tricks, or maybe when you're on the verge to resign, you're just not really thinking about the game. You're trying to recollect how did the game proceed. You're thinking, sometimes you're looking at the score sheet, so at which moment did things really go wrong? But ultimately, of course, you understand that it's only a game. The opponent was better today, and that's it. So I don't think we are going to see more than one move. Maybe there's going to be resignation right here, because by the looks of it, it doesn't look like Anish is calculating any. No, he is going to try something. King e7.
King
What is the
e7 is
chain?
a last resource.
So what is the change? I mean, I can still play rook b6. Yeah, okay. So it kind of prolongs the game, but he's trying to get with the king closer to the passed pawn. And Pragg also looks super relaxed right now.
Very relaxed. He could push the pawn if he wants to, because there is a threat by black to give a check on f3 and pick up the rook on f6. But if you push h7, you're going to get the queen, so you don't mind giving up a rook for the queen. But maybe that's what Anish is trying to do, to then try to set up a fortress instead of resignation. It's still better to try something.
I think actually this h7 idea is very quick. Pretty clean victory. Yeah, apparently there's no immediate end of the game, so let's go back to the analysis screen and let's just show how the game might conclude. Potentially maybe h7. And Anna, you mentioned this idea to give a check. And I think it's also pretty good. So king g5, rook f6, I just promote. And if you play rook goes here, I just cover from this. And the h-pawn is promoting, so it's just not good for black at all. The only other try is to go here to stop the pawn, and then I play rook b6, and that's it. Yeah, so you're going to take the pawn on h7. White just picks up the rook at h7. Something like king f8, takes, check. It's just an easily winning position. Maybe that's the final move, final accuracy that Anish is asking for Pragg. And as soon as Pragg is going to play it, the game's going to end right there.
It might be the case that he's just giving Pragg this one final question to answer correctly. There's a couple of ways in which Pragg might choose to. We have been showing you guys h7 as one of the main moves, if not the main one, that Pragg would be looking at. If not h7, he can also move the rook away out of this check to g6 or to b6 directly. There's a couple of ways in which Pragg might continue. I'm really curious which one he will choose, just out of style, and which one he finds the cleanest, the smoothest.
Maybe the one thing that White needs to watch out is some potential fortress. Because let's say if I play h7, what if black sacrifices takes on f6 allows White to queen, king g5, rook f6, queen, and build some kind of a fortress. Let's say here, play king d7, king c7. But that's the thing, I don't think this is even a fortress, because there's just a check and collect the pawn on b7. Because if black was able, let's say, let me show you a couple of moves. If black was able to get to this position, maybe it's a fortress. It doesn't look like a fortress, but I mean, still, it's worth a shot. But I don't think that White has to test this. So once again, I think h7 is very clean. If you give a check, here, takes, here, there's no fortress. This is a check. This is a problem. the king is too far away, and if black plays here, it's just rook b6.
I think this might be what we will see on the board, and in that case, I think Anish will resign. Essentially, this game is heading toward that final handshake. The rook is on b6, attacking the b7 pawn, threatening h7. Maybe we could go full screen because this could be the moment that concludes a very well played game by Praggnanandhaa, who surprised Anish Giri in the opening and has put pressure on the Dutch number one from the very beginning of the game. What an excellent play by Pragg, who is considered to be one of the favorites. Not as heavy of a favorite as Caruana or Nakamura, but I think he's one of the surprise favorites for the event, also named by Magnus Carlsen as a player with a very good chance.
So Anish is going to make a couple of moves. Rook takes on c4, of course. You have to always fight it out until the very end, until there's a hope. Here, h7 feels to be very logical. I think the game's going to wrap up like in 1 minute.
h7, threatening promotion. The black rook will need to get behind the pawn or go to the back rank to stop the pawn. And that's when you will use your king and rook to help the promotion. Of course, the b7 pawn is also hanging with a check, so Pragg can capture that pawn now or next move whenever he chooses to. He's about to push h7, threatening promotion.
Yeah, that's it. And h7 is on the board, and there's the resignation. Anish Giri resigns and allows Praggnanandhaa to score the first victory of the tournament. And also he's catching up with Vachier-Lagrave, who is currently the co-leader of the tournament, 1 point out of 1 games. Another victory with the white color. What a fantastic game by Pragg.
Incredible game by Pragg. John, what are your thoughts on how Praggnanandhaa basically gave a masterclass to a really experienced elite chess player? He makes it look easy to take down these top grandmasters.
He definitely made it look easy, but one thing's for sure, it took a lot of time. And Anna, I think this is a great example of even when the path to victory looks straightforward and you know what the plan is and you're able to execute it, it can still take a very long time to decisively prove that to your opponent, and one moment slipping up could throw all of that away. So Pragg has done a fantastic job, and obviously Fabi still has a lot of work to do. It's so hard to win a chess game that is won on paper.
It most certainly is, and we'll definitely continue with that game. It has been the main clash of the round, and Fabiano still has the better position, but can he convert it into a win, into a full point, will be the main question, the remaining question of the round, the only game that's left in the candidates' first round.
So we're turning the screw, we're looking for a way to try and break out if we're Hikaru Nakamura. Fabi, in the meantime, is looking for the exclamation mark at the end of a beautiful game where he is poised to take victory, but still needs to prove the result. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back to cover the final game of day one of the FIDE Candidates 2026 after this.
Yeah, so winning the World Cup also means you're now playing the 2026 candidates, and which is a big deal, and it's maybe the strongest tournament in the chess world. How will this now influence your training, team composition, and strategic planning going into the candidates?
It's a good questions. It's my first time to play some, the strongest tournament, I think, which gives you a chance to play against World Champion, and I should need to have team. We need to work a lot, but I don't have a lot of time also. There is a lot of tournament vacancy. After I finish the tournament, from next day I start to work with my coach. So we are talking a lot about this tournament, what we will do for this tournament, and I try to come to candidates with full ready, so there is will be minimum like 1 or 2 seconds. Okay, one of them, I think everybody else sees my friend, my teammate Muhyiddin Madaminov. So let's see. I think okay. I don't get any pressure because I'm very young, and I hope it will be not my last Candidates tournament, and I will play many Candidates tournament. But for sure, I want to try to play very good in this tournament. So let's see what will.
Okay, welcome to Hyper Bullet Hot Takes. You have 30 seconds to give your answers. Let's see who debates the best. There is some amount of money in this world where Magnus would be your second Hikaru at the upcoming Candidates Tournament.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. Some amount of money that Magnus would be my second candidate. You know, I don't know what that amount is, and I think there would have to be something bigger. I think if I were playing at someone that Magnus really dislikes, there might be a certain American player. Then I think Magnus might do it for a certain amount of money. But for Gukesh, or even just the candidates, I'm not really seeing it. So I don't think there's actually an amount for this one specifically.
I honestly don't think I would be very useful since I have zero experience coaching or anything like that. So if I were to offer my services for any amount of money, I would recommend that Hikaru sticks with his team because he has a very, very good team, and I don't think I'd improve it.
Next question. Viral moments like banging the table and throwing the king to the crowd are good for chess.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah, there's a lot that I could add for viral moments. I think one thing that's very important to note, I think about Magnus and myself, is we tend to be two of the more expressive players. And when you look at people as children, I think you're shaped by your surroundings. And both of us, I think, grew up following sports. And so we've seen sports figures and their emotions, their reactions. And it's very, very good for chess. And I wish more players had that sort of spirit.
Even though we do not yet know his opponent, Gukesh will be an underdog at the next World Championship match.
Yeah, I think that when we look at the candidates and the players who are most likely to win, it's not a guarantee he'll be an underdog, but I think probably 4 of the players are definitely a favorite. And so it's like I would say 2 out of 6 in my view have a chance to win who would be an underdog against him. So it's much more likely than not that the winner of the candidates will be the favorite against Gukesh in the World Championship match.
The rule is that World Championship matches tend to be fairly tight, but I agree with Hikaru that I would say 2 players would be significant favorites, and there will be 3-4 more who would have a very decent chance, and probably only 2 where he'd be a somewhat significant favorite. So overall, the field against Gukesh for sure.
In time, our perfect 30-second answer. Okay, Magnus, if you played 18 holes with Tiger Woods and we let you tee off from the forward tee boxes, you would beat Tiger in at least 1 of the holes.
Yeah, Tiger is injured, so he wouldn't be able to play. I'd beat him on every hole.
Yeah, so I assume you mean the forwardmost tee. If Tiger is not injured, then Magnus will never win a single hole. But it would be fun to see that happen. I don't know what Magnus's handicap is, but I'd be curious to see what the outcome is.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. We have a historic tournament taking place here today. This is day number 1, of course, but the current system of the candidates wasn't always in place. So let's learn a little bit more about how FIDE finds their challengers to the World Championship title and take a look at what things were like beforehand.
The Candidates Tournament has been one of the most important chess events for decades. But why does it even exist? Let's look at the history. Unofficially, the concept goes all the way back to the 19th century. An 1889 tournament in New York was meant to decide a challenger for then world champion Wilhelm Steinitz. It didn't exactly work. The third place finisher, Isidor Günzburg, ended up being Steinitz's challenger. For the next half century, champions handpicked their next opponents. Having money was more important than having a big tournament result. Some awesome players never got a chance. That all changed in 1946, when the sitting world champion Alexander Alekhine died. The International Chess Federation now controlled who would play. In 1950, the first official Candidates Tournament. Winner David Bronstein played the World Championship against Mikhail Botvinnik. Botvinnik had earlier won a 5-player tournament to replace Alekhine as the sitting champion. Every 3 years for the next 40 years, the Candidates Tournament decided the next challenger. It wasn't always clean. In 1962, a cheating scandal erupted. Bobby Fischer claimed collusion. The format was changed, but the candidates survived. Every world champion from the 50s through the 80s, Mikhail Tal, Boris Spassky, Bobby Fischer, and Garry Kasparov won the Candidates Tournament first. Then, in 1993, another major development. The champion and challenger agreed to quit FIDE. Nigel Short had won the Candidates Tournament, but his match with Kasparov would happen independent from the International Chess Federation. There would be no consensus about the real world champion until 2006, and it wouldn't be until 2009 before the next Candidates Tournament. Since then, the tournament has run about every 2 years. Some of the game's greatest players have won a Candidates without necessarily winning a world championship. Bronstein, Viktor Korchnoi, Fabiano Caruana, who's here trying to win another. The women's championship cycle has also included a Candidates Tournament, but even less consistently throughout history. Since 2019, the women's system has mirrored the classical open system. 2026 is the latest in a long line of Candidates Tournaments. The stakes are high. Whoever wins will write their name in history.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. We only have one game left where Fabiano Caruana is trying to convert a full point against Hikaru Nakamura on board 1 of the open section. Anna, Arturs, I'm going to ask both of you the same question, but Anna, I'd love to start with you. You both have tremendous chess playing experience. When people look at the eval bar and they look at how it's not really wavering, they're going, wow, this is clearly a winning position, fantastic stuff, we just need to close it out. And you need to grind and grind it. It takes absolutely forever. How do you go about winning those 1 games? Does Fabiano already know, yes, this is fine, it's just going to take me 25 moves? What's actually going through your head when you know you're winning, but you can't completely see the finish line yet?
I think the key word is patience, and these top players all have a lot of patience. It doesn't matter to them how long it's going to take. This is going to be move 70 now for Fabiano, and I think he would play this for another 200 moves if he has to. As long as you keep consistent, you keep putting pressure on your opponent, and slowly but surely you make some kind of a progress, even if it's a tiny bit of a progress. But that's all that it takes, the consistency and the patience. Of course, we would all love to see an immediate beautiful finish, check here, check there, then checkmate pattern and forcing resignation. But I think it's more about the mindset and grinding toward that. King f3, for instance, here by the computer, it's criticized a little bit. It says it wasn't the best move, but it doesn't really ruin anything. This is a long-term advantage.
Now, Arturs, let's take a look maybe from the flip side. You're playing as Hikaru Nakamura here. What is the small edge? What is the tiny slip up? The opportunity for you to get back in there and say, actually, I can change the results of this game. How are we choosing our moves and playing for that eventuality? Because obviously there is still hope for him here.
Absolutely, there's still hope, and the longer the game proceeds, the more irritated Fabiano might become. And in a time scramble with only plus 30 seconds on the clock for both players, everything can still happen. But perhaps the opportunity for Hikaru, John, is already gone, because at some point he had a chance to activate his king and push it to c5. And I think it happened, I think it was around here, if I may. I'm going to go back to this moment where he played king d6, bishop e4 was a small slip by Fabiano, and here quite uncharacteristically of Hikaru, he didn't play king c5. King c5, king b4, tried to activate the king because it doesn't really feel safe at the king side, but apparently Hikaru didn't like it. There must have been something that he thought it's dangerous. He went back, and maybe this opportunity, now it's gone. If I was playing this position from the white perspective, I would be looking for some kind of a help from black. I would just blitzing it out, playing it very quickly, because for white, the moves are coming very easy. For black, it comes with a lot of suffering, because I do not see like a forced win from white.
Well, that's what Fabiano is trying to manufacture here. And if that forced win exists, it might exist in many, many moves' time. I will leave you guys to it. This is the final game still ongoing at day one of the candidates. If you've just tuned into the stream, this is very much the business end of proceedings. Will this be a decisive result? Anna, Arturs, back to you.
Thank you so much, John. This is the final game of the first round at the candidates, the only game remaining. So these two gentlemen are sitting there in this dark, beautifully cinematically lit playing venue, but it's being the two people left in the entire building, perhaps, and the cleaners, perhaps, or some maintenance guy that might still be around. Jokes aside, the arbiters are watching and perhaps some spectators, but this has been a long day at the candidates. Most of the players are enjoying their dinners or already preparing for the next round, but not for Fabi, not for Hikaru. They're going to be there in the playing hall for quite some time. And that gives us, Arturs, plenty of time to break down what could be some of the potential ideas for Fabi, how to make progress.
Yeah, that's the question, because Fabi decided to activate the king with f4, king f3, and I'm not sure I like this, because suddenly black has some ideas to threaten with what? Queen e4 and queen e4. Instantly the trade is on the board. I mean, this happened so quickly that...
Wait, what? wait, what? We said no queen trade. Wait, what?
I thought that you don't want to trade the queens. This is exactly what happened. Wait, just a second. So I think that Fabi thought that the queen trade is impossible because of d takes on e4 and to play e5 and king e4. But hang on, is this really so clear? Because let's say I play bishop e7, e5, bishop b4, king e4, bishop b1. Are you sure, Fabi, about this? Because I am not so sure, but I mean, he is the world number 3 after all, but maybe he didn't find anything better, but I would have thought that trading the queens was the last resort.
Yeah, this is a very surprising decision, and I think we are just puzzled because we kept emphasizing how, of course, he wants to keep the queens on the board. You keep that tension and you'll never trade. He traded in the moment when he changes the pawn structure. So one difference, a big difference between this queen trade and any queen trade we previously showed in our analysis is that this one makes that the d3 pawn is suddenly joining the kingside pawns, creating this pawn majority where it's 4 pawns against 2 pawns of black. It also creates a d-pass pawn for black, but it doesn't matter too much. The problem with opposite colored bishops in endgames is that sometimes even 2 pawns of an advantage is not enough, or 3, depending on whether you can block the pawns on the right color of square that is the color of your bishop, the defender's bishop. So Fabi really has to be so sure that this works out, because there is no turning back. You cannot get your queen back. You cannot change the pawn structure. This is what it is. We are in for a bishop endgame, opposite color bishop endgame, and Fabi believes it's a winning endgame, or it's his best chance at the least.
I am not sure. Like, I'm not sure, and I also like the speed how Hikaru did this. He just instantly took on e4 because for him it's okay, whatever. Either I suffer in this terrible queen endgame or I go for this position, and if it's a loss, it's a loss. But if Fabi did it, he must be totally convinced because there was no need to do this. But I think it already signaled with the last couple of moves that he did. He played here. Just a second. So he played king g2. He played king f3 and he played queen e4. He was going for this from the very beginning. So that's why he is sure it's a win. And actually, by the way, I checked that engine says that also king takes on e4 was just as good, which looks, yeah, it's paradoxical, but you're going for the pawn on b6. Let's say here, king d5. I don't know, I go here, king c6, and you cannot protect the pawn. And if you protect the pawn with something like, let's say here, king c6, yeah, hang on, how do you win this? I'm not so sure. I don't know. I would draw this.
So this would have been the alternative. Fabi chooses to capture on e4 with the pawn, and Hikaru was just about to move, but then he changes his mind, or at least taking a bit longer to place that bishop on e7, maneuvering it toward the other diagonal. Of course, the white pawn was going to be pushed to e5, so the bishop had to go no matter what. It's now on b4. Fabi back to d3, blocking black's pawn and getting his king ready to enter black's position through the light squares on the king's side.
He must be sure. Yeah, I think I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm trying to figure out what is his winning plan. Because let's say I put the bishop on e1, g4, king e7, king e4, here. How do you win this? King f5, I stand to do nothing. You gotta play g5. Ah, that's how he wins this. Takes, king g5, play h6, sacrifice the pawn, play king f5, king e4, f5, f6, and you win the game. I think
he's sure it's on the board for the rest of us mere human beings, Arturs.
I think he's got this because check this out. I think his idea is to sacrifice the pawn on h6 at the right moment. Maybe this is not the right moment. I probably can improve it. Okay, let me try to play like this. Let's say here you do something random. Let me improve the bishop. I'm going to play h6 here and here. I'm going to play f6. I'm going to play bishop d5, and these two pawns that are going to cost you the bishop. Let's say bishop g5, something like king h5, and you do something. I'm going to put the bishop on d5, play f6, and theoretically winning. I know it's very easy to suggest this, but I think that Fabi has figured it out. He has to.
So the way to win this pawn up bishop endgame is essentially to give up the pawn. This would be equal material on the board, but what matters is the quality of the pass pawns, connected pass pawns for Fabi after this brilliant idea. I'm so curious if this is literally what we're going to see on the board, because it seems that Fabi, in the moment when he offered the queen trade, he was really sure of this bishop endgame. And what else could be sure? Look at Hikaru's reaction. He's also noticing that that's what Fabi's idea is. He sees that this is still really troublesome, even if we have been emphasizing how an opposite colored bishop endgame is not easy. Sometimes even with 2 or 3 pawns up, it might be a draw. But this is only one extra pawn, but it's the king march, the active king, and then creating the connected pass pawns, the main idea.
Yeah, but what is the then defense for Hikaru? The only idea I can think of is stopping this g5 and king g5 and maybe put the bishop on h4 so that you force white to take on g5 with the f pawn. And I don't think the pawn on d4 here is relevant at all. And okay, Hikaru is going to defend it, king f5, and I think that after king f5, Hikaru is going to play bishop h4 and claim that there's going to be some kind of a fortress. Let me just put it on the board. King f5, bishop h4, g5, takes. Yeah, but h6 is incoming. What do you do? Here, h6, takes, king goes somewhere, e6. No, it's got to be winning.
Wow. And those 2 pass pawns, they are terrifying for the fact that you cannot catch both with your pieces. The king is not able to stop both pass pawns, and the black bishop is not allowed in thanks to the active white king that's covering the e5 square, covering the f4 squares. Wow.
Now this is some total insane calculation by Fabi. Just he's so good at his endgames. I think I would mess up this endgame like 5 times. Like you would give me this winning position against Hikaru, and I would find a way to mess it up every single of the 5 times. But allowing this queen trade, this was such a, amazing decision.
Wait a second. Just when we are praising Fabi's calculation, he's not using the f5 square for his king. He's pushing his pawn to f5. And then the Vachier goes back up and says, yes, Fabi, you're of course right.
Okay, maybe this is also winning.
So now he's starting to take the d4 pawn. He pushed the pawn to threaten to capture the d4 pawn, because now the white pawn on f4 no longer is hanging. If Hikaru wants to hold on to that pawn, he has to go back to f2 with his bishop, but that seems too passive to do.
And maybe Fabi
Now
just
we
goes
get
after
in.
the pawn on b6.
Now to the
Maybe this
queen
is
side.
Yeah, he wants to play king d5, king c6, and e6. But why I slightly don't like this move is that it kind of gives you the feeling that black might set up some kind of a fortress. Let's just maybe show it. For example, if Fabi takes on d5, on d4, and at some point he's careless and plays e6. There you go. It's just a draw. I think this position is just a draw because, as you can see, these pawns are blocked. They're not going anywhere, and bishop holds the queenside pawn on b6. That's why, for me, this f5 immediately triggers, okay, like it's not right. But again, chess is a very concrete game, and Fabi concretely apparently has figured out that king d5, followed by e6, or maybe even just without e6, play king d5, king c6, and king b6 is winning. We'll see.
Hikaru plays king to d7. I fully agree with you, by the way, Arthurs, that f5 is the kind of move that makes you feel like, okay, there's gonna be some kind of a blockade on the dark squares. That's why your variation was trying to not allow this. But with the precise calculation that Fabi is so well known for, I think he has it figured out indeed. The computer is giving that question marks both to f5 and king to d7. These are human moves, and apparently g5, is that the idea here?
Yeah, I'm thinking to create passed pawns.
Wow.
Wait, just a second. This is not a win. King e6, h7, you actually cannot promote the pawn. There's a 5. So the idea is clearly to create a passed pawn. Yes.
Yes, but let's give up all of our pawns. After g5, the computer says this is brilliant because instead of h6, you now give off your c pawn, because why not? You give up the c pawn, then push the f pawn, and then push the h pawn. So give up all the pawns you can. And
but why?
Then
Why
it's
should
winning.
I do that, Anna? I don't get it. Why is
I
c5
do
so
not
relevant
know.
here?
Listen
Like
to the silicon brain that is powering this evaluation, winning for white after you give up everything you have.
Wow, that's why bishop c. But come on, there's no way this is the only winning plan. It just makes no sense at all. I mean, watch this. You give up one pawn, give up the second pawn, give up the third pawn, give up the fourth pawn, and after bishop e5, play king of5 like a boss.
Yeah, easy. Chess is simple.
Okay. Wow. But I'm pretty sure that, Anna, all of this is totally unnecessary. Like, yeah, I mean, g5 kind of feels natural here. I was looking also at h6 to create these two passed pawns, but is this so clear? Like this? Obviously, I can very easily suggest ideas, but you are the one who has to make the decision over the board. I mean, I'm talking about Fabi, clearly.
Yeah, and this is now the very final stage of the game in terms of the time control as well. Both of them under 4 minutes. It's a 30-second increment per move, but that's it. That's all the time left.
I mean, he could blunder this. I don't want to jinx it. I mean, I will feel so terrible if this happens. But there's a chance to misplay this. G5 takes, sorry, not h6, but f6 takes an h6. It's not winning. It looks completely winning, but because of king e6, black actually saves the game. And that's why, Anna, this c5 is so important. so that h-pawn promotes. I mean, Fabi should be able to figure it out, but he's down on time. There's only 3 minutes on the clock. I mean, I think he's just making sure.
I think so. If anyone can see this all the way through, the many pawn sacrifices to promote an h-pawn, it's going to be Fabiano Caruana. But does he have enough energy left, the stamina left? They have been playing for so long already. This is such a long time control, very tough round. Can he find the way all the way through to convert this into a full point?
And what's the message to the viewers who are watching this, Anna? It's just when you're having obstacle of bishops, give away 3 pawns, and somehow it's going to be a win.
Yes, that's exactly the lesson learned.
That's the lesson right here. I mean, it's all about the pawn majority at the king side, obviously, and what has this far wants h-pawn. So g5, f6, h6 does make sense. Yeah, but this would be really beautiful study like pick 3 if Fabi indeed is going to figure it out, like g5, c5, and f6. 4 pawns in a row.
It is so beautiful. Can he find it? With 2 minutes left on the clock, the world number 3 against the world number 2 in a clutch endgame where the way to victory is through giving up everything you have. Can he find it? Will he see it?
I mean, the longer he is thinking, the less I'm sure, to be honest. I mean, did he
He's
really
so
go
cool
for
and
this
collected. This is such a tense moment, and yet you cannot see any of it on Fabi.
I mean, the point is, I don't think he went for this sequence to play g5. He did not expect king d7. Because g5 was not part of the plan, a move before. And now you have to basically change your mind, and maybe you're having some thoughts like, oh no, maybe by blunder king d7, maybe I messed it up, maybe it's a draw. I mean, these thoughts can get to your mind at some point, and now like to figure it out that at this moment you have to play g5 and give up 4 pawns.
That's a very valid point, Arthur's, that g5 was not originally part of the plan. It's only working now with the king having gone to d7. But with a minute left on the clock, we see Fabiano in the think tank playing king to d5 instead of giving up all his pawns to promote the h-pawn. And this apparently is not winning. It's still an advantage, but not winning on the spot.
Yeah, so now he's going to collect the pawn on d4, most likely. And Hikaru has to stop the g-pawn and f-pawn advancement. That's why this bishop h4 was played. Fabi right now is playing with his demons right now. I think that, again, these are nerves. Having 1 minute on the clock doesn't really help. I mean,
it
it's
does
just
not. Hikaru's still on 4 minutes. At least he's keeping his time advantage. It's still a tough position, but you already showed Arthur's how with the pawns being the way it is for white on the king side, e6 is not enough. You cannot just push that e-pawn because then there will be a grip, the blockade on the dark squares.
Oh, there comes the
So
blunder.
Fabi playing f6.
G6 is an actual blunder. Oh my goodness, Fabi, what are you doing? G6 on f6. Hikaru's like, well, what? What is f6? G6 on f6. What's the threat? E6. Wait, I think what Fabi is doing that he's sacrificing the pawn. We have to bring up the analysis screen, the big screen. Let me just put it on the board. So the point is, after G6 on f6, Fabi wants to play e6 check. He's expecting that Hikaru is going to play king e7, and after king c6, king e6, king b6, he's winning this same game. Are you sure it's winning? I'm not really sure, but apparently here to the engine, black can play king c7 and save the game. So f6 idea is flawed. It does not work.
Will Hikaru find it? This is his moment. Will he go in the right direction? He's going to e7. He didn't see king c7 either. They're both under so much pressure. Wow,
Okay,
Arthur's, this is a back and forth. Missed chances here and there. Missed chance now for Hikaru to hold. But maybe still this is not that simple.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not simple because...
Look at Hikaru realizing.
He could have spent a bit more time. He's like, wait, what did I just do? Because I think he expected bishop f5. Bishop f5, king c6, and here black would play d3, bishop d3, and now it's a fortress. Bishop c5, it's a fortress. You cannot make any progress. And Hikaru just blitzed out his king e7, and I think he just completely blundered king c6. And look at this body language, like, what is going on? How on earth did I miss this? I had time.
Goodness me, I think it's also the fatigue. This has been such a long game. They're on move 81. They have been playing for several hours by now in such a tense game. Both of them cracking under pressure. And now the chances are back on Fabi's side. The advantage is back.
Yeah, but how do you actually stop this pawn? Because king b6, c5, c6, king b7. Is this still winning? I'm not entirely sure. But Hikaru is so unhappy.
I think that frustration says everything.
Wow. Well, I mean, let's maybe once again go to the analysis screen and try to understand how this position is winning according to evaluation bar after king c6. Let's say king e6. I take it, king b6, king d7. Oh, wait, it's just... Wait, I mean, white just promotes the pawn. c5, king b7. Black is not even setting up any kind of fortress. It's just losing. Straight losing.
Oh, wow. Oh, gosh, that's even easier than what we expected.
It's really that simple. Bishop f5, king b7, c5, c6, c7. Hikaru cannot believe it.
After having really fought and defended so well for so long, Hikaru cracks in the final moment of the game, in the final minutes of this gruesome, really tense game.
Let's go full screen once again, because I have a feeling there's not much really to see here, because the pawn on b6 is falling, and Hikaru just realized that his hand made a losing move just as he was given a saving chance by Fabiano. So Fabiano did make a mistake in this very tricky bishop endgame. He was not 100% sure as we thought. But ultimately, wow, he's rewarded. Obviously, the game continues, but Hikaru just doesn't see any defense against king b6, c5, c6, king b7, c7.
Wow, this is incredible. Hikaru cannot believe it. Just when he was so close, all he needed was to move the king in the other direction. But it's easy for us to say, watching it from home, watching it with the evaluation bar, and not having played this game for over 5 hours straight. The fatigue, the nerves, the tension, it got to him eventually. And while Fabi was on the way of converting the endgame, he also made mistakes. They're both humans. The world number 3 here with the white pieces, just a moment away from beating the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura.
And yeah, if he doesn't take the pawn on e6, what is he doing really? I mean, he desperately needs to get the bishop to protect his h2 ba diagonal. There you go, king takes on e6 is played. Hikaru cannot hide his disgust, and Fabiano immediately recaptures the pawn on b6. And now his task is really simple, push forward the c pawn. I don't know what black should do here. March with the king forward?
Maybe so. He's reaching for the bishop. The bishop goes to e1 to guard the a5 pawn and try to sneak back through the b4 square toward d6.
I would just c5, c6, c7. The c pawn goes forward. But I mean, the both players are definitely very, very low on the clock. And Hikaru is desperately researching some opportunities. I mean, I think he wants to give away the bishop and activate the king, run forward the pawn on g4. The engine is merciless, says that white is completely winning, but we have already seen more than one turnarounds in this game. So maybe there's still a final twist waiting us. I mean, for the viewers, it's definitely pure cinema.
Yeah.
For the players, it's just very difficult to play this.
Incredibly difficult. You can see the reactions of Hikaru on just not believing what has happened when he was so close. He defended so well a really tough endgame, starting from the moment where white's pawn arrived on h5 and Fabi had the queen, rook, and bishop, putting so much pressure on Hikaru.
There's the resignation! Wow, what a game. Hikaru just resigns, and he's like, I cannot believe this, Fabi. Why I didn't play king c7? Fabi's like, what? King c7, there's such a move? I'm pretty sure they're going to figure it out immediately.
Is pointing at the square, I believe, that crucial moment just a few moves ago. Hikaru Nakamura had a chance to get that really hard-fought draw. It was just a move away from him. He went to the wrong square with the king, and essentially it led to the first win for Fabiano Caruana in the Candidates Tournament 2026.
Wow. I mean, I'm speechless, you know. I'm also watching this game. I feel a bit better about my mistakes in the time scramble. So watching the best players in the world, they're being human beings. And it just once again shows that chess is rich with possibilities. Even the best players in the world, they're human beings. And if this is round one, Anna, what can we expect from the next 13 rounds?
What an incredible event this is. All the games have been so hard-fought, sharp, risk-taking everywhere. And this game between Caruana and Nakamura has had so many ups and downs, a roller coaster, so much tension, emotional ups and downs, time pressure all over this game. And eventually Fabiano wins. John, I would love to hear your thoughts on what we have just witnessed in this crucial game of round one.
Round one has delivered. Like the women's section were all draws, but they were really good fighting draws, some very exciting chess there. And here, 3 decisive games out of 4 in round one. What absolutely ridiculous stuff. We've just witnessed Fabiano Caruana convert at what must feel like the 3rd or 4th time of asking against Hikaru Nakamura. That was wonderful to watch, but my God, was that nail biting. Pragg then, perhaps the cleanest of the victories here, managing to vanquish Anish Giri to get his account off to a positive start. We had a draw in the game between Bluebaum and Wei Yi, and I've got to say, maybe they're going to be enjoying the extra rest ahead of tomorrow, being able to relax ahead of their round 2 pairing, because wow, Sindarov Esipenko as well. What an incredible victory there, especially when Vachier just told us that he thought he was losing at one point. So an absolutely incredible set of games today. Let's now listen in to Hikaru and Fabi and hear what they have to say.
F4 here doesn't work because your bishop takes A4. So I was going to play some like rook E3 or something.
I mean, I don't know. I was very double-edged. I wasn't sure. I thought what I did should be more equal. That's why I played it. Then it's like...
Yeah, I thought if you played B5, it should be just a draw after.
Yeah. But the ending's a draw or not? It's a draw or not with King C7? Ah, you didn't show. Maybe it's a draw. It's impossible to know.
Well, there we go. The players getting ready to stand up and leave the board. They were analyzing. You could hear Hikaru saying, was it a draw after C7 or not? He's going to go away and take a look at that. But I think you guys called it. Towards the end there, he was specifically realizing that King C7 might have been a draw on the spot just as he played King E7. So here are the standings now. Fabiano, Vachier, and Pragg, all with 1 point ahead of today. Artur, to what extent did you expect 3 decisive games in this open section after round 1? It's what a treat.
Never. I expected that 3 games will be decisive. I had a feeling that the Fabi's game against Hikaru is going to be a decisive game from the very beginning, especially after this very interesting opening. But I didn't really expect this. And yeah, also, of course, Sindarov's chaotic game against Esipenko, that was quite something. And there's Pragg's fantastic opening idea against Anish Giri. The most peaceful game of the round, obviously, was Bluebaum against Wei Yi. But, I mean, the other games, just wow, really.
Anna, I think Artur summed it up there, but we could have been playing for multiple results in most of these games. It definitely wasn't straightforward.
It definitely wasn't straightforward. And in the women's section too, even though we have had 4 draws in the women's section, so many of the games could have been decisive. We have seen brilliancies, knight sacrifices, winning chances that were missed, back and forth. So what a start indeed to a really exciting candidates tournament.
So there we go. All draws in the women's section of the candidates right now. Still very much open, but some very exciting games. We'll be covering one of those in just a second. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at one of them now. And I think it's no surprise that we want to take a closer look at the game between Zhu Jina and Tan Zhongyi on board number 1. I'd love the opportunity to bring in Arturs now for a game review. So let's go ahead and take a look at how this game unfolded.
Yeah, this was definitely one of the most central games of the round, where two top players at the Women's Candidate Tournament fought it out. It was the 3 bishop e7, the former world champion Tan Zhongyi played a Hungarian variation. Short castle, knight c3, which is not the main move here. White typically plays rook e1, stopping black to play d5, but obviously knight c3 is also a pretty good move. Black is threatening to capture white's last square bishop with knight a5. a4 is a pretty standard way to deal with this. Knight a5, bishop a2, c5. Black weakens the d5 square, but says that it doesn't really matter. And we are getting to some sort of a Sicilian Sveshnikov position, where white took on f6, played knight e5, and according to an engine, white had a small advantage. But this is where things start to get really interesting, because the highest seeded player of the tournament, Zhu Jina, played queen e2, bishop g4, and we're discussing in a game commentary that perhaps knight e1, knight c2 would have been the normal way to continue, but the Chinese grandmaster came up with an absolutely incredible idea. She played knight g5, h6, and responded with a piece sacrifice f4. The idea is revealed in the following variation. If black accepts the piece, plays h takes on g4, here comes f5. And the point is, after g takes on f5, e takes on f5, white is threatening to play h3, g4, or sometimes even knight e3, recapturing the sacrificed piece with positional benefits. Here, Tan Zhongyi responded with king h8, allowing Zhu to capitalize on the same idea. Knight e3, h takes on g4, and f5. The game continued with g takes on f4, e takes on f5, bishop h5, g4. Here, the former world champion responded with e4 because she was desperately looking for a way to activate her minor pieces. White decided to accept the pawn. Also, we were discussing in the game perhaps g takes on h5 made sense, with the idea to play e takes on d3, f6, bishop f6, and queen d3, build up a powerful battery on the long diagonal. I'm pretty sure that Zhu saw this. She decided to take the pawn, and after knight e5 here, she had to simply collect the piece with g takes on h5. I'm pretty sure that she didn't like the position after g4, bishop h6, and black gets some counterplay, but according to an engine, white has the better chances. What she did play was h3, which is something actually we discussed during the game commentary, but h3 is a mistake because this allowed Tan Zhongyi to continue with bishop g6, and now black is starting to take over game because of the multiple weaknesses in the position. So the game concluded with king g2, queen d7, knight c4. Black decided to sacrifice the pawn with rook f4. Zhu didn't really have anything better than to accept it. And about here, that was the moment we were also coming back to the game analysis with Anna, and we concluded that if somebody here is risking, it's definitely white because of the pinned bishop on a2 and rook on a1. From here, Zhu was quite precise. She decided to go for this very difficult sequence, giving up the pawn on e4 with a check, king g1, c4, trying to trap white's pieces, and a couple of moves later, queen h4, rook e1, white managed to get out of the trouble, and the position eventually led to an endgame where both players tried to play it for a while, but ultimately it just led to a draw. So it was a pretty spectacular game. Now that we're looking at this, probably Caruana versus Hikaru Nakamura in terms of the adventures was the most exciting game, but in terms of the piece sacrifice and the brilliance of the ideas, I would rate this game as the most interesting game of the round. John?
Thank you very much, Arturs. We couldn't have put it any better. That was a fantastic game to relive. Sure, it doesn't have the 1-0 scoreline, but the way that played out was incredible to watch. So thank you once again for that game recap. And chat, you asked, you needed to give us a couple of minutes, but we got there and we're about to deliver. Let's go ahead and hop on site live with an interview with Fabi Caruana.
We're with Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Now, Fabi, we had a 1 versus 2 matchup. Did you like the fact that you got white against the number 1 seed in the opening round? I mean, he did do well against you in Toronto.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's better to start with white or black, but I thought, yeah, maybe starting with white when he's not so in practice lately. I mean, it's his first classical game in quite a while, at least rated classical game. He did play his match against the Wonder, and maybe I'm also not so warmed up yet either, so I guess starting with white can't be too bad.
At what point did you decide that there was still life even those opposite colored bishops? I mean, it seemed like you were playing for 2 results, but at what point did you feel like, hey, there's something here?
Well, when he allowed h4, I started to feel like maybe there's some minor potential, and then when I got h5, and he was also visibly upset, and I started to feel like I'm pressing basically for free.
And kind of a quirky thing, but Sindarov also won his game with queen and bishop on the light squares. Did you recognize the similarity between your win and his win?
Oh, his looked much more smooth.
At one point, did you see the Hikaru king walk that he could have gone to b4, and like did that factor in your thinking at all?
Yeah, no, I calculated that I have queen b1 and it's winning. Okay, it's clear that king d6, the idea is to try to run the king to a3, and if he doesn't get mated, then it's a really strong king. But I saw that I give checks and then play queen b1 and then maneuver the bishop f3 d1 and checkmate him. So I didn't really expect him to go for that.
And is this the perfect start to the tournament for you?
Well, if I had not allowed to draw at some point, but of course, result-wise, yeah, can't get better.
Fabiano tied for the lead in a very exciting round 1. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mike and Fabi, for hanging around to give us that interview after the end of the game. Thrilling stuff and a great day number 1 of the candidates. At the end of the day, we had 3 decisive results in the open section, and we picked our game of the day for game review from the women's section that had 4 draws because the chess was still that objectively exciting. It was great stuff all around. Anna, your closing thoughts before we end the stream.
Well, the game that you mentioned had a 98% accuracy by both players, Zhu Jiner and Tang Zhongyi, 19%. Fabi and Hikaru can take notes because their game was 85% accuracy. Just saying. But other than that, it has been such an incredible start to the tournament. We have seen fighting chess, risk-taking when it comes to surprises in the opening, what kind of imbalances the players are going for, not a single dull game, and this is all and ever more we can ask for the rest of the rounds. I feel like we are in for a treat for another 13 rounds at the Candidates Tournament.
Artur, certainly an exciting day, plenty to talk about, and we will be talking about it for some time, but sum up your thoughts at the end of the chess.
Well, yeah, I'm full with emotions naturally because I'm also not only a chess commentator, I'm a chess fan, and watching this highest level tournament from the best seats possible in the house, it means the world to me. And I'm just very glad that the first day turned out the way it turned out because it probably means that this tournament is not going to be boring. We are not going to see many Italians, Lopez's, Queen E4s in the Berlin variation. We are seeing here a lot of action. And I think partly for that, we have to thank the younger generation, players like Sindarov or Pragg, who played today the Grand Prix attack. I just still cannot get over it. And of course, Esipenko and the other guys. So it's really fantastic to watch this. And I'm loving this, basically how it was played before, the highest level tournaments, and what's the approach these days. Thank you guys for doing this.
So lots of sharp risk-taking chess in both sections today. Possibly the dream start to the Candidates Tournament. This is a 14-round tournament, folks, so we're in it for the long haul. The question then becomes, do we continue counter-punching and risk-taking as we head into the subsequent rounds, or are things going to calm down at some point? One thing's for sure, if they do calm down, we hope it won't be as soon as round 2. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, as we resume our coverage of the FIDE Candidates 2026. Stay safe wherever you are, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.